Within the training facility, Mujin continues to swing until perspiration envelopes his whole physique. His brothers and sisters, Dojin and Soyeon, clandestinely arrive to monitor his well-being due to concerns that he could self-sabotage before the contest even starts. Soyeon even believes he is exerting himself so intensely due to the stern remarks she made to him previously. However, Mujin simply strokes their heads and assures them not to be concerned. Subsequently, as he observed the children mimic his stance, something abruptly resonates in his thoughts. He understands that the mystery of the incomparable 9 blades lies not solely in the arc of the strike. It is the inhalation. As soon as he begins employing the respiration method, his motion transforms entirely. His 100-kilogram blade feels less burdensome, his vitality circulates more freely, and he ultimately comprehends the principles of movement disciplines. Subsequently, with a single forceful motion, Mujin severes a sculpture. Mujin subsequently opts to relocate to the training hall as the training room seems somewhat confined. The following day, the clan fighters continue to regard him as a laughingstock, and that is the moment Mujin chooses to reveal to them that the ineffective lunatic they recall has long since departed. Host Mujin battles the team captain Chilboin, and he is engaging with him like a child, even evading an assault while airborne. This infuriates Chilboin, and he insists that our host confront him like a true warrior. Mujin subsequently descends, lifts his 100-kilogram blade as if it weighs nothing. As they both thrust toward one another, Mujin swiftly retracts his blade and impacts Chilboin's sword with such force that it sends his weapon reeling. Seizing this opportunity, he strikes Chilboin in the visage with such force that he nearly crushes his nose and propels his descent to the earth. The others are astonished because he had never exhibited this level of strength previously. To comprehend the reasons behind our host can accomplish this to a team leader, let's revert to the outset. Our host, referred to as the Celestial Fiend, is a formidable fencer who encounters 9 formidable faction heads on a mission for retribution. His astonishing and fearsome swordsmanship permit him to measure up to the faction leaders. He severs them with such meticulous accuracy that they are all bewildered regarding how he is accomplishing it. Before they realize it, they discover themselves becoming eliminated individually, allowing them to deduce that our host is merely a beast. Even when those who remained upright succeeded to restrain him and thrust a blade through his chest, he persevered and conveyed them all to the beyond, ultimately etching his identity as the Celestial Fiend. Merely as he is on the verge of perishing, his existence unfolds before him in vivid detail, and he experiences a profound sense of relief for having accomplished his purpose. Our host recalls the time he was assaulted by 3 youths as he was a mischief maker in the Murim. He was ultimately rescued by his mentor, who instructed him. Ultimately, he existed by the blade, eliminating individuals indiscriminately. He contemplates whether existence revolves solely around his actions, and at that instant, he recalls his departed spouse. The most cherished instances of his existence were those he shared with his spouse. However, they were subsequently removed from him. In anguish, he contemplates the true significance of his existence, and ultimately, he shuts his eyes in demise. Abruptly, he perceives an outburst echoing all around him, and he believes he is in torment until he awakens to find an irritating crowd positioned before him, engaging in derogatory banter. Our host is completely baffled as he has no comprehension of what is occurring. Positioned alongside him are 2 youngsters, with the boy asserting his support for his older sibling, proclaiming that they cannot relinquish the family's martial techniques while his brother is still living. He states that regardless of the circumstances, the martial arts must remain within their lineage, the Manhwa lineage. As our host continues to ponder the unfolding events, the opposition chief proposes that they reach an agreement to alleviate all of their concerns. He contacts our host, Hua Mujin, and informs him that he is prepared to provide financial assistance as his clan is completely impoverished. In exchange, Mujin will stake his family's combat techniques, yet they will engage in a duel for it. The victor of the confrontation will claim it all. The young child is astounded upon hearing this, as his older sibling, our host, is entirely inept in the realm of martial arts. Our host is weary of all the commotion, and he is compelled to inquire of the group who on earth Mujin is, despite being aware that he is completely a different person. His purported juniors are rendered perplexed upon hearing this, and they gaze at him as if he were some sort of lunatic. Even his adversary is compelled to inquire about his words, and he discloses that he is recognized as the Celestial Fiend. However, this merely amuses him, and he proposes that Mujin refer to him as the monarch of the netherworld instead. Evidently, his irritating adversary is Chang Dabo, who happens to be the second offspring of the Changhua trading consortium. Mu Jin's siblings are furious that his insanity is spiraling out of control, which is the reason he is speaking nonsense. Even the leader of the Changhua merchant group, Buchoyan, mocks the clan, declaring that their family is already finished since the eldest son is in a poor psychological condition. Mu Jin stays quiet as he attempts to comprehend what is truly occurring. As he remains silent, Dabo presumes that he has consented to the challenge, and he notifies him that the confrontation will take place at the Byong Pavilion next month. Dabo advises Mu Jin that they establish the agreement in accordance with the martial arts code, and he is prohibited from violating it due to the repercussions that would ensue. Once the assembly has departed, Mu Jin's alleged siblings direct their attention toward him, inquiring about his intentions now that they have compelled him into a confrontation. To exacerbate matters, Mu Jin has never wielded a sword previously. Mu Jin bursts into hearty laughter upon hearing this, fully aware that swordsmanship encompasses his entire existence. He endeavors to cultivate a farm by tapping into his intrinsic vitality, but he abruptly recognizes that it has vanished, completely absent with not a trace remaining. Exasperation ensues as he becomes aware that his physique is exceedingly delicate and feeble. His sister erupts in tears, pleading with Mu Jin to regain his composure. The young girl informs Mu Jin that he is worthless, and she also refers to him as a simpleton for allowing himself to be trampled by the Merchant Alliance. Her sibling reprimands her for disparaging their brother and advises her to express remorse, yet she declines. She holds Mu Jin responsible for the demise of their parents, and she dashes away in tears after uttering this. The young lad expresses regret on behalf of his sister, mentioning that she occasionally gets consumed by her fury. Upon uttering these words, he also departs. Mu Jin is completely bewildered as he struggles to comprehend that even the youngsters now despise him and label him a lunatic. Mu Jin is perplexed, and he realizes that the final detail he recalls is slicing through the faction chiefs with relentless ruthlessness. Mu Jin holds the conviction that he ought to have passed away quietly, yet he has unexpectedly discovered himself in an unfamiliar physique. He tumbles to the earth in exasperation, curious about the identity of the children. At that moment, an odd fellow, who is actually his aide, rushes over to him, inquiring why he ventured outdoors with his delicate frame. He asserts that he has been concerned about him. However, Mu Jin merely inquires about his identity as it is evident that he is unfamiliar with him. The guy, Masek, is astonished to learn this, and he presumes that Mu Jin is experiencing yet another episode due to the insanity plaguing him. Convinced that Mu Jin is genuinely afflicted by memory loss, he resolves to share his personal narrative. Evidently, Hua Mu Jin was previously a gifted and esteemed youth whom numerous traditional sects sought to have as their apprentice, and by the age of 23, he had ascended to the position of the clan's chief. Sak is weary of recounting the tale to Mu Jin, as he has narrated it more than 6,000 times. Mu Jin believes he was not a remarkable child due to the evident inadequacy of his energy core. Furthermore, he is curious about the insanity that everyone is discussing. Sak subsequently chooses to inform him about this as well. 17 years prior, Mu Jin and Dubo engaged in an informal confrontation, during which they vowed to refrain from using any internal energy. Mu Jin was 6 years of age, while Dubo was 9 at the moment of the confrontation. Dubo consented to this, and the altercation between the two children commenced. However, as the confrontation unfolded, Dubo violated their agreement and landed a blow on Mu Jin infused with internal energy. Mu Jin, feeling disheartened, inquires of Dubo why he resorted to the 7-wound fist techniques when they had explicitly committed to merely engaging in unarmed combat. Dubo ridicules Mu Jin, revealing that the technique was inherited from the Kongdong sect and that its repercussions are no trivial matter. Allegedly, Dubo had experimented with it on his elder sibling, who had been displaying excessive arrogance, and the method rendered him confined to bed. Delighted with the outcome, Dubo was eager to witness how it would unfold against Mu Jin. Essentially, Mu Jin is currently referred to as a lunatic due to the belief that his state is a consequence of the aftermath of the 7-wound fist blow. Mu Jin is irate that Dubo is the one who rendered him ineffective, yet he is unexpectedly challenging him to a duel. Mu Jin subsequently inquires of Sok how they managed Dubo after he became ineffective. Sok subsequently notes that Mu Jin's progenitor was the individual who ultimately rendered the conclusive decision. Though Dubo was his relative, he was likewise the offspring of the Changhua Trading Consortium, regarded as one of the leading 10 in the Central Plains. Although Dubo committed a heinous act, Mu Jin's father merely permitted him to escape with a reprimand. Mu Jin is astonished by the man's ineptitude for having pardoned an individual who incapacitated his son. Mu Jin determines that the clan is utterly worthless and subsequently inquires of Sok about the whereabouts of his parents. Sok notes that Mu Jin's state steadily deteriorated, which plunged his father into financial troubles as he sought methods to alleviate his condition. 9 years prior, his mother's illness significantly deteriorated, ultimately leading to her demise. 3 years later, his father reunited with his mother in the beyond. Mu Jin essentially transformed into the offspring who murdered his progenitors and devastated the lineage. As a result, the clan's standing was severely tarnished, leaving his siblings in a precarious situation. What remains of the family consists solely of debts, 2 steadfast retainers, and a handful of martial artists. Additionally, he has his younger brother, Hua Du-jin, and his sister, Hua Soi-eon. Mu Jin ultimately comprehends the reason his sister, Soi-eon, accused him of being responsible for their parents' fate. That evening, Mu Jin perused the historical tomes bequeathed by the previous possessor of the physique, and he acquired several insights from them. He became aware that 3 decades had elapsed since he triumphed over the 9 sects, and he currently resides within the physique of an insane individual devoid of an energy core. Given that our protagonist harbors no remorse from his previous existence, he chooses to embrace the principles of the Mu Jin and assist the vulnerable children. Nevertheless, he is aware that the Changhua merchant group is poised to pose a significant challenge for him. They were essentially the ones who rendered the body ineffective and also obliterated the clan. The initial priority on his agenda is to strategize for the confrontation he has scheduled with Dabo, set for the upcoming month. Recognizing the inadequacies of his physique, he concludes that he must reconstruct his form from the ground up. He settles in to contemplate and commences anew as if he were a novice. He recalls that in his previous existence, the initial occasion he sought to embark on cultivation, it proved to be challenging for him. Nevertheless, matters appear to be progressing effortlessly with the present physique due to its remarkable inherent martial talent. Mu Jin harnesses the body's extraordinary vitality and endeavors to investigate it to the fullest extent, casting a radiant glow throughout his chamber. Briefly, Sok and the attendants perceive his shout and commotion from their location, prompting them to hastily enter his chamber. They discover him on the ground, and one of the attendants humorously remarks that he is deceased. He examines Mu Jin's pulse and discovers that it is more robust than it was previously, but Mu Jin abruptly seizes him, inquiring why his physique endures excruciating agony merely for attempting to create an energy nucleus. The assistant is bewildered by this, and Mu Jin reiterates his request, expressing his desire to understand if his physique possesses any extraordinary traits. The guardian then discloses that his physique is the celestial warrior form. Evidently, it is an uncommon valiant physique selected by the heavens. Mu Jin is struck by another surge of agony and ultimately realizes that this body's nature is in direct contrast to the dark arts. Essentially, a form of unadulterated vertical energy will endure excruciating torment when attempting to engage in infernal practices. Mu Jin cries out in agony, contemplating why he was bestowed with a physique afflicted by such a distinct nature among all the possible forms. He determines that his situation is exceedingly dire since the confrontation is merely a month away. As he reclines in agony, he inquires of Sok about the identities of the 2 individuals. Sok discloses that the individual clad in green is the head steward, Du Baixin, while the figure in red is an elder, Zhou Huanbong. Upon hearing the name Zhou, he recalls a fragment from his previous existence, yet the agony he experiences is overwhelming, and he ultimately loses consciousness. 3 days later, Mu Jin finally rises from his resting place, but Sok is concerned that he isn't resting adequately. Mu Jin expresses his fatigue with remaining in a prone position as he has a confrontation approaching, and he implores Sok to procure him blades. Sok struggles to suppress his laughter upon hearing this, as the clan is still seeking food while Mu Jin is inquiring about swords. Mu Jin reluctantly asks if the family is devoid of funds, and Sok notes that they are presently acquiring loans from an unconventional group known as the Bangho sect. Due to the sect's extremely elevated interest rate, they have encountered a significant amount of financial obligations. It eventually occurs to Mu Jin that in order to assist the clan, he must first address the monetary dilemma. Nevertheless, Mu Jin believes that acquiring additional loans will not be detrimental, as they are already overwhelmed by obligation. Sok is concerned about this. However, Mu Jin instructs him to be quiet and compose a message to the 2 elders, as he intends to take a stroll. Upon learning of this, the elders, they became concerned about the reality that Mu Jin had ventured into the perilous Bangho faction. Briefly, Mu Jin and Sok reach the threshold of the Bangho sect. Mu Jin instructs the hulking bodyguard to notify his employer that he wishes to meet him. The individual, Kong Noho, is not interested in frivolities, and he instructs Mu Jin to enter the premises if he intends to wager. Mu Jin demands that Kong escort him to his superior, which begins to irritate Kong. Sok promptly interjects, urging Kong to relax since Mu Jin is not mentally stable. The strain between the two escalates until the deputy master, Ma Jungbo from the faction, arrives, inquiring about the problem at hand. Kong subsequently informs his superior that Mu Jin is attempting to rendezvous with their highest-ranking executive. Ma inquires why he wishes to see their supervisor, and Mu Jin replies that he seeks additional funding. Ma subsequently informs Mu Jin that he does not require an audience with the leader to secure a loan, and he beckons him to enter the structure. Mu Jin and Sok soon discover themselves penetrating further into the estate via a timber bridge, accompanied by armed warriors. Sok is apprehensive about the entire situation, and he informs Mu Jin that they still have the opportunity to return before it becomes irreversible. Mu Jin counters his perspective, asserting that they have already come a considerable distance. Sok subsequently informs him that there was a specific grandmother who witnessed the head of the faction engaged in combat, and it appears that the chief is exceptionally formidable as he vanquished his adversary in mere moments. Evidently, the leader is a skilled martial artist who has mastered a potent lethal technique. Mu Jin is inquiring about Sok's rationale for sharing this information when Ma interjects, asserting that Sok is more informed due to his rapid comprehension. Nevertheless, it is already too tardy for them as they have descended into a more profound section of the cavern, and before the pair realizes it, they discover themselves encircled by armed warriors wielding swords. Mu Jin feels disheartened and inquires with Ma if this was his scheme from the very beginning. Ma affirms this and states that he deliberately guided him inside, as it is clear he cannot make physical contact with him in public. Nevertheless, he is not prepared to grant him the same level of autonomy he afforded his parents. Sok is not disputing with the team, but he implores them to spare his mentor's life. Mu Jin, conversely, is furious when Ma brings up his parents, as he clearly lacks any guardians until it abruptly occurs to him that he is presently inhabiting a different physique. With everything prepared, Ma instructs his men to discipline Mu Jin. One among them, who is extremely enthusiastic about executing the command, pursues Mu Jin and swings a fist at him. Sok nearly loses consciousness from dread as he witnesses the strike headed directly toward them. To everyone's astonishment, Mu Jin deflects the assailant's blow, ultimately fracturing his bones from within. The man shrieks in agony and collides to the floor while asserting that Mu Jin employed some form of underhanded tactics against him. Mu Jin jests, remarking that he actually possesses fragile bones in relation to his stature. Mu Jin realizes that he must act without relying on his unadulterated strength. Ma is furious that his subordinates are squandering time, and he commands them to eliminate Mu Jin. One of the duelists lunges directly toward him with his blade, yet Mu Jin swiftly evades the blow and discovers that he must continue advancing as he is unable to rival the man's strength. Utilizing his agile physique, he can evade and execute a headbutt that shatters the man's visage. The man tumbles backwards, howling in agony, as his associate steps in to replace him and attempts to attack Mu Jin, but Mu Jin evades the blow. The assailant makes another attempt, yet Mu Jin leaps backward, prior to executing a strike to incapacitate the individual. Before the armed individuals grasp the situation, they discover they are being manipulated, and almost instantly, they plummet to the earth on their knees. From afar, Sok shouts to ensure that his mentor is secure. However, Mu Jin refers to him as a blockhead while indicating that he is well. Sok is completely astonished, prompting him to inquire where Mu Jin acquired the combat techniques he is employing. Mu Jin then explains to him that what he is observing is not martial arts, but rather skills he learned from the streets. Sok is taken aback by this revelation, as he has no recollection of Mu Jin being on the streets. Ma praises him for effectively sending off his troops, but promptly propels his coin towards Mu Jin with formidable power backing it. The coin barely grazes Mu Jin's head, yet he can sense the force from the coin, startling him. Ma then furiously instructs his crew to depart, as he intends to handle Mu Jin on his own. Mu Jin is astonished by the considerable animosity he encounters when his sole intention is to converse with their supervisor. Ma responds with anger, asserting that his superior is not a person that a worthless individual like Mu Jin can encounter. Ma furiously brandishes his sword and charges at Mu Jin, poised to defeat him. In an unexpected twist of circumstances, Mu Jin intercepts his forceful blow with a set of chopsticks. Ma is astonished upon witnessing this, yet he remains unaware that this is all Mu Jin could manage, as he lacks the funds for a blade. Mu Jin and Ma persist in trading strikes, but Mu Jin holds his position with remarkable martial skills. Before Ma realizes it, he discovers his hand pierced by one of the chopsticks. Ma cannot fathom that Mu Jin managed to discover a vulnerability despite his relentless efforts to eliminate him. As Ma grapples with her challenges, Mu Jin is engrossed in amusement, while informing Ma that he could potentially lament his choice if he chooses to underestimate Chopsticks. Before Ma realizes it, he discovers himself grappling with Chopsticks, leaving him astonished as he assumed that Mujin was merely a feeble individual incapable of harnessing Qi. Ma is left to ponder how Mujin could attain such a frightening condition in a brief period, yet he is reluctant to accept that Mujin is the identical individual he once knew. Mujin persists in impaling his physique with the chopsticks while informing him that his abilities are quite lacking. Ma is determined not to be defeated by a set of chopsticks, and he springs into the altitude while intending to conclude Mujin with his supreme technique. Despite his intimidating appearance in the sky, Mujin appears entirely unfazed. He effortlessly evades Ma's strike, rendering him entirely vulnerable. Ma is compelled to ponder why Mujin possesses such a concealed strength unbeknownst to him. Mujin delivers a forceful strike to his physique that utterly obliterates any remaining vestige of his pride. As dread now permeates Ma's form, Mujin reiterates his request, stating that all he desires is alone, but this time he utters it with an utterly menacing and fearsome expression. Briefly, Ma ultimately chooses to settle down with Mujin following a comprehensive thrashing. His sentinels likewise discover themselves inclining before Mujin as Ma converses with him. Ma subsequently inquires of Mujin to reveal the information he seeks. Mujin inquires of Ma the reason his faction is extending a loan to his family without any security, as he perceives a nefarious motive behind the entire arrangement. Ma asserts that there is no malevolent intention involved, and Mujin is merely engaging in excessive speculation. Mujin is utterly unconvinced by this, as he can detect Ma's trepidation from his current position. Mujin subsequently resolves to inquire again, but this time he presses him to consider meticulously if he wishes to avoid consequences. Acknowledging that Mujin is serious, Ma ultimately discloses that their directives originated from the Changhua Trading Consortium. Mujin is not taken aback upon hearing this, as he is aware that the consortium had some level of involvement. He subsequently inquires of Ma what type of arrangement they reached with the Changhua, the collective. Ma is reluctant to voice his thoughts, yet Mujin promptly informs him that should he perish while safeguarding the trading faction, his absence will go unnoticed. Ma draws some insight from Mujin's remarks and discloses that the Mercantile Association instructed them to extend financial assistance to Mujin's family for any desired sum, albeit at an exorbitantly high interest rate. In return for orchestrating the demise of the Hua clan, the Bangho sect will acquire the Hua territories once they are removed from the game. It finally becomes clear to Mujin that the familial estate was the leverage all along. Mujin subsequently inquires with Ma regarding the total sum of 300 gold coins he intends to borrow after 1 year. As per the agreement, Ma discloses that the 300 gold coins would equate to 5,000 gold coins upon repayment. Mujin feels revulsion at this, yet he remains indifferent and consents to the arrangement. With a more somber expression, he inquires of Ma who assists them in tidying up their chaos. Ma subsequently states that one of them is the social faction of the Four Martial Heavens, a coalition of unconventional sections. Mujin expresses astonishment upon hearing this, and Sok notes that it is a recently formed alliance. Mujin is vexed by the Four Martial Heavens, and he even resorts to using the derogatory term. Sok is convinced that his mentor's irrationality is surfacing, as he has never witnessed him confront the alliance before, yet he is openly berating them. Mujin subsequently informs Sok that he need not be concerned, as he is not inclined to clarify the situation. Mujin is beginning to grow weary of the delay, prompting him to inquire about the individual who was sent to retrieve the funds. The gentleman promptly arrives with a container brimming with the 300 gold pieces that he requires. Mujin's eyes sparkle with joy upon witnessing this, and he presumes that it ought to suffice. He informs Sok that it's time for them to depart, yet Sok remains doubtful about the entire concept of borrowing. Mujin straightforwardly instructs him to silence his mouth and accept the funds so they can make their exit. Ma and his sentinels accompany Mujin to the threshold just as he is preparing to depart. Mujin subsequently instructs him to record the date in his logbook, assuring him that he will settle all of the clan's obligations once he has completed his dealings with the Changhua merchant group. Furthermore, Mujin cautions Ma against accepting funds from the general populace, and non-compliance with this will result in severe repercussions. Ma recognizes the directive, yet beneath the surface, he is furious and eagerly anticipates witnessing Mujin face the consequences. Soon, Sok and Mujin reach the residence, and they are greeted by the two senior figures. They quickly grow anxious upon noticing blood on Mujin's garments, but he reassures them that it is not his. They inquire about the events at the cult, and he replies that he merely went there to obtain a loan. Mujin asserts that the clan requires funds as they must nourish their fighters to keep the scarce resources they possess from dwindling away. The elders refuse refuse to accept that it was the faction that lent Mujin the funds, and they presume that he misappropriated it. Mujin informs the elders that the sect has all transactions recorded in their accounts, as he had previously conveyed to them. Mujin subsequently informs the elder that all he requires from them is to look after his siblings and ensure that they are adequately nourished and attired. Upon delivering his directives, he merely extends his best wishes for their success before departing. Mujin subsequently pays a visit to the memorial chamber of his parents. However, as he lacked guardians in his previous existence, he is completely at a loss for words. He ultimately speaks up to inform them that the financial dilemma has been resolved, and he additionally vows to look after his siblings and staff, thereby encouraging his parents to find peace in the hereafter. He further guarantees them that he intends to thoroughly defeat Dabo for daring to confront him to a duel. Unbeknownst to him, he is under observation by Soyeon and Dojin, and the children appear utterly amazed. Subsequently, Mujin commissioned 3 blades that measure 50 kilograms, 80 kilograms, and 110 kilograms correspondingly. The attendants who delivered the blades nearly strained their spines in the process, yet Mujin is simply relieved that his swords have at last been delivered. Sok is compelled to inquire what he intends to accomplish with such weighty swords. Mujin grins, expressing his intention to engage in the same activity with a sword as everyone else, which is clearly to wield it. Mujin eagerly extends his hand towards the 50-kilogram blade and intends to commence with it. Nevertheless, his grin quickly diminishes as he recognizes that the sword is excessively cumbersome for him to raise. He deduces that the corpse is merely refuse. Nevertheless, he is not prepared to surrender. Still, he understands that he can elevate it slightly if he employs both of his hands. Mujin notices Sok gazing at him with disdain, and he encourages him to commence with his meal preparation. He advises him to incorporate plenty of meat into his dish, and Sok trudges away, burdened by anxiety. Mujin sits with the blade, driven by the urgency of having only 2 weeks to fervently prepare before the confrontation. His physical makeup, which constitutes the celestial martial form, stands in stark contrast to the malevolent techniques imparted by his mentor. He realizes that his sole recourse is to master the martial discipline of his master's ally, the incomparable 9 swords. Determined not to relent, he begins to wield the sword with vigor within the confines of the home. In the meantime, Dabo has received word that Mujin handled the Bangho gang so severely that they will be incapacitated for 2 weeks. Dabo is astonished to learn this, as Mujin does not possess an energy core that would have enabled him to accomplish it. Dabo grins malevolently as he contemplates concocting something nefarious in anticipation of the battle. Dabo is equally thrilled to uncover what Mujin conceals within as they ultimately confront one another in the battle. Presently, Mujin commences conditioning his physique in the most challenging manner imaginable. He realizes that he ought to be capable of propelling the physique to its maximum potential, as it is a form endowed by the divine. During practice, Sok consistently organizes anything he requires. He is convinced that, with the arrangements in place, he will ultimately have the opportunity to commence his training in its entirety. He hoists the 50-kilogram blade and begins to twirl it about, while recalling what his former mentor had imparted to him. Following the experimentation with the initial version, Mujin swiftly advances to the second stage. He recalls what his mentor conveyed to him, that regardless of the armament he encounters, he will emerge triumphant. As the training advances, he becomes aware that he is already feeling inundated, yet he realizes that he must persevere through it. Before long, he discovers himself handling the blade with ease and even bounding about the chamber as if the blade were weightless. Briefly, he transitions to the third stage while simultaneously striving to manage his energy to maximize its potency. To assist him in his preparation, he possesses a collection of training materials already arranged to replicate the experience of an actual confrontation. His initial adversary was a hardball, which he successfully evaded for a moment prior to being struck from the rear. Subsequently, he confronts thorny bamboos. Utilizing the fourth technique of the blade, he slices through the bamboos. Evidently, his swordsmanship may appear straightforward. However, it is rather perilous as it has the capability to slice through a multitude of objects. Despite his extensive efforts, he was unable to strike the logs hurtling toward him using his fourth technique, compelling him to advance to the 5th grade. On this occasion, he cleaves through them all with his formidable 5th technique. Armed with the might of his blade, he is assured that nothing can impede his progress, and figures are insignificant. Upon navigating beyond the logs, he confronts candles arranged within bamboo, and to tackle this, he utilizes his 6th technique. He wielded his sword with such force that it extinguished all the candles simultaneously. After he triumphs over this challenge, he realizes that his subsequent destination lies beyond the dwelling, where he can employ his 7th manifestation. Utilizing his formidable inevitable 7th form, he ascends once more. Before long, he attains the 9th level with the conviction that there is nothing his blade cannot slice through. He ultimately attains the pinnacle level for the sword, and Mujin collapses to the earth in a state of relief. Yet simultaneously, he is not completely frustrated due to his inability to recreate his ultimate state from his previous existence. He recalls receiving instruction from his mentor during his youth, but initially, he did not genuinely regard his instructor's lessons with seriousness. He is convinced that his master's companion was merely joking while making absurd and unattainable claims about slicing through anything with the sword. His mentor concedes that it may seem absurd, but he is determined not to let his companion's martial arts fade away. Since he could not adequately pass it on, he wishes for Mujin to assume that responsibility in his stead. His mentor informed him that his departed companion was the sole fencer who could match his abilities. To add an intriguing twist, he possessed no chi. However, Mujin's mentor suggests there is a chance he was employing kinetic techniques. Since members of his order were unable to grasp it adequately, he chose to instruct Mujin's mentor in hopes of transmitting it to a deserving individual. Upon listening to this, Mujin bursts into hearty laughter to ridicule the arts, but his owner strikes him sharply on the head with such force that it nearly fractures his skull. He informs Mujin that he must adhere to any directives he provides, leaving Mujin with no alternative but to comply with his mentor's desires. The instructor informed him that if he executed the sword technique 1,000 times, his physique would transform. However, if he practiced it 100,000 times, his energy would start to permeate his blade. Essentially, executing it 1,000,000 times will render him impervious to even the mightiest of swordsmen. Mujin was astonished by this revelation, as it would require him 3 years to complete the cycle if he were to strike his sword 1,000 times daily. This prompted Mujin to inquire with his mentor whether his companion genuinely equaled his prowess. The mentor replied that he was uncertain, yet he believed one of them would have perished had they unleashed their full potential. As a result, Mujin grew inquisitive about the nature of his mentor's companion. Mujin ultimately rouses from various resounding strikes from Sok. Mujin realizes that he has a considerable journey ahead of him, as he collapsed immediately after attempting the maneuver once, and he is far from reaching 1,000. Nevertheless, he must consume his meal as it is already quite late, and when he gazes at the dish before him, he comes to the realization that it is swine. He feels let down, and he advises Sok to acquire pork during the next occasion as it is the simplest option to aid in gaining mass. He informs Sok that he is at liberty to utilize the funds they obtained from the Bangho sect, as he can effortlessly secure additional money in the future. He conveys to Sok that his strategy is to continue consuming beef for the entire period he engages in combat with Dabo. Sok subsequently inquires of Mujin when he acquired the combat techniques that he mastered, because he is quite convinced that Mujin was unfamiliar with martial arts previously. Having already informed his siblings, Mujin concludes that sharing the news with Sok is also a wise choice. Mujin subsequently discloses that he is not the genuine Mujin, for his true identity is the celestial fiend. Sok presumes that Mujin is merely jesting and indulging in some fanciful absurdity. Sok expresses his concern that Mujin may eventually forget everything and simply vanish one day. However, Mujin seizes him, reassuring him that he will not abandon the clan until it rises to become the most formidable clan in all of Sichuan. Ultimately, Mujin has no alternative, as he possesses nothing else to occupy his time. Sok mocks his superior, claiming he is uttering nonsense, but this results in a painful flick of the finger to the leader. After they finish their conversation, Mujin informs Sok that he is at liberty to depart, and Sok complies with the instruction. In the meantime, the two tribal chieftains are attempting to escape with the children prior to the confrontation, as they are convinced that Dabo is poised to eliminate Mujin, ultimately rendering the clan vulnerable for acquisition. Soon thereafter, Mujin has exerted himself to the utmost. Thus, he can now wield the 70-kilogram sword with merely one arm. Nevertheless, his method continues to be inconsistent, and he has merely a week until the confrontation. He is perspiring in the practice chamber as the youngsters arrive to see how he is faring. Mujin insists they depart, as it poses a threat to their safety. The children convey to Mujin that their concern stems from having observed him exerting himself to the brink over the last several days. Soyeon is concerned that Mujin is acting this way due to her remarks, but she informs him that she never intended it, as she was simply upset. Gazing at the two children brings to mind RMC's memories of the siblings of his beloved from a previous existence. Mujin gently taps them on the head, reassuring them that they have no cause for concern. The two children begin to imitate Mujin while praising how impressive his stance was. The manner in which the two are disputing over who was at fault or correct causes him to recollect the period when he practiced with his mentor and faced challenges. Abruptly, Abruptly, it occurs to him that the crucial aspect of the unparalleled nine sword is the respiratory method. Understanding this, Mujin informs the children that he is determined to triumph regardless of the circumstances, and he encourages them to return to their chamber. The children are anxious, yet they presume that everything will turn out well. As soon as he finds himself by himself, Mujin initiates the breathing exercise while vigorously brandishing his sword. Utilizing the breathing method, he can expend his amassed internal energy in one concentrated release. Before he realizes it, he has already comprehended the concept of the performing arts, which is a chi discipline where one cultivates inner energy through motion. Essentially, movement disciplines are regarded as lesser-valued martial arts, which is the reason individuals often overlook them. By employing the breathing method, Mujin can maneuver the sword with considerably greater ease, providing him with the necessary tools to carve a statue. In the meantime, Johann Bong is observed conversing with Sok regarding Mujin's abrupt transformation. Sok attempts to credit Mujin's unexpected vitality to the singular wudong session he experienced. Yet Zhou is no simpleton. He instructs Sok to ensure that he communicates any alterations he encounters to him. Sok proceeds to the location where his mentor is practicing, merely to discover it inverted. He attempts to inform him that his meal is prepared, but Mujin expresses his dissatisfaction, stating that the training space is inadequate for him to practice. In this regard, Mujin states that he will commence utilizing the training facility. Mujin journeys to the expansive training arena, only to discover fellow fighters honing their skills within, and they all focus their attention on him. Sok informs the fellow warriors that he must undergo training by himself and proposes that they all depart from that location. He encourages them to utilize the alternative training facility, yet the warriors find themselves pondering why a nearly lifeless individual is issuing commands to them. They think that Mujin is not an actual martial artist merely due to the presence of a sword. Mujin observes the variations in their disposition and remarks on it. The remaining fighters seek to confront Mujin, yet the team captain, Chael Boyne, instructs his crew to vacate the chamber for the young master. Chael ultimately concludes that Mujin has once again lost his sanity. At that moment, Mujin halts Chael, urging him to act like a man and communicate with him face to face. Chael subsequently pivots, and Mujin proposes that they engage in combat as they are both swordsmen. Chael asserts that he would refrain from this action as Mujin is the forthcoming chief of the clan. Mujin subsequently advises Chael to continue being a coward and avoid revealing himself, as he is aware that he cannot support his claims. This is sufficient to prompt Chael to draw his blade, prepared to confront Mujin. The battle commences, and Mujin swiftly drives his blade into the earth before springing upward, in the direction of Chael with a bold maneuver. He arrives at Chael and thrusts his head forward before he has a chance to respond. The fighters are truly perplexed as they have never witnessed a contest devoid of a blade before. Mujin persistently plays with Chael by darting about swiftly, while Chael exerts considerable effort to keep up. Chael quickly becomes exasperated and urges Mujin to confront him honorably, demanding that he cease dodging his strikes. Mujin ultimately concedes to regard him with some seriousness by seizing his sword, yet Chael immediately begins to voice his opinions, asserting that Mujin is responsible for all that has transpired within the clan. Given that Mujin is the root of the issues, Chael believes he is unworthy of acquiring martial arts skills. Chael races towards Mujin, yet he encounters him halfway with the 9th iteration of his unmatched swordsmanship, ultimately disrupting his inner vitality. Mujin doesn't allow Chael any respite as he delivers a crushing blow to his visage. Chael is thrown to the ground with blood gushing all around, as Mujin informs him that circumstances are set to change. As he tumbles to the earth, Chael ultimately comprehends the harsh reality that Mujin has completely transformed. He can perceive the resolve radiating fiercely from Mujin's physique, unlike previously. Chael strikes the earth, ultimately astonishing Sok and the other fighters observing the clash. The fighters rush over to assess their leader, who is sprawled out, completely incapacitated. Mujin stands triumphantly, inquiring of Chael whether he has any issues regarding his triumph. A warrior shouts at Mujin, accusing him of employing a treacherous tactic. Chael regains his composure and shouts at the guy to silence himself. Prior to acknowledging that he truly failed, Chael honors Mujin, expressing that he has genuinely gained knowledge from him. Mujin expresses his admiration and informs him that he is at liberty to depart. As the fighters are emerging from the chamber, Mujin instructs Sok to accompany them, as he genuinely desires solitude. The disgruntled fighter persists in his grievances, convinced that Chael showed leniency towards Mujin. However, he informs him that he refrained from doing so because he intended to leave him partially lifeless. The guy is reluctant to accept this, but Chael informs him that he is completely earnest. Chael claims he is unaware aware of the complete narrative, yet it is clear that the young master has significantly progressed. Sok, conversely, is also contemplating when Mujin transformed so significantly, yet simultaneously, he is grateful that he has truly transformed. That evening, the two sages convene to discuss the forthcoming clash. The duo has been part of the clan for more than 36 years and has remained steadfastly loyal throughout that time. They discuss the remarkable feats of the Flame Emperor in his youth. He was a proficient young individual who exhibited martial arts in a manner that even the formidable Tang clan had to concede his uniqueness. Essentially, the elders were captivated by his power, and they both pledged loyalty to him. Zhou is convinced that they are attempting to undermine the allegiance, yet Dou holds a different perspective, stating they merely need to address the lineage issue. Dou claims they have been caring for Mujin for 17 years, yet the clan has been experiencing deterioration ever since. The pair is convinced that they have contributed sufficiently, and there is no possibility the Flame Emperor will hold them accountable upon their arrival in the afterlife. Essentially, they have accumulated the funds required for their move, along with a handful of martial artists to assist them. Dou subsequently advises Zhou to depart ahead of him while he remains to care for Mujin a bit longer. Evidently, the combat expert from the Kongdong sect engaged by the Qianghua will serve as the observer for the confrontation. Zhou is astonished to learn this, as everything indicates dishonesty. The trading consortium is fundamentally a malevolent assembly of individuals determined to ensure the complete annihilation of the Hua clan. Dou instructs Zhou to gather the children and await his arrival at their designated spot, despite the fact that it will be quite a surprise for the kids. Eventually, Mujin notices that the quantity of beef he is receiving is diminishing, prompting him to inquire with Sok about the reason for this. Sok subsequently discloses that the steward is providing him with minimal assistance funds, and although Mujin is irked about the entire situation, he sets it aside to display his stylish ensemble to Mujin. Sok shatters his exquisite vision by asserting that he appeared more appealing when fully wrapped in bandages. When the moment arrives to depart for the confrontation, Mujin encounters Dou in front of the residence. Mujin initially believes he is present to intervene, but he asserts otherwise, disclosing that he is, in fact, present to accompany him to the confrontation. Mujin realizes that Dou is merely fretting over nothing when his sole intention is to pummel his opponent into submission. With this, Sok and Dou accompany Mujin en route to the battleground. The Colosseum, thrumming with activity, is filled with spectators eager to witness the confrontation, and those present to place wagers. Due to the substantial odds offered on Mujin, the majority wagered their funds on him. Briefly, he reaches the venue with candies in his mouth, and those who observed him consider him a coward and would even opt to retract their wagers. Upon his entry into the arena, he encounters Choi Eon, who inquires whether he genuinely wishes to proceed with the confrontation. The onlookers, upon hearing this, assume that Mujin was the one who initiated the challenge first, despite his frailty, and they perceive his insanity as spiraling out of control. Mujin is completely infuriated when he discovers that the team is already portraying them as the villains, and he intends to retaliate for this. Mujin asserts to Choi Eon with certainty that he will not remain passive while she absconds with the clandestine handbook of his lineage, which is exactly why he must confront them. The audience is astounded to learn this, as they had never anticipated a trading consortium to pursue a martial arts confidential method. Choi Eon is completely assured regarding the current situation, and she is convinced that Mujin will face consequences for attempting to appear impressive. The blaze is ignited, and all arrangements are complete for the confrontation. The MC proclaims that the observer of the contest will be Henyegang from the Kongdong faction. Han is depicted standing on the terrace, exuding an air of confidence and strength, prepared to fulfill his master's desires. He instructs Dabo and Mujin to engage in a just battle before the observing audience. At that moment, Dabo unveils a startling disclosure, informing Mujin that the combat attire he is presently adorned in was dispatched directly by him as a tribute to Mujin's homecoming. Mujin grins upon hearing this, and he brandishes his formidable blade, informing Dabo that he will be compelled to restore the leftover items following their confrontation. The whole assembly is astonished to witness this, as they have never observed anyone participate in a confrontation wielding such a massive blade. Furthermore, they all held the conviction that the Flame Emperor is recognized for his unarmed combat skills. Even Du is astonished, and he inquires of Sok whether Mujin mentioned anything out of the ordinary. Essentially, the two originally proposed that Mujin compete as they feel he lacks the means to overcome his adversary. Nonetheless, Sok is beginning to develop a certain faith in Mujin, suggesting he may possess a possibility, whereas Du's conviction is entirely distinct. As soon as both teams are prepared, the official sounds the bell to commence the match. Furious, Mujin pursues Dabo immediately. He brandishes his formidable blade towards towards him, unleashing a forceful and destructive strike. Dabo narrowly evades the blow, yet it devastates the terrain upon impact. The audience is astonished as they never anticipated Mujin to possess such remarkable speed and extraordinary strength. What everyone thought was that Mujin lacked any martial arts skill, yet he was moving in such an astonishing way. Even Dabo is completely astonished, as he anticipated a rather uncomplicated match. Mujin presses on with his assault as he lunges toward Dabo once more. He persists in brandishing his sword at him, yet Dabo succeeds in parrying his strike, and they confront one another directly. This results in a discordant noise and a magnificent view for them to behold. Choyeon is astonished that Mujin is genuinely remaining in the contest longer than she had anticipated. Nevertheless, she is persuaded that regardless of the training he has undertaken, he remains far from Dabo's level. Mujin persists in brandishing his massive blade at Dabo, yet he effortlessly evades it owing to his agility. As the battle advances, Dabo successfully executes a retaliatory strike that propels Mujin rearward, and he vows that he will depart, leaving Mujin in a more unfavorable state than prior. He is assured that he possesses the qualities necessary for standing. On the balcony, Du admits that he is astonished by Mujin's resilience in the battle. Sok then informs Du that, based on what he observes, Mujin has yet to unveil his secret weapon. Du thinks that Sok is speaking nonsense, but Sok reveals that he discreetly observed Mujin practicing alone, and he guarantees Du that something more formidable is on the horizon. As the battle unfolds, Mujin realizes that his power is now comparable to Dabo's, causing him to doubt the training methodology. Nonetheless, he remains unconcerned, for regardless of the strength of his adversary, he is certain to prevail, and on this occasion, he intends to eliminate Dabo. In the meantime, Joe is conveying Mujin's brothers and sisters, and he has reached his destination while they are slumbering. He recalls Du informing him that the reason for his absence thus far is due to his desire to linger and collect whatever is left of Mujin following Dabo's demise. Although Joe is uncertain about the correctness of their actions, they have at least made a beginning. Once more in the arena, the two continue to clash with one another. Mujin remains unfazed as he perceives Dabo as merely an inexperienced novice in his eyes. The pair persist in exchanging strikes, and despite seeming evenly matched, some contend that Mujin genuinely possesses the advantage. Individuals have begun disparaging Mujin, claiming he lacks remarkable qualities. At that moment, Dabo unleashes a formidable assault directed squarely at Mujin. Du and Sok nearly lose consciousness as they observe the assault heading directly for Mujin, and all they can do is hope that he truly evades the strike. Recognizing that Dabo has caught on to him, Mujin utilizes the unmatched initial stance of the 9 swords, the anticipatory maneuver. Dabo delivers his strike, yet due to the method employed by Mujin, he manages to intercept it, astonishing the audience. Even Dabo is astounded, and he is compelled to retreat. Recognizing that Mujin is losing his mind, Dabo concentrates his internal strength in anticipation of a decisive blow. Nonetheless, Mujin mocks him, claiming that his internal energy accumulation is excessively sluggish. Mujin subsequently initiates the second phase of his techniques, and he rushes towards Dabo with an abundance of malevolence. Dabo senses this, and all he can do is fend off Mujin's assault in a contest, rendering him utterly perplexed as he struggles to comprehend that he is being defeated by Mujin. Dabo exerts all his power to thwart Mujin's strike, yet before he realizes it, his blade fractures directly before his eyes. Mujin's weapon slices through, severely striking Dabo. Dabo is cast to the earth while Choyeon erupts in exasperation, shouting Dabo's name. Dabo sprawls on the ground in a puddle of his own crimson fluid, with his right arm absent, and Mujin effortlessly claims victory in the confrontation. Mujin subsequently approaches Dabo's limb and declares that he will be appropriating it as recompense for the 17 years of resentment. Choyeon is astonished to learn this, and Mujin indicates that the trading consortium may indeed discover a method to reattach his limb. Han springs up from his vantage point to assess Dabo. Choyeon likewise charges towards them, and Han observes that Dabo's power source has also been obliterated. Han gazes at Mujin, inquiring whether he truly needed to take such extreme measures. Mujin feigns perplexity, questioning Han about the meaning behind his words. Han remarks that there was a distinct disparity in their abilities, as the battle had concluded quite some time ago. Mujin then responds, noting that due to his tendency to speak freely, he has plenty to express. Mujin subsequently inquires whether it was truly essential to apply the 7-wound fist technique to the head of a 5-year-old child lacking any martial arts proficiency. With unadulterated fury in his gaze, Mujin informs Han that his recent actions are simply the resolution of a grievance he has been harboring for the last 17 years. Mujin further states that they are on the verge of compensating for all their actions against the Hua family. With evident hostility, he implores Han and his associates to brace themselves thoroughly. Choyan collapses to her knees in agony, vowing that she will always remember what Mujin has just done. As Mujin departs from the platform, the audience applauds his triumph, captivated by the manner in which he defeated Dabo. Alongside the stunning sights they experienced, they recognized that they had never encountered the blade he had wielded previously. Essentially, they are all exhilarated because a new champion of martial arts has emerged. Du and Sok hurriedly make their way to encounter Mujin, and he informs them that it is time for them to return home. As he strides away, he abruptly pivots, inquiring if Do has exhausted all the gold he had placed in his care. You anxiously respond that a small portion of it remains. Mujin subsequently mentions that he may need to visit the Bangu sect as he will require a loan. Abruptly, he informs Do that he is indifferent to whether he, Do, and the other fighters wish to depart. However, he informs him that there will be severe repercussions if they attempt to seize his siblings from him. He utters this with such overwhelming malice that it nearly paralyzes Do in his position. In the meantime, his siblings are already shouting at Do for removing them when they are meant to be observing their brother's confrontation. Do comprehends that their fate is sealed upon perusing the missive that the pigeon has just brought and discovers that Mujin has unexpectedly triumphed in the battle. Do informed him in the correspondence that they had been uncovered and implored him to come back to the residence without hesitation. Promptly, Do began his journey home, filled with trepidation, while the children rejoiced at the thought of returning to see their sibling. Subsequently, Mujin informs Do that it is time for him to confront the Bangu faction, and he advises Do not to concern himself with anything. Although Mujin is now deemed to be competent, Do implores him to avoid becoming involved with the mediocre faction in any manner. Understanding that the elderly gentleman is merely overanalyzing the situation, Mujin assures him that he will not. Consequently, Mujin departs to encounter the Bangu faction, yet Sok is apprehensive that the situation could unfold disastrously. Mujin states that he cannot postpone matters any longer, and he insists that Sok remains in close proximity to him. Presently, Mujin reaches the Bangu faction, astonishing Ma as he never anticipated encountering Mujin once more. Mujin informs Ma that he has come to settle his obligations, while simultaneously poking fun at Ma due to their faction now appearing desolate. Ma attempts to conceal their defeat by claiming that the majority of the bettors in the area departed solely to view his contest against Dobwa. As he asserts that all attended to witness his bout, Mujin inquires whether he organized wagering contests for his competition. Undoubtedly, Mujin is quite convinced that they provided him with the superior probabilities, and from this they would have accrued a substantial amount of profit. As they have generated some profit, Mujin instinctively discloses his enthusiasm, and Ma clearly understands that he is on the verge of capitalizing on them. To steer clear of any complications with him, Ma informs him that they are going to convey their appreciation. Mujin is delighted to learn this, as it is evident that everyone appreciates wealth. Ma can perceive the frigid atmosphere emanating from Mujin's form, clearly indicating that he is overwhelmed with an immense desire to kill. Mujin subsequently inquires of Ma regarding his superior. This astounds Ma, inquiring why he is interested in the whereabouts of their superior. Mujin pounds his fist on the surface, expressing to Ma that he becomes irate when he needs to pose a query repeatedly. Mujin is on the verge of going berserk when the head of the faction, Cheongil, makes his entrance in the chamber. Mujin is taken aback to encounter an unattractive visage that reveals itself to be the chief of the faction. Che reveals that his friends have already informed him about Mujin, and Mujin inquires why it is so challenging to meet him. Mujin does not hesitate to mock him, stating that he possesses an unattractive visage. Positioned behind Che is a fascinating character, and Mujin inquires whether the individual is his attendant. Emanating from the man is sheer malevolence, and he reveals himself to be Death Black Crow from the social faction. Black Crow reprimands Mujin for coveting his wealth, and despite being warned to steer clear of the social faction, Mujin finds himself gazing at one. Mujin straightforwardly advises the man to remain silent if he wishes to avoid death. The Black Crow furiously charges at Mujin, poised to shred him to pieces, and this frightens Sok. Mujin perceives no danger from Black Crow, as he is resolute in his mission to eliminate anyone who obstructs his path. Mujin hurls a chopstick at the Black Crow, and with such tremendous force, he pierces his palm. At this moment, it becomes clear to Black Crow that Mujin is not just an average individual and warrants his serious consideration. Mujin subsequently informs Black Crow that he desires no praise from an individual as contemptible as himself. However, this infuriates Black Crow, prompting him to charge furiously at Mujin once more. On this occasion, Mujin opts to compromise and sprints towards him, but abruptly disappears right before him. He materializes behind him, startling impaling him. The Black Crow desperately swings at Mujin, but he effortlessly evades the blows, while making it clear that he is playing with him. Black Crow is astonished that someone as youthful as Mujin is genuinely evading his strikes. Mujin subsequently resolves to create an additional puncture in Black Crow. Mujin thrusts the chopstick into his left eye, inflicting upon him such agony that his cries terrify those who are observing. Black Crow drops to his knees while addressing Mujin with a derogatory term, informing him that the social faction will seek retribution for his aggression toward a member. Mujin is eager to observe the sex potential, and he strikes Black Crow in the head while instructing him to encourage the social faction to confront him as much as they desire. Nonetheless, prior to the arrival of the faction, Mujin informs Black Crow that he will not exit the chamber unscathed. At that moment, Black Crow begins to implore, expressing to Mujin that he is willing to offer him whatever he desires, provided that he concedes to spare his existence. Mujin is astonished that Black Crow wishes to survive, yet due to the fortune he has promised, Mujin refrains from ushering him into the beyond. The Black Crow asserts that all his riches are invested in Chong, yet he assures that he will return them. Mujin is prepared to accept the offer, yet he assures him that he will be a goner if he fails to come back with the funds. With dread coursing through his veins, he hastens away, vowing to return as swiftly as possible. Once he has concluded his confrontation with the Black Crow, he pivots towards Che, who is already wetting himself, and he informs him that it is time they resolve their obligation. Che promptly descends to his knees, pleading for mercy as vowing to offer all that he possesses. Mujin chuckles at this, informing Che that he possesses nothing to present to him since his assets are already his own. Che is perplexed upon hearing this, and Mujin advises him to tally the gains he has acquired from the common folk alongside the lives he has devastated by orchestrating the martial clans to balance his resources. With tears streaming down his cheeks, Che expresses his readiness to offer Mujin everything except for. This infuriates Mujin, causing him to obliterate Che's mind in reminder him that he is unable to provide him with what he already possesses. Terror seizes all those observing this, and Mujin pivots toward them, inquiring who is pursuing him in the command hierarchy. Ma promptly advances, declaring that he holds the position of vice sect leader, and he collapses onto his knees pleading for mercy. He assures Mujin that he will lead an upright life if afforded another opportunity because he begged earnestly. Mujin chose to preserve his existence. Mujin subsequently inquires of Ma the value of Che, and Ma begins with his residence. He states that everything amounts to 4,000 gold. Bang Ho's possessions amount to approximately 10,000 gold. Furthermore, there is a tribute of 500 gold from the social sect. Essentially, everything amounts to more than 20,000 gold, and Mujin expresses his desire for everything to be brought to him. Ma subsequently informs him that he will arrange everything and deliver it to him. Mujin is delighted to hear this, as he desires everything to be managed promptly. Once Ma has departed, Mujin gazes at the remaining sect officials with a profoundly ominous demeanor and instructs them to commence bargaining for their existence. This astonishes them, and he reiterates that Ma is the sole individual he vowed to spare. Terror seizes them, prompting them to plead for mercy. Briefly, Mujin arrives back at his residence carrying multiple containers brimming with valuables and cash, leaving Do astounded. He informs Do that each of the containers holds approximately 400 gold pieces. Do attempts to caution Mujin that the Bangho faction is supported by the social faction. Nevertheless, the primary issue lies not with the social faction itself, but rather with their allies, particularly a formidable individual named Jujigang. Do further mentions that the group also includes both the Black Crow and the Red Crow. As soon as he hears the Black Crow, Mujin informs Do that he has already taken care of him. This astonishes Do, and Mujin warns Do not to equate him with himself or Joe, as anyone seeking conflict with the clan will find themselves 6 feet deep. Upon concluding his statement, he instructs Do to procure some beef and additionally requests that his siblings are adequately nourished upon their return. As Mujin pivots to depart, Do finds it hard to comprehend that Mujin has already instilled dread in the Black Crow, which is regarded as a nuisance throughout the area. Do essentially recognizes that Mujin is entirely dissimilar to the individual he once familiarized himself with. In the meantime, Choyan has employed hitmen to eliminate all that is precious to Mujin. However, she instructs them to return with one of the children. Historically, the Flame Hua clan enjoyed considerable prosperity, and the illustrious figure referred to as the Flame Emperor garnered respect from innumerable martial practitioners who constantly observed his exploits. He even earned accolades from the esteemed Tang clan of Sichuan. Within just one generation, the Flame Hua clan emerged as a martial lineage that commanded universal attention. Individuals regarded as elite martial artists often hesitate before engaging with the Flame Hua clan. Consequently, there was a period when the inhabitants of Shurcheng Chong would fervently applaud whenever members of the clan paraded through the streets. Nevertheless, following the demise of the Flame Emperor, the subsequent patriarch revealed his ineptitude. Consequently, the Flame Hua clan slowly diminished. Individuals who had remained faithful to the lineage began to depart one by one. Thus, the portrayal of the emperor who once governed his realm became divided between those who recollect him and those who do not. However, one certainty persists: he is an exceptional individual. Due to the remarkable presence that Mujin exudes while strolling, the elders begin to draw comparisons between him and the deceased emperor. Shortly thereafter, injured soldiers arrive to inform Du that they have fallen victim to an attack by assassins, and Elder Zhou along with a group of fighters are the sole defenders against the assassins. As soon as Du learns of this, he comprehends that the two youths are at risk, and he instructs the fighters to inform Mujin at once while he proceeds ahead of him. Within the woods, Zhou discovers himself confronting the assassins as the fighters accompanying him have been subdued. Even in the presence of great peril, he remains steadfast, fully prepared to safeguard the children. Just as he is on the verge of being inundated, Du arrives precisely at the moment to offer him assistance. This infuriates the assassins, as they were on the verge of completing their objective. Prior to Du's arrival, the commander of the assassins bellows at his subordinates, instructing them to eliminate the pair, and yet another wave of intense combat commences. Du successfully trades a few strikes with the assassins, yet advancing years swiftly overtake him, granting the assassins the advantage. Before he realizes it, he receives a laceration on the shoulder, pushing him rearward. One of the killers subsequently designates Du as his target, instructing his associates to eliminate one of the children. He propels Du backward, compelling him to remain on the defensive, yet Du remains resolute and refuses to yield. Shortly thereafter, Du suffers a severe cut, and he cries out in agony. Du plummets to the earth without any means to protect himself or the children. With Du removed from the scenario, the assassins direct their focus toward the youngsters, inquiring which of them they intend to eliminate or spare. Despite being unable to assist, Dojin remains steadfast in his resolve to safeguard his sister, and the killers conclude that he shall be the one to perish. Just as they prepare to strike Dojin down, Mujin's voice resonated through the woodland, instructing them to halt immediately. He appears utterly threatening as he rushes toward them with tremendous velocity. However, the assassins appear unperturbed since Mujin was formerly recognized as trash. The leader of the assassins subsequently instructs his men to eliminate Mujin, as he has chosen to obstruct their path. One of the killers rushes at Mujin, yet Mujin utilizes him as the initial focus of his fury. He effortlessly obliterates the man's sword, prior to executing a vertical assault that bisects the individual. Without delaying, he strides past the guy and leaders for the remaining assassins. As soon as they witness his madness, the head of the assassins commands his subordinates to unite and eliminate Mujin immediately. The crowd swiftly converges on him, but prior to their arrival, Mujin invokes the unmatched ninth sword's fifth iteration, known as the Annihilator technique, and he cuts through them all effortlessly like paper. One of them attempts to gain the advantage over Mujin, but he effortlessly evades, prior to liberating the man from his cranium. At this moment, it truly becomes clear to the remaining assassin that they are confronting a behemoth. Before he can execute another action, his right arm has detached from his torso, and he cries out in agony. Mujin subsequently warns him to refrain from taking any further action if he wishes to continue existing. Mujin pivots to observe Zhou assisting with the dough preparation, and Mujin is shielding his sister's eyes to prevent her from witnessing the devastation occurring before them. Mujin reassures his sister that there is no cause for concern, as he has arrived and has defeated all the villains. Mujin approaches the pair and inquires whether they are all right. Mujin reassures them that they are fine and proposes that they might have felt frightened. However, Mujin asserts that he is not, insisting that he is the offspring of a martial arts master. Mujin feels a sense of relief upon hearing this, and he gently strokes the boy's head for his courage. He subsequently instructs Elder Zhou to escort the injured soldiers and his siblings back to the residence. As the team departs, Mujin directs his focus to the remaining assassin, instructing him to remain silent regarding his severed limb. Mujin subsequently inquires whether he was dispatched by the Chonghua Trading Consortium. The man pauses before responding, and Mujin informs him that he may spare his existence if he replies truthfully. The hitman becomes intrigued upon hearing this, and he swiftly discloses that Choyan engaged their services via the Death Forest Group. Following his disclosure to Mujin, he inquires whether he intends to allow him to proceed as previously stated. Mujin subsequently instructs him to return to Choyan and inform her that he has eliminated the faction she dispatched after his siblings, and to inform her that he is targeting her next. Subsequently, all attention is focused on Mujin Mujin as he strides along the avenue with his form drenched in blood. Those who have previously underestimated him can no longer afford to do so, as they cannot jeopardize becoming one of his targets. The individuals are eager to discover if the talent they recognized during his childhood has truly returned. Upon ensuring he has harvested sufficient energy on the boulevard, Mujin ultimately arrives back at home and Masek rushes over to greet him. However, Mujin shifts his head to the side. He inquires of Masek whether all the injured fighters are situated in the medicine hall, to which Masek affirms. Masek discloses that Dojin and his sibling are also recuperating in their quarters to restore their vitality. Mujin feels relieved upon receiving this news and instructs Masek to arrange a bath for him. Moments subsequently, Mujin immerses himself in the splendid bath arranged for him by Mujin. During his bathing, he contemplates his brothers and sisters and his aspiration to shield them from witnessing the negativity in the world. Although they hail from a martial lineage, Mujin believes it is unjust for them to encounter brutality during their formative years. Nonetheless, concurrently, he is anxious that he is imposing his previous apprehension onto them. The following day, at the apothecary pavilion, Mujin approaches Elder Joe to inquire about the Crimson Blaze technique manual. Joe is astonished upon hearing this, and Mujin inquires about the reason for his surprise. Joe inquires why he is requesting the handbook, and Mujin perceives that Joe is anxious about the possibility of relapsing and causing chaos. Joe abruptly responds that this is not his motivation. Mujin essentially informs him that he intends to practice independently, as Joe is presently incapacitated. Mujin also perceives that Joe is questioning his capabilities, yet Joe refutes this notion. Mujin then reassures Joe that there is no cause for concern, as he is not going to react explosively. Understanding that Mujin harbors no malicious intent, Joe ultimately offers him the guide. Once Mujin has departed, Joe conveys his concerns to Joe, inquiring whether he might have erred in entrusting the manual to Mujin. Joe reassures him, urging him not to fret as Mujin has recently been demonstrating exceptional skill in swordsmanship. Joe asserts that it was due to Mujin that they managed to endure the assassination attempt. He further remarks that Mujin seems to have recovered, and he is convinced that the Taoist therapy is proving effective. Joe acknowledges that the therapy is effective, yet he simultaneously questions whether the treatment is also enhancing his martial arts abilities. Additionally, it is worth mentioning Mujin's abrupt advancement, and he is convinced that he experienced a destined meeting, as this is the sole rationale for his unexpected progress. Joe is content with the current circumstances, and he is convinced that the clan's deterioration is at last reaching its conclusion. At the practice facility, Mujin gathers his siblings for a training session. Mujin elucidates the notion of comprehensive training to them, conveying that they are anticipated to move with great fluidity. He articulates that it is a foundational movement methodology he devised himself, drawing from numerous authentic combat encounters. The duo is astonished upon hearing this. Soi Eon interjects, voicing her astonishment as Elder Joe asserted that Mujin lacks genuine combat experience. Dojin finds it hard to fathom that his sister is essentially stating the facts. Mujin subsequently proposes that they transition beyond the monotonous discussions, instructing the duo to approach him utilizing the fundamental fist technique they have acquired. The duo assumes their stance, and they pursue Mujin simultaneously. However, their actions ultimately result in Mujin's disillusionment. The exhibition from the duo caused Mujin to ponder whether they genuinely hailed from a combat lineage. He recognizes that the pair lacks the fundamental techniques necessary to even qualify as martial arts. Irritated by the subpar performance they are exhibiting, he instructs them to cease. He expresses that they should cease practice for the day due to a throbbing pain in his head. The pair is taken aback by his assertion of having a headache, especially since they hadn't even made contact with his head. Mujin subsequently deceives them, claiming that the pair possesses greater proficiency than he had anticipated. He informs them that their sole priority at present is to enhance their physical capabilities before delving into any sophisticated methods. Subsequent to their departure, Mujin comprehends that he faces a significant challenge ahead, and it will not be straightforward. He subsequently recognizes that his mentor must have faced considerable challenges in his training as well. Nevertheless, Mujin is determined to revive the clan's former glory, as he is the one responsible for the events that transpired. Moreover, Mujin seeks to conquer the singular individual he could not overcome in his former existence. Mujin subsequently seizes his blade and commences his individual practice, and he can distinctly perceive that the blade has become remarkably weightless in his grasp. He also realizes that his velocity is escalating with each iteration of blade techniques. A few days later, Du and Zhou ultimately resume their responsibilities. Messick informs him that they have accomplished all his requests, and he praises them for an excellent silent effort. However, Mesick desired additional achievements. Mujin furiously cautions him about the potential consequences had he arrived at the location a moment later. He then admonishes the elders, informing them that they will face dire repercussions if they attempt such a trick again. The pair concedes this and inclines their heads to Mujin while expressing regret for their folly. Shortly thereafter, the aforementioned Taoist who attended to Mujin Du Yongsu arrives. Mujin is unaware of his own identity, and he has previously offended him before Mesick informs him that he is the Taoist who attended to him. Mesick expresses remorse to the elderly gentleman, explaining that Mujin has not completely healed, which accounts for his behavior. However, Mujin retaliates by dismissing him for speaking ill of him. Mujin subsequently chooses to go along with the situation, expressing to the elder his apologies for failing to recognize him. Mujin encourages the man to accompany him, as he is likely fatigued from his extensive travels. A few days prior, Mesick informed Mujin regarding the Taoist monk, mentioning that he had received the Taoist heritage of the Wudang school. Mesick asserts that Mujin's recovery was a result of the beneficial energy therapy provided by the monk, and he discloses that the head steward expended a substantial amount to summon the Taoist. At this moment, Mujin is pleased to finally encounter the individual. This is the reason he is beckoning him into the enclosure. Mujin subsequently inquires whether it is accurate that he has inherited the Wudang sect's Taoist heritage, and Yongsu verifies this while maintaining a composed demeanor. He asserts that he is the sole Taoist to have received the core of the Wudang sect's authentic heritage. As soon as Mujin perceives this, he stomps his feet and inquires of him. In all earnestness, if he is indeed the Wudang White Immortal, it is perplexing as he has never encountered any surviving heir of Wudang's Taoist heritage. Yongsu desires to behave foolishly, yet Mujin informs him that he has a limited opportunity to confess before he alters his decision. The Taoist upholds his purity, questioning Mujin if he is skeptical of the singular individual who restored him. However, Mujin promptly draws his massive blade. He informs Yongsu that as he professes to be a Taoist, he ought to have no difficulty evading his blow. Mujin brandishes his blade and narrowly avoids cleaving the elderly man in two, yet the impact creates a significant indentation in the ground. Mesick and the elders fearfully react upon witnessing this, as they suspect he is losing his sanity. Mujin instructs the group to remain silent and fetch him some water, as he intends to reveal something amusing to them. As soon as the water reaches, Mujin drenches Yongsu with it. Yongsu continues to pretend as though he is oblivious, as he inquires of Mujin whether this is how gratitude is shown within the clan. Mujin dismisses him and seizes his lengthy beard, which promptly detaches, astounding the ancients and Mesick. Even Yongsu acknowledges that he is in a predicament as they have discovered that he is sporting a counterfeit beard. Mujin mocks him, remarking that he even attempted his utmost to affix the beard meticulously. Yongsu quickly discovers himself responding to Mujin and his associates. Mesick inquires of Mujin about his intentions regarding the individual. Mujin responds that he has no plans of releasing Yongsu, and he adds that he might simply sever his limbs and transform him into a eunuch as well. Yongsu panics upon hearing this and begins pleading with Mujin for mercy. Mujin reassures him that he has no desire to take his life, as doing so would eliminate any chance of recovering his funds. Mujin states that he merely wants to amputate his extremities, yet Yongsu pleads in terror, imploring Mujin to spare his limbs. Yongsu vows to reimburse all the funds he deceitfully acquired. Mujin agrees to the arrangement but informs him that he will also impose a fee for sparing his extremities and masculinity. Fearful for his safety, Yongsu assures Mujin that he is willing to repay any sum, provided Mujin spares his completeness. He then inquires about the amount the man received from him, to which he discloses that he compensated him with 50 gold naang. Mujin listens to this and conveys his discontent regarding Du's naivety in being deceived by Yongsu's trickery. In his justification, Du mentions that he had heard Yongsu was an exceptional healer. Mujin subsequently directs his attention to Yongsu, informing him that his initial action will be to reimburse the 50 gold. Yongsu discloses his plan to repay the sum but asserts that the funds are located at his home in Jinyang. Without reluctance, Mujin instructs him to guide the route to Jinyang, situated 4 hours distant. Du and Zhou inquire whether they ought to accompany them, but Mujin informs them that it is unnecessary, as they are still recuperating. He encourages them to remain indoors and ensure that there is no disturbance. As he departs with Yongsu, Du perceives Zhou's apprehension, and he encourages him to have faith in the guy regarding the issue, as he is no longer the individual he once was. Shortly thereafter, they arrive at the location where Yongsu's carriage is poised, and Mujin is astonished to observe the kind of opulent vehicle that the gentleman is traveling in. This essentially illustrates the success of his fraudulent enterprise. Mujin is even more astonished when he enters the carriage and observes the extent of its adornment. The interior is upholstered with cotton and adorned with leather, and Young-soo asserts that it is flawlessly executed since he journeys frequently, making comfort an essential requirement. Mujin grins, remarking that Young-soo possesses a formidable work ethic for an individual in the culinary field, and inquires as to why he isn't engaging in legitimate employment given his expertise. Young-soo lowers his gaze to Mujin, promising him that he intends to pursue something genuine from that point onward. Mujin subsequently reclines at ease, informing the elderly man that he requires rest. He proposes that he rouse him upon their arrival at the destination. Young-soo recognizes the instruction and assures Mujin that he will awaken him the instant they reach. Beneath the surface, Young-soo harbors malevolent feelings toward Mujin, and he eagerly anticipates demonstrating the consequences of transgressing against him. The carriage swiftly sets off, and following several hours of journeying, they reach a tranquil and isolated section of the woodland. Young-soo emerges from the coach to encounter an associate who seems to be a robber. He informs the fellow that Mujin is soundly slumbering within the carriage. He instructs the marauder to pull him out and set a precedent with him. The large individual is thrilled to undertake this, as he is unaware of why anyone would interfere with the affairs of a Taoist. A large individual strides into the carriage and throws a punch towards Mujin. Just as his strike is poised to connect, Mujin pivots to parry the blow with his blade. Mujin grins malevolently as he inquires whether they have reached their destination yet. Mujin is repulsed by the man looming over him, and he propels him out of the vehicle, startling Young-soo. The outlaw experiences the sensation of Mujin's strike coursing through his frame, prompting him to adopt a more earnest approach, as the assertion regarding Mujin's prowess proves to be no mere exaggeration. Mujin gradually exits the carriage, inquiring with Young-soo about their destination, which has turned out to be a secluded woodland. Mujin ultimately understands that he is also a mark for the Taoist. He initially believed he was merely a con artist, but soon he discerned that he had additional plots as well. Mujin isn't insulted by this, as he was seeking some excitement regardless. Mujin emanates an intense presence from his physique while expressing to the large individual that he is eager to discover his true capabilities. The large individual acknowledges the force radiating from Mujin. He summons the remainder of his crew to emerge so that they can jointly confront Mujin. 3 additional large individuals materialize from their concealed locations, and it appears that they are referred to as the 4 demons of Zhongshan. As soon as Mujin examines them closely, he notices that they are harnessing infernal power. However, he refrains from mentioning it. Mujin alludes to the diversity in their armaments and expresses his desire to witness the extent of their abilities. Without further delay, Mujin sprints toward the captain of the group and propels him away from his comrades. He places him in a position of vulnerability as he persistently unleashes a succession of assaults against him. The remainder of the group quickly understands that Mujin is targeting solely the man, and they spring into action to assist him. Even the individual under assault is experiencing the intense impact of Mujin's blows. He likens his strikes to those of a formidable mallet. He quickly loses his equilibrium, and Mujin strikes him in the visage, shattering his lips. At that moment, the remaining members of the team arrive, and the nearest individual attempts to sever Mujin's head with his axe. However, Mujin effortlessly evades and administers a forceful elbow strike to his abdomen, resulting in the man yelling in intense agony. The remaining duo attempts to subdue Mujin with a coordinated assault, yet he evades, compelling the pair to stretch their limbs excessively. This provides an opportunity for Mujin to effortlessly strike one of them to the floor. Mujin subsequently pursues the final individual, and the guy attempts to thwart Mujin's assault with his blade, yet it fractures immediately before him. Mujin's blade nearly cleaves the man in two, yet Mujin restrains himself. The man's existence flashes before his eyes, and as he continues to quiver from the experience, Mujin propels him into the air with a forceful strike to the torso. With this, Mujin brings the 4 to their knees, and he has them on their knees grappling for breath. In the midst of the battle, he has verified that they are employing infernal techniques. Yet this prompts him to ponder the existence of infernal practices in the heartland. Mujin regards them as his subordinates, and he has no desire to eliminate his subordinates. He is pondering his next move when the team leader shouts, informing Mujin that they are surrendering. He implores Mujin for mercy. At this moment, Young-soo comprehends that he is in deep trouble, as Mujin effortlessly vanquished the 4 fiends of Zhongshan. The captain of the group concedes that they realized Mujin was significantly superior after the initial few maneuvers. Mujin then inquires why they continued to play games when they were already aware of this. Mujin guarantees the men that he will show them mercy mercy, yet he intends to obliterate their energy cores and cut their meridians. As soon as they perceive this, the team leader drops to his knees and pleads with Mujin not to sabotage their existence as martial artists since they merely followed instructions. Mujin subsequently advises the individual to cease their complaints as they are already advanced in age. Mujin insists on discovering who instructed them, and the man first feigns ignorance until Mujin expresses his desire to become acquainted with his mentor. He observes that it is evident they are harnessing malevolent energy, albeit in a feeble manner. Mujin is intrigued to discover who imparted the knowledge of dark sorcery to them, and the team leader discloses that they are unaware of his name. Mujin is infuriated upon hearing this, as he cannot fathom that they are merely a group of inept followers unaware of their mentor's identity. The team leader then admits that their master has never revealed his name to them, and further remarks that they should refrain from seeking out his other disciples. Mujin responds that they ought to have simply focused on honing their skills in subpar martial arts rather than resorting to thievery. The team leader promptly clarifies Mujin's misunderstanding, stating that they are not criminals. He points out that they merely assisted with their siblings' enterprise on the side. Mujin is taken aback upon hearing this and reprimands them for assisting him despite their awareness of Yongsu's dealings. It is at this moment that the team leader discloses that they thought he was engaged in the endeavor of preserving lives. Mujin chooses to release them, instructing them to cease their servitude to Yongsu. He warns them that he will end their lives if he ever witnesses them engaging in wrongdoing again. The team leader expresses gratitude to Mujin for showing them compassion. Mujin pivots towards Yongsu, informing him that the total of the invoice he is about to settle has just escalated. In reality, he is about to compensate for the disturbance to his mental well-being, which leaves Yongsu utterly appalled. Subsequent to the departure of the carriage, the four siblings abruptly realize that Mujin is an individual deserving of their reverence as a mentor. The quartet subsequently pursues the carriage and manages to bring it to a halt. Mujin is pondering the reason for the halt of the carriage, until he emerges to discover the four kneeling before him and addressing him as their superior. The quartet expresses their unwavering allegiance, promising that they will devote themselves to him for the rest of their lives. They implore Mujin to accept them, yet Mujin is convinced that the quartet is enduring hardship due to his assaults. He attempts to cast them aside, yet the four bellow even more powerfully, insisting that he tend to their needs while disclosing that they remain relatively youthful. This catches Mujin off guard, as he perceives the quartet as elderly men, given their unattractive appearances. Mujin asserts that the four individuals cannot be younger than himself, as he is 23 years of age. He inquires whether they have experienced an energy anomaly or something similar. The head of the quartet is taken aback by this, as they anticipate Mujin to simply accept that they are youthful. Mujin expresses his astonishment that practitioners of dark magic were able to become fighters for the devastated families of the orthodox faction, as it fundamentally lacks rational justification. The oldest of the quartet, Chilmuk, age 21, then informs Mujin that his mentor consistently stated that practicing demonic arts is a lifestyle choice, rather than a matter of allegiance or group. Also gazing at Mujin is the youngest among them, an 18-year-old who seems unimpressed. Mujin concurs with Chil's perspective, yet ponders what kind of orthodox family would embrace practitioners of dark sorcery, as they could easily become entangled in controversies. The younger sibling, Dong Jayak, age 20, interjects, informing Mujin that no one would have the audacity to express such a sentiment, as they would merely end up with their heads bashed. The third brother, Yung Tai, who is 19, concurs with this assertion as well. Mujin subsequently informs them that they must adhere to all of his directives if they wish to be part of a household, and the quartet exclaims together, informing him of their intention to dedicate themselves. Exasperated by their cries and everything else, Mujin is compelled to inform the siblings that they have now become fighters of the Flame Hua clan. Shortly thereafter, they reach Yung Su's expansive estate, and he beckons them into the dwelling. His attendants are taken aback to find him with unfamiliar expressions, and they inquire about what transpired, yet Yung Su directs his aides to arrange a meal in the annex. Nevertheless, Mujin instructs him to disregard the meal, as they must proceed to the treasure chamber without delay. Yung Su concedes and begins guiding them toward the treasure chamber, as his attendants nearly soil themselves due to the terrifying aura of the four fiends. Mujin is also astonished that Yung Su has been thriving so comfortably due to the funds he has deceitfully obtained over the years. At that moment, they encounter a fighter, B. Sajin. Sajin inquires of Yung Su if there is an issue. However, Yung Su hurriedly approaches to inform him that everything is fine. He encourages him to return to the residence, but Sajin persists, demanding that Yung Su reveal what is troubling him. Mujin interjects, inquiring of Sajin why he persistently involves himself in others' affairs when they have already requested commanded him to step back. Mujin points out that it is evident he is a visitor of Young-soo, therefore, he ought to avoid the entire circumstance because visitors are not meant to interfere in domestic matters. Sajin disparages Mujin, remarking that he has a loud mouth. Chilmuk is eager to intervene regarding Sajin, but Young-soo advises him to hold back as it is merely a miscommunication. Young-soo instructs Sajin to withdraw, and he opts to present Mujin and the quartet to Sajin, informing him that they are his visitors. Rather than merely remaining passive, Sajin opts to become increasingly insolent upon discovering that Mujin is the commander of the Flame Waklon. Mujin dismisses him, instructing him to step aside once he has finished spewing nonsense. Mujin is on the verge of passing him when Sajin admonishes Mujin, expressing that he ought to feel disgraceful for associating with malevolent practitioners while instilling fear in ordinary citizens. He further remarks that Mujin's grandfather would be lamenting in his tomb given the current situation. And he doesn't halt at that. He continues by labeling Mujin as a worthless piece of refuse as well. Even Young-soo berates Sajin for overstepping her boundaries. However, Sajin reassures Young-soo that he is a professional and would never be defeated by someone as despicable as Mujin. At that moment, one of the siblings brandishes his firearm as he approaches to confront Sajin, imploring Mujin for his consent. Mujin subsequently reassures him not to fret as he intends to manage the matter personally. He bounds into the aircraft arena, encouraging Sajin to accompany him, and Sajin enthusiastically proceeds to do so. Sajin races towards Mujin with the aim of piercing him. However, Mujin intercepts the assault with his massive blade. He praises his swordsmanship but informs him that he is deficient in power. Mujin persists in teasing Sajin. Before long, Sajin begins to sense the intense tremors shaking his sword. The four demons observe this and realize it is the end for the man, as he is already trapped in a corner by Mujin. They indicate that his blade is on the verge of shattering, and if his blade remains intact, his cranium is destined to fracture. As anticipated, Sajin's blade splinters, and Mujin grins malevolently prior to propelling the fellow into the barrier. The quartet of demons is not astonished by this, and Mujin instructs one of them to toss his metal baton to him. As the man informs Mujin that his grandfather is likely to weep in his tomb, Mujin informs him that he will ensure he sends him to his grandfather. Mujin begins striking the man with such intensity that his wails reverberate throughout the entire residence. The quartet is astonished by how Mujin is thrashing the man as if he were an infant. Young-soo becomes frantic upon recognizing that Sajin is on the brink of death, and he hastens to confront Mujin, pleading for mercy and promising Mujin that he will atone for his existence. Young-soo indicates that Sajin has connections with the unconventional martial spheres, and it would be detrimental if they permitted someone like that individual to perish in his residence. Young-soo guarantees Mujin that he will cover the expenses for Sajin's existence, regardless of the amount required. Mujin grins upon hearing this, remarking that he believed Young-soo was placing his faith in Sajin. Shortly thereafter, they enter the Vault of Treasures, and Mujin remarks on Young-soo's immense wealth. Mujin is quick to act, proposing that they commence with the calculations. He begins by addressing the four fiends, stating that the value of each of their lives is 500 gold coins. Young-soo is incredulous, as Mujin has just consented to welcome the four into the clan, yet he is still required to compensate for their existence. Mujin proceeds to inform Young-soo that the remuneration for his limbs amounts to 200 gold, whereas his life is valued at 300 gold. Mujin subsequently informs Young-soo that Sajin's existence is valued at 1,000 gold, due to his extreme impoliteness. Finally, Mujin conveys to Young-soo that he will compensate him for his emotional distress, amounting to 3,000 gold. Upon completing his calculations, Mujin simply informs the man that he desires all of his possessions. He inquires if there are any objections to this. However, Young-soo responds negatively, with tears streaming down his face, as Mujin is more despicable than even outlaws. Before long, the quartet begins to gather all the cash in the space, and Mujin notices a partition positioned in the corner. He perceives an unusual atmosphere emanating from the display, and Young-soo observes that Mujin is gazing at the display. Young-soo inquires whether he enjoys the display, but Mujin responds that he is uncertain. Young-soo subsequently remarks that the folding screen is the creation of an individual known as Master Jang So-sun. Unexpectedly, Young-soo informs Mujin that he is welcome to utilize the screen if he desires. Without a moment's pause, Mujin consents to seize the opportunity, and Young-soo is astonished by Mujin's sheer eagerness. As soon as they finish placing the valuables into Young-soo's cart, Mujin informs him that he will be utilizing the carriage as he undoubtedly has no further need for it. Young-soo expresses no opposition to this and indicates to Mujin that he is free to take it. With this, Mujin Mujin and the quartet of demons depart. As Mujin advises young Su to ensure he leads an upright existence, Mujin informs him that they will meet again at another occasion, but young Su wishes fervently that their paths do not cross again, as he has essentially stripped him of all he possesses. Young Su begins to ponder what misstep he took that led him to encounter a madman like Mujin. Upon their eventual arrival at the Hua clan estate, Masik panics. He begins inquiring of Mujin about the origin of his wealth, as he is certain that he has committed murder for it. Mujin guarantees him that he did not commit murder for the cash, yet he implores him to retain the money as they were experiencing a financial shortage. Mujin subsequently inquires of Masik whether the 4 demonic siblings appear aged to him. Masik notes that based on everything he observes, they have clearly surpassed 40 years. Mujin grins upon hearing this, expressing his intention to share this information with the 4 of them. Mujin subsequently inquires of Masik regarding the whereabouts of Zhou and Du, as he has not encountered them since his return. It is at this moment that Masik realizes that the duo is presently entertaining significant visitors in the reception area. Masik informs Mujin that they had previously instructed him to summon Mujin as soon as he arrives. Mujin is taken aback upon learning that they have visitors, and he promptly presumes that yet another fraudster has arrived. However, Masik clarifies the situation, asserting that he is mistaken. He also encourages him to refrain from assaulting the guests. Mujin subsequently proceeds to the reception area, where the senior members enthusiastically present him to the trio of trade association heads who have been backing the clan during challenging periods. The initial trade chief presents himself as Peng Quan-o, head of the Pengyang Commercial Consortium. The second individual is Dong Guanyo, chief of the Moor-Yong Trading Alliance, and the third individual is Huang Yuqing, the master of the Golden Finance Manor. The group conveys their delight at Mujin's return to good health, and Mujin reciprocates the sentiment. Following a few moments of exchanging thoughts and tea, Mujin inquires whether they are present to retrieve the obligations that the clan owes. This revelation astonishes the trio, and they informed Mujin that they have no desire to exert any pressure on him for repayment, as their sole purpose for visiting was to extend their congratulations upon learning of his awakening. They also expressed remorse if their presence has caused him any unease. Mujin subsequently expresses his appreciation to the trio for their unwavering assistance, yet he assures them that their compensation will be managed appropriately. Mujin notes that he has only recently regained his faculties and is still not entirely cognizant of the clan's present condition. Consequently, he informs them that he desires to ascertain the complete debt that the clan owes to their organizations. Zhou is taken aback by Mujin's mention of repayment, but Mujin dismisses him and persists with his remarks. He advises the 3 that they must determine the precise figure before they can deliberate on the repayment timeline, and the trio consents to reveal the estimated figures. Regarding the Pengyang Trading Consortium, the clan is indebted to them for 5,300 gold. For the Golden Finance Estate, the clan's obligation is 3,200 gold. Finally, the clan owes 1,900 gold to the Murdiang Merchant Alliance. Once they have finished revealing the sum, Mujin calculates it to be 10,400 gold. At that moment, the merchant leaders choose to express a concern that has been troubling them. They disclose that they have experienced pressure from the Chonghua Trading Consortium. This astonishes Mujin. The trio discloses that the Chonghua group has been leveraging their substantial monetary influence to create difficulties for them, as they are exerting pressure on the Hua clan regarding the debts they possess. Indeed, the Chonghua Consortium has cornered the market on all their trade commodities and severed ties with all the merchant associations that previously engaged with them. They even resorted to the most brazen tactic by poaching their branch supervisors. The group is compelled to acknowledge that they can no longer summon the fortitude to withstand the anguish. Evidently, they are facing coercion to relinquish their rights to the debt, which is the reason they felt compelled to voice their concerns. Mujin subsequently expresses his gratitude for all of their assistance thus far, as they were the sole individuals who supported the tribe during its disintegration. Mujin informs them that he recognizes the importance of adequately reciprocating gratitude, and he guarantees them that he will reimburse all that they are due without delay. This astonishes the trio. Mujin further states that in exchange for their support and assistance, the clan intends to liberate their factions from the clutches of the Chonghua Trading Consortium. This astonishes the trio, and they inquire of Mujin whether he intends to exert power on their account. Mujin affirms this, stating that this precisely reflects his intent. Du voices his apprehension, informing Mujin that the Chonghua organization is supported by the formidable Kongdong sect, which is among the most formidable factions within the entire Morim. The group recognizes that Du is panicking, and they encourage him to relax, informing him that settling the debt is sufficient, as they wish to avoid a confrontation between the Hua clan and the Kongdong sect. They guarantee do that their thoughts are now tranquil, and as they express this, Mujin stays silent. Subsequent to the conclusion of the gathering, the trio departs, hoping for greater achievements for the group in the times ahead. Mujin subsequently instructs Du to promptly collect intelligence on the Chonghua group, beginning with their financials, operational territories, merchandise, and also their affiliations with the Kongdong sect. Du panics upon hearing this, and it occurs to him that Mujin may truly be earnest about his claims. Mujin is taken aback that Du even believes he is jesting. He reminds Du that he has already stated that resentments and benevolence must be resolved explicitly. Mujin asserts that the Chonghua group will persist in being a nuisance if they permit them to keep functioning. Mujin further asserts that if they are unable to safeguard the merchant associations when required, they will not offer assistance to them in the future. As a result, Mujin is willing to assist them, even if only for a single occasion. Nevertheless, he is aware that the trio will likely regard the entire matter as the reckless audacity of a madman. At that moment, Mook arrives, informing Mujin that they have fulfilled the assignment he entrusted to them. Mujin is pleased to learn this, and he instructs the assembly to come together so they can welcome the clan's elder and chief steward. Du and Zhou nearly lose consciousness upon discovering that they are gazing at the quartet of demon siblings. The quartet expresses their reverence towards the elders, requesting them to care for their well-being. Yet the pair is too astonished to respond at all. Mujin advises the pair not to be overly astonished just yet, as there is something even more surprising on the horizon. He notes that the quartet is younger than he is, and the older individuals nearly lose their composure. Even Masek, positioned at the rear, struggles to accept what he is hearing. Conversely, the siblings ponder why the elderly are panicking due to their presence. The elders subsequently inquire of Mujin why he introduced the 4 demon siblings without seeking their counsel beforehand. Mujin subsequently tosses it back to them, inquiring whether they sought his counsel when they attempted to covertly remove his siblings from the estate. Mujin subsequently informs the elders that he possesses the power to decide whether the 4 siblings remain or depart. He reminds them that he is the individual destined to become the forthcoming clan leader. Mujin subsequently directs Masek to procure a cow. Du is taken aback by this announcement and reminds Mujin that they are out of funds since they recently disbursed more than 10,000 gold to the trading factions. Mujin remains quiet, and he effortlessly leads them to the Vault of Riches, where they nearly lose their sanity. Mujin informs them that he obtained all the information from Yongsu, yet he assures them that he did not take his life. Du inquires with Mujin regarding the folding screen, and Mujin indicates that Yongsu asserts it is one of Jang Sosen's creations. Du nearly faints in astonishment upon hearing this. Mujin further states that the minimum price they will offer for the display is 90 gold, which is the reason he acquired it. Given that there are funds available, Mujin instructs Masek to cease his chatter and simply procure the meat. In the interim, Mujin is aware that there is an issue with the collapsible display. The subsequent morning, Mujin summons his siblings, the quartet of demon brethren, along with the clan mentors. Mujin informs them that he has reached the determination that they all require specialized training. He states that the essence of swordplay lies in the physique that employs it. Regardless of how exceptional the martial discipline may be, it becomes ineffective if the physique is feeble. As a result, Mujin informs them that they will all commence specialized training, which he will personally oversee. He subsequently informs them that the bag of rice resting at their feet weighs 144 kilograms, and this will serve as their steadfast training companion. Mujin further states that the rice is not for consumption, and if he spots any of them attempting to eat it, they will be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, Dojin and Soyeon observe that their own bags weigh no more than 15 kilograms at most. Chilboin subsequently inquires of Mujin regarding what they should do with the bags, and he instructs them to elevate them onto their shoulders. Chilboin is astonished to learn this, and another fighter expresses dissatisfaction, mentioning that the bag is excessively heavy for even 2 individuals to hoist. Nevertheless, Mujin's expression shifts, and he yells at them to seize the bag or face his wrath. He informs them that his blade may not be sufficient to sever smoothly, yet a strike from it would undoubtedly shatter their bones. He informs them that they have the option of choosing between retrieving the bag or engaging in a spar with him. Frightened by Mujin's remarks, the fighters swiftly grab the bags. Nevertheless, Mujin informs the quartet of demon siblings that they are to transport 3 bags apiece, and if they prefer not to, they are welcome to engage in a duel with him. The apprehension of engaging in sparring with Mujin drives the quartet to promptly transport 3 bags as their eyeballs threaten to burst. The seniors become alarmed upon witnessing this, as they begin to speculate about Mujin's intentions. Mujin persists in inspiring them, affirming that they possess the power to raise the sack provided they maintain the appropriate attitude. Mujin asserts that there is nothing unachievable, as the only outcome of failure is death. After everyone has gathered their bags, including his brothers and sisters, he instructs them to begin sitting and rising. He informs them that they will be doing this 200 times. Mujin initiates the action, commanding the others to trail behind him as he bellows the directive. The ensemble yells as they strive to uphold the position, yet Mujin persists in motivating them, instructing them to engage their abdomens and elevate or else they risk peril. Mook can sense his whole physique colliding beneath him, but he is aware that he is finished if he cannot withstand it, as Mujin would effortlessly pummel him into submission. The seniors begin to contemplate what type of training approach Mujin has committed the fighters to, as viewing it solo can be draining. As they remain seated and upright, Mujin persistently inspires them, asserting that their actions thus far have merely squandered the clan's provisions under the guise of being martial artists. He informs them that they lack the authority to voice grievances regarding the training or any other matters, as they are unworthy of existence if they cannot withstand such a small trial. As twilight descends, they ultimately arrive at 200, and one of them crumbles the instant he completes the tally. Mujin is not enthusiastic about having to dedicate the entire day merely to prepare. He makes it clear that their endurance is pitiable and that they are unworthy of being referred to as martial artists. He subsequently informs them that from that instant onward, they shall merge with the rice bags. He instructs them to practice with the bags, dine alongside them, and even rest with them. He states that the bag is their ally until he indicates differently. He subsequently instructs Jung to secure everyone to their bags, and anyone who loosens the bag would have their existence unraveled as well. Jung is so fatigued that he longs to gaze upon his mother's visage. As Mujin proceeds to his chamber, he informs Masek that henceforth everyone shall receive beef for every repast. Masek subsequently inquires whether he should ready the bathing water, but Mujin informs him that he will notify him when he is prepared. As Mujin collapses onto his mattress, he dozes off instantaneously. That evening, the entire assembly gathers in the dining area, with their bags secured to their supports while they dine. One of the combatants pivots towards his superior and remarks that his hands are trembling, despite the fact that they solely focused on training their legs. His superior informs him that he is not alone in experiencing these feelings. Evidently, this has never occurred during their training with their former instructor, which renders it completely peculiar. The following day, the grueling regimen persists, and they are obligated to perform push-ups this time. Mujin ensures to observe their position while they carry out the assignment he entrusted to them, even though he is simultaneously engaged in it as well. Jill Boyne is astonished that the fighters are all performing the push-ups, despite the fact that it is incredibly taxing. The subsequent day, they conduct the training outdoors as they huddle around the settlement with the bags slung over their shoulders. The inhabitants gaze in terror as they attempt to comprehend what it is that they are observing. The instruction persists the following day as they heave the bags up and down. Even Mujin is experiencing the discomfort, yet he is astonished that his brothers and sisters are faring better than anticipated. He contemplates whether he ought to increase the challenge. The following day, he guides the team to a river with a furious flow. The fighters are astonished upon witnessing this, and as they continue to question their presence there, Mujin informs them that their objective is to traverse the river while transporting the bags. The flow of the water alone intimidates the fighters, and to compound the peril, there is a waterfall at the river's conclusion that heightens the risk significantly. Amidst the others' turmoil, Soyeon is thrilled to engage in the demanding training. Abruptly, it occurs to her that Dojin lacks the ability to swim, and she proposes that they inform Mujin regarding this matter. Concurrently, the elders inform Mujin that traversing the river could be unfeasible due to the swift current. They note that individuals have perished while attempting to cross, especially those burdened with heavy loads on their shoulders. Mujin grins at the elderly gentleman for being overly concerned, reassuring them that everything has been thoroughly evaluated prior to their decision to move forward. The seniors are perplexed as they are unaware of when Mujin assessed the river passage. Mujin simply disregards them, instructing the fighters that they must either traverse the river or battle him. As soon as the warriors comprehend the gravity of the situation, they begin leaping after Mujin. Even Mook advises his companions that it is preferable for them to contend with the current than to confront Mujin. Before they realize it, each of them is already leaping into the river. Even Dojin has no alternative but to leap into the river despite being unfamiliar with swimming. Dojin is eager to demonstrate that he too belongs to the ranks of the Flamehwa clan's fighters, what drives him to leap in. Nevertheless, the current is excessively powerful and Dojin struggles to maintain pace. Before he realizes it, he relinquishes his hold and begins descending to the riverbed. The senior members observe this and yell at Mujin, instructing him that Dojin is being carried away. Unexpectedly, Boyne pursues Dojin and successfully successfully seizes him just in the nick of time. He advises him to inhale deeply and grasp him firmly, as they are set to advance directly into the autumn, given that it is already past the point of no return. Consequently, the duo plunges head first into the cascade, and the ancients cry out in terror. Nevertheless, shortly thereafter, Dojin and Boin appear on the horizon. Boin praises Dojin, expressing that he performed admirably, and Dojin expresses his gratitude for rescuing him. Mujin arrives at the location, inquiring if Dojin is alright and hasn't collided with anything. Dojin reassures Mujin that he is alright since Boin arrived just in time to rescue him. Conversely, Boin is astonished that Mujin appeared immediately afterward, prompting him to ponder how long he had been tailing them. Mujin subsequently advises Dojin not to exert himself excessively, as it would be detrimental if anything were to occur to him. Dojin responds to his sibling, expressing his willingness to see this through to the conclusion, as he cannot remain a youth indefinitely. With intense resolve, Dojin asserts that he can only truly become a legitimate martial artist of the Manhwa clan if he maintains his strength. The following day, the fighters must ascend a rugged precipice while bearing the burdens on their shoulders. As soon as they attain the midpoint, Mujin urges them to ascend swiftly, as plummeting from their present location signifies inevitable demise. One of the fighters, a brown-haired man, determines that Mujin is irrational and ought to have remained behind. Yet abruptly, he loses his balance. He begins to tumble, yet successfully seizes one of the combatants. He implores the guy to assist him, and he encourages him to seize the stone before him. Subsequently, the fighters dash back to the estate as Mujin informs them that anyone who lags will be compelled to bear him on their shoulders. A child observing the entire event feels compelled to inquire of his mother whether the fighters are inmates on death row. However, his mother informs him that they are champions of the Manhwa tribe. Abruptly, Soyeon tumbles to the earth, and Elder Jo hurries over to inquire about her. She seems to be fatigued, and she implores Jo to assist her by carrying her. Elder Jo swiftly lifts her, and as they stroll by the other fighters, they discover that Soyeon was merely feigning fatigue. Mujin becomes aware that certain individuals are dissatisfied with this, and he informs them that they are at liberty to crumble like a young girl, as they are all measuring themselves against her. Nevertheless, he informs them that anyone who does so may as well be endorsing their own death sentence. Upon arriving at the estate, they all collapse onto the earth, completely drained. At that moment, one of the fighters, who assisted the brown-haired individual, approached him and reprimanded him for consistently falling behind during practice. He yells at him, inquiring how much longer he intends to be a coward. He urges him to cease holding others back if he realizes he lacks the fortitude to keep pace. At that moment, the man reveals that he is undertaking this action because Mujin has threatened to take their lives. Evidently, he has intended to abandon the entire warrior endeavor for quite a while now. Nonetheless, he is apprehensive that Mujin may simply eliminate him if he expresses a desire to resign. The man subsequently yells at him, declaring that he is fearful of Mujin, which is the reason he has been falling behind in his training. The man menaces to eliminate the brunette because he is unworthy of being a fighter. Nevertheless, Boin interjects, informing the colossal individual that not everyone can emulate his ways. The man behaves impolitely and strikes Boin in the crotch, informing him that he is simply going to commence by ending his life. Mook subsequently interjects, urging the fighter to retreat, asserting that Boin is correct. He notes that the brown-haired individual is striving to the best of his ability in his own manner. He emphasizes that the brown-haired member is also their sibling, as he has joined the clan as well. The massive individual contends that there is no chance they will gain strength if they continue to behave like a coward. However, Mook informs him that Mujin has been honing his skills for several years beyond their level, which is the reason everyone is expected to approach matters differently. Mook subsequently informs the individual that he is only capable of uttering such cruel remarks once he has successfully outperformed him. The towering man storms off in fury, warning the brown-haired individual that he will take his life if he inflicts any more suffering upon him. Later that evening, the enormous man exits the restroom when he perceives a sound coming from afar. He silently approaches to discover Mujin practicing with his blade in the dead of night, completely alone. The guy is astonished by the rapidity of Mujin's actions, and it occurs to him that Mujin is significantly beyond his capabilities, despite their close ages. Abruptly, Mujin perceives that an individual is observing, and he instructs anyone present to exit before he seeks them out. The man has no option but to emerge from concealment, and Mujin inquires about what he is engaged in. The man subsequently responds that he was returning from the lavatory and happened to stumble upon his training session. He assures that he has no desire to observe intentionally. Mujin informs him that he was already feeling weary of the entire training routine. He advises advises him to set down the rice bag and select a sword. The man is astounded to learn this, yet he complies with the directives. Mujin subsequently commands him to approach, and the man rushes towards Mujin with remarkable swiftness. Nevertheless, Mujin effortlessly deflects his strike while keeping his hand positioned behind him. The guy persists in taking action, and abruptly, he recognizes that he has accelerated beyond his previous speed. Mujin also observes this, and he concurs that the guy has improved. However, simultaneously, he is convinced that he has not yet attained concentration. Mujin successfully positions himself behind him, and he strikes him with such force on the back, tumbling him to the earth. Unexpectedly, the man promptly regains his footing. Mujin remarks on this, stating that he previously fell in a single blow, but it appears his power is now functional. Even the guy acknowledges that something has transformed within him, as he would have been left paralyzed if it had been prior. Mujin subsequently praises the individual and advises him to take some time to recuperate. The subsequent day, Mujin informs the fighters that they will focus on strengthening their core that day. He directs everyone to elevate the rice bag between their legs and grasp it firmly. The initial group complies with the directives, while the others remain in astonishment. Following, they have completed this task and hastily return to the village once more. The brown cap is on the verge of tumbling down when the enormous fellow unexpectedly approaches him, encouraging him to persevere as they are nearly at their destination. Mujin observes this, and he grins, pleased that his lessons are proving effective. A month later, Mujin assembles the fighters to inform them that the unique training has concluded. He informs them that they are permitted to loosen the bindings and place the bags down. Just as they are on the verge of beginning their festivities, Mujin informs them that this training will be conducted annually during the summer and winter periods. He notifies them that the forthcoming training session will take place in the upcoming winter, which is merely a few months ahead. Nonetheless, he informs them that it would be simpler, given that they have already undergone it before. Mujin essentially informs them that they have reached the conclusion of the training. However, he reminds them that a robust physique transforms into a formidable weapon. Nonetheless, he informs them that it is time for him to lead an individualized sparring session with them to enhance their expertise. He instructs them to advance as soon as he announces their names, and precisely as anticipated, they were all thoroughly incapacitated. However, the suffering yields insight, which subsequently fosters fresh transformation. Consequently, the quartet of demon siblings was completely integrated into the clan as mentors. In this manner, the faction slowly started to reclaim its past splendor that formerly served as a lighthouse in Shurchong. Subsequently, Du observes as Dojin engages in a sparring match with one of the trainers, and unexpectedly, he is maintaining his possess. The seniors are pleased to observe that Dojin has also retrieved his joyful expression. They are pleased that the quartet of demon siblings has made themselves at home, and this is entirely attributable to Mujin regaining his composure to fortify the clan. Du expresses that everything is progressing so positively that he is even feeling apprehensive. Evidently, Mujin has been trapped in the storage area for several days, and they are curious about when he will eventually emerge. Unbeknownst to them, Mujin is engaged in a psychological struggle with the folding partition. Mujin observes that the more he unleashes his internal power, the more forcefully it retaliates with an even greater strength. Nonetheless, he is eager to discover who will surrender first, himself or the partition. Days later, the partition screen ultimately depleted the remaining energy within it, providing Mujin a method to penetrate. Mujin subsequently approaches the mirror and activates a button that generates a container holding a verdant liquid. The odor emanating from the container is unpleasant, and Mujin concedes that the individual who set up the apparatus in the display is indeed peculiar. Mujin ultimately comprehends why he had been sensing an unusual toxic energy seeping out. Unexpectedly, a volume tumbles from the partition, and Mujin seizes it. To his astonishment, it is a guide on mental slicing sword techniques, which is precisely what they were attempting to conceal on the display. Mujin promptly settles down to examine the tome, yet ultimately, he finds himself disheartened. He realizes that all the content within the book is comparable to that of one of Hubei's top 10 martial arts masters. Although he feels let down, he does not regard it as a total squander of time. He perceives that the approach the proprietor employed in the cultivation technique diverges from his own, which relies on the arts of movement. Mujin concludes that the method will be far more compatible with the Flame Hua clan. Essentially, the reason he has been unable to impart the warrior swordsmanship is due to a divergence in his foundational cultivation approach compared to theirs. Evidently, the cornerstone of the peerless 9 swords lies in kinetic disciplines, whereas the essence of the Flame Hua clan is rooted in youthful vitality martial techniques. It is crucial to highlight that the two forces possess opposing characteristics, This suggests that haphazardly combining them could result in a distortion of energy. This is the primary rationale for why the Peerless Nine Swords should solely be entrusted to an untainted novice with no previous affiliation to any sect. Mujin discovers that he merely benefited from fortune, as the body into which he was reborn had its energy core obliterated, resulting in an immaculate state of void. This advantageous circumstance allowed him to effortlessly develop his movement techniques without any hindrances. Mujin grins at the volume in his grasp, aware that this is on the verge of transforming into the swordsmanship of the Flame Hua lineage. Soon thereafter, Mujin presents the book to the elders, urging them to peruse it. The elders are taken aback when they comprehend the significance of what they possess. They inform Mujin that it was the authentic manuscript of the mind-severing sword technique that had been missing for over a decade. They are astonished that such a prestigious martial art was concealed within the folding screen. Mujin suggests that young Su is probably unaware of its presence. Du subsequently inquires with Mujin if he genuinely aspires to instruct the warriors in the martial discipline, to which Mujin recalls that the clan lacks a formal swordsmanship system, deeming it essentially a stroke of fortune. Mujin indicates that beginning the following day, he intends to commence instructing the warriors, though he is uncertain whether the educators will be prepared to absorb the material. Mujin then departs, stating that he requires rest, but informs the elders that they are welcome to replicate it if they are also eager to acquire the knowledge. As soon as they perceive this, they begin to rejoice like fish that have just discovered a source of water. Moreover, the fighters rejoice as if they have just struck it rich upon learning about the martial discipline. Historically, the clan had been devoid of a combat style they could claim as their own. Given that this was a sophisticated practice, it further strengthened the warriors' bonds. As anticipated, Dojin and Soyeon eagerly leapt onto the bandwagon. Nonetheless, the quartet of demon siblings concentrated solely on their individual combat disciplines, as they were already rigorously honing their skills in their distinctive manner. Mujin is assured that, even in the absence of the mind-splitting techniques, the four possess the potential to ascend through the hierarchy of martial arts. Before they realized it, yet another month had gone by. Mujin enters the courtyard and is astonished to discover it vacant. Mujin subsequently inquires of Masek regarding the whereabouts of everyone. Masek indicates that the sparring competition, known as the Little Dragon Ascension Tournament, is currently taking place. Mujin feels bewildered upon hearing this, and Masek presumes he has forgotten. Masek notes that this is Shurchong's most significant occasion, occurring every 5 years. Evidently, the victor secures eligibility for the Orthodox Murim tournament. As soon as Mujin catches wind of this, he springs into action and dashes into the town without even inquiring from Masek about the location of the gathering. Mujin informs Masek that he ought to have mentioned something of this nature to him, and he feels sorrowful that the elderly individuals are attempting to relish the splendid performance on their own. In the interim, Joe and the children have reached the location of the tournament. They are inscribing their names when an impolite individual appears. It appears that the man is the principal steward of the Baek clan, Jiang Seun, who is accompanied by the delegate of the Baek clan, Baek Seon. Jiang conveys his astonishment upon encountering Joe and the Flame Hua clan at the competition. Joe overlooks the man's impoliteness and modestly acknowledges him. Nevertheless, the man persists in belittling the Flame Hua clan. He derides them, expressing astonishment that they can afford the entry fee for the competition. He inquires if Joe's clan has any provisions to consume after settling the tournament expenses. He also inquires whether they have settled the membership dues that have been outstanding for a decade. Jiang ridicules Joe for bringing the children, remarking that they resemble youngsters on the brink of starvation. By this moment, Dojin and Soyeon are also becoming increasingly frustrated. In the meantime, Mujin is wandering through the city, and he laments not inquiring with Masek about the location of the event. He gazes into the expanse and deduces that it is taking place where the throng is assembled. Simultaneously, two distinct characters, an elderly gentleman and the granddaughter, is observed strolling through the village. She is admiring the charm of the town when Mujin dashes by her, compelling her to move aside. Mujin subsequently halts before them, inquiring about the location of the gathering. Irritated, Mujin glances at the woman, inquiring if she is aware of the location of the event, but she merely gazes at him disdainfully. Mujin questions her about the reason for her disdainful look, and her grandfather interjects, informing Mujin that they, too, are meandering in search of the location since they are unfamiliar with the area. The elderly gentleman subsequently instructs Mujin to inform them should he succeed in locating it. However, Mujin hastens away, instructing them to locate the venue on their own since they possess legs as well. Mujin subsequently dashes away like a lunatic, prompting the woman to inquire of her grandfather what could possibly be troubling Mujin, as he has never encountered anyone as impolite as him before. before. The elderly gentleman subsequently observes that it seems insanity has entirely consumed Mujin. As soon as the elderly man utters this, it becomes apparent to the woman that her grandfather is referring to Mujin, the grandchild of Hua Jutai. The elderly gentleman is pleased that he attended in person, as an intriguing event is on the verge of unfolding. At the entrance of the establishment, the atmosphere between Zhou and Zhang has become increasingly strained. Zhou informs Zhang that the dues they are responsible for will be reimbursed shortly. Rather than retreating, Zhang continues to taunt Zhou, inquiring which year he intends to settle the He even derides them along with their clandestine skills. Weary of the nonsense he is spouting, Zhou grasps for his blade, advising him to avoid using inappropriate language in the presence of the children, as there is a threshold to his forbearance. Zhang subsequently draws his blade, challenging Zhou to unsheath his weapon. Merely moments before the pair can seize the opportunity to confront one another, Mujin arrives, instructing them to stand down as it is the children's day, and it would be detrimental if the grown-ups spoil it. In a grave tone and intimidating demeanor, Mujin emphasizes that the day belongs to the youth, who represent the promise of Sui Chong. Mujin strolls by Zhang, and as before, Zhang begins to berate Mujin as well. Mujin disregards him and strides over to his siblings, inquiring why they hadn't informed him about the extraordinary occasion taking place. While Dojin continues to stammer, while Soyeon interjects, explaining to Mujin that they aim to triumph in order to astonish him. Mujin gives Soyeon a gentle pat on the head for her mindset, yet Zhang remains incapable of remaining silent. He ridicules the faction for its lack of riches, and Mujin informs him that the paramount aspect of a clan is its martial prowess, rather than its financial status. At that moment, the elderly gentleman from earlier arrives, praising Mujin for articulating his thoughts admirably. The elderly gentleman subsequently directs his attention to Zhang, proposing that they sheathe their blades as it is an extraordinary occasion. Nevertheless, Zhang retorts that the old man should tend to his own affairs, as he is not a member of the Flame Hua clan. Zhang subsequently asserts that destitution is not a point of pride within a martial arts fraternity. He informs Mujin that he ought to have purchased fresh attire for his siblings prior to arriving to support them. He exacerbates the situation by suggesting that they must have utilized all of the funds for the admission fee. The situation reignites, but the elderly gentleman interjects. He asserts that attire holds no importance, as dressing elegantly does not transform a feeble martial artist into a master. Zhang is exasperated with the old man perpetually interfering and tells him to tend to his own affairs. Zhang ultimately chooses to withdraw as he feels he ought not to engage with the destitute. He expresses his desire to observe whether the training claimed by the clans proves beneficial in the arena. The elderly gentleman observes the fury etched on Mujin's countenance. He advises him not to let Zhang's words affect him, as there will always be individuals like him around. Mujin concurs and grins. Conversely, Zhou is gazing at the elderly gentleman, and he feels as though he appears recognizable, yet he is unable to identify his features. At that moment, one of the attendants arrives to inform Mujin and his group that they have arranged seats for. Mujin enters the Colosseum, and he is astonished by how tidily they arrange the dining table with dishes. The children are astonished by the cuisine. However, Mujin advises them against excessive eating, as they are uncertain about when the practice sessions will commence. Unexpectedly, the Beck family is escorted to the exclusive section, and Zhang pivots to offer Mujin a frosty grin. This has Mujin contemplating when precisely he will have the opportunity to thrash Zhang. In fact, he is already envisioning himself defeating Zhang by first extracting his eyes. At that moment, the elderly gentleman appears, requesting to join Mujin. Mujin contemplates why the elderly gentleman persistently trails him, yet he assures him that he is at liberty to pursue any course he desires. The children are on the verge of beginning their meal when Mujin engages with them through a covert whispering method. He instructs them to set down their food and refrain from touching anything until he has consumed from it first. The elderly gentleman's granddaughter, Hia, arrives accompanied by a bottle of spirits, and she decants a portion into his chalice. The elderly gentleman observes that Mujin is neither consuming food nor beverages, and he inquires about his condition. Mujin merely responds that he had eaten quite some time ago. Shortly thereafter, the MC, Sayak Ildo, enters the center of the arena to greet all attendees at the occasion. Evidently, he is the leader of the Sayak tribe, and he guarantees everyone that a meal has been arranged for them. Abruptly, Sayak observes the elderly man in his current seat, and he hurriedly dashes over to him. Sayak lowers his head to the elderly gentleman, honoring him with his reverence. The older man is taken aback that Sayak acknowledges him, and Sayak asserts that it would be impossible for him not to recognize the distinguished visage of the poisoned sovereign, Tang Suman. Everyone panics upon discovering the identity of the elderly man, due to the role he occupies. Evidently, merely 4 individuals have possessed the designation of emperor throughout the entire Central Plains. They are the Wudong Sexord Sovereign, the Shaolin Temple Fist Monarch, the 4 Martial Heavens Whip Sovereign, and the Tang Clan Poison Sovereign. They are incredulous that one of the most formidable individuals in the Central Plains has unexpectedly appeared at a modest children's sparring competition in Shurchong. As soon as Jung perceives this, he begins to feel anxious since he has unintentionally offended the elderly gentleman. Amidst the chaos, Mujin stays composed as a result of. He is familiar with the fellow from his previous existence. He recalls that at the onset of the decadal conflict with the Orthodox faction, 4 of the prominent clans, excluding the Namgung clan, refrained from engaging in the battle against the divine demon. The rationale for their non-participation in the conflict was the absence of a compelling rationale for entering the war. Furthermore, the leaders of the aforementioned clans and their principal combat units had been ruthlessly subdued by the divine demon. It appears that one of the individuals present that day was Tang Suman from the Tang clan, who would ultimately rise to become the Poison Emperor. Shuk instructs Tang to accompany him to the exclusive seating, but Tang informs the individual that he is content in his current position. Shuk is astonished to learn this, and in an attempt to satisfy Tang, he informs Mujin that he is also at liberty to rearrange his seating. Nevertheless, Mujin declines the proposal and recommends that they commence the entire sparring competition. In the meantime, Tang is unable to avert his gaze from Mujin, for the more he observes him, the more he becomes aware of his similarity to his friend, Mujin's grandfather, who supported him during his time of anguish long ago. Shuk subsequently informs Mujin that the occasion will commence shortly, and he inquires if Mujin is keen on joining. Mujin is perplexed upon hearing this and inquires of Shuk what he means. Shuk discloses that he is referring to the Orthodox Murim competition, which occurs once every 5 years, and as it approaches, he is eager to find out if Mujin is intrigued. Mujin casually responds that the competition does not align with his best interests, and therefore, he sees no incentive to take part. Suddenly, Zhang rushes over to Tang to extend his salutations and to express remorse for the earlier incident. He informs Tang that he failed to identify him, but Tang ignores him and continues with his drink. Weary of the incessant clamor, Tang assigns his granddaughter the responsibility of dispersing the unruly children. He rises to his feet, and she encourages the crowd to return to their seats, as her grandfather desires to avoid any disturbances. Shuk subsequently informs the elderly gentleman that they will commence the contest immediately. Prior to the start of the competition, Sayak clarifies the regulations of the match. He states that they are permitted to utilize only non-lethal armaments crafted from wood, such as wooden swords or wooden spears. Furthermore, the application of lethal blows is strictly prohibited. He notes that if a supervisor or official tosses a blue pouch into the arena, it signifies that the contest is briefly halted, whereas a red pouch indicates that the match has been entirely terminated. Upon completing the review of the regulations, he announces the inaugural contestants of the day, Baek Sion and Soi Eon. Soi Eon is preoccupied devouring a substantial serving of meat when she perceives her name. Mujin subsequently informs her that it is time for them to assess the extent of her progress. Sion, conversely, is certain that he will thoroughly defeat Soi Eon. Soi Eon also enters the arena, informing Sion that he is on the verge of becoming the foundation for her magnificent rise. Sion is taken aback that Soi Eon is addressing him in a disrespectful manner. However, Soi Eon implores him to remain silent and refrain from speaking nonsense. This pisses Sion off, and he lets Soi Eon know that he is going to break her arms and legs for this. Employing the murmuring method, Mujin inquires of Zhou whether they were perpetually aligned with the unfavorable faction alongside Zhang and his associates. Zhou subsequently discloses that it wasn't a significant concern during the Flame Emperor's existence, but following the former clan leader's succession ceremony, several vassals departed and sought sanctuary with the Baek clan. Evidently, Zhang belongs to one of these groups. As the clan deteriorated, their animosity intensified. Mujin subsequently inquires why they turned into a nuisance, and Zhou discloses that they experienced a significant confrontation with the former clan leader due to divergent viewpoints. Moreover, the Baek tribe persisted in expanding as they welcomed additional individuals from the Hua tribe. At this moment in the Colosseum, the Sion rushes towards Soi Eon, yet she evades his blow and strikes him in the chest. Prior to the Sion can even bounce back from this, Soi Eon has ascended into the sky. She delivers a knee strike to the Sion's visage, fracturing his nose. Sion howls in agony while Soi Eon towers above him, ridiculing him due to his nosebleed. Tang is astonished to witness Soi Eon employing kicking maneuvers and inquires with Mujin if he is the one who instructed Soi Eon in this skill. Nevertheless, Mujin indicates that it was Elder Zhou who subjected Soi Eon to such methods. He Kia subsequently mentions that Soyeon's physical prowess is exceptional as well. Nonetheless, she is curious to observe how long Soyeon can endure against an adversary wielding a sword. Simultaneously, the scion is furious as he yells at Soyeon, declaring that he intends to take her life. The scion rushes towards Soyeon, brandishing his blade with a flourish, but Soyeon continues to evade, owing to her remarkable nimbleness. Kia is astonished by Soyeon's skill in evading all obstacles due to her mastery of movement techniques. At this moment, Scion is becoming exasperated, and he refers to Soyeon as a cunning amphibian. Before Soyeon realizes it, she discovers herself trapped by Scion with no room to evade. Do and Jo panic as they think it is the conclusion for Soyeon. Conversely, Jung is rejoicing as he feels that Scion finally possesses the capability to defeat Soyeon. Scion rushes at Soyeon with all his might, yet to the astonishment of all, Soyeon gracefully vaults over Scion. Scion pivots with rage, informing Soyeon that she has been scurrying about for some time. Nevertheless, Soyeon informs him that he has merely succumbed to her ruse. Scion is perplexed by this, and Soyeon informs him that she finally possesses the opportunity to thoroughly thrash him since he is the one cornered. Soyeon elevates her leg with immense intensity, and she challenges Scion to obstruct the assault with the lifeless timber he refers to as a sword. Before the Scion realizes it, Soyeon delivers a forceful strike to his head, causing him to crash to the ground in agony. The abrupt shift in the tempo of the match captivates the older generation, and they begin to cheer for Soyeon, while Jung is lamenting in exasperation. The Scion attempts to retaliate. However, Soyeon is simply too exceptional for him, and she persists in treating him like a plaything. Before the Scion realizes it, Soyeon propels him through the air and even shatters his wooden sword in the process. Jung dreads the inevitable, and he bellows at the official to introduce the azure bag. At this moment, Soyeon is positioned over Scion, poised to conclude the fight. Nevertheless, the referee intervenes to rescue him. However, rather than remaining silent, Scion begins to spew insults once more. He discusses arriving at the tribe and eliminating all of them. At this moment, Soyeon loses her temper, informing Scion that she has no plans to relent after having broken Scion's blade. Scion attempts to inform her that the azure bag has already been discarded, indicating that the contest is temporarily halted. However, Soyeon responds that this is not her issue. Soyeon approaches him, informing him that he is welcome to join the clan later with any warriors he selects. However, at this time, he is utterly lifeless. Scion is perplexed about the situation until Soyeon arrives, him toppling him to the earth. Tang observes in dread. As Mujin leaps into the air in jubilation, he informs Soyeon that this is the path forward. Jung rises to inquire of the official why Soyeon continued despite the blue pouch having already been tossed in. Nevertheless, Soyeon is eliminated for striking Scion after the contest was halted. The seniors are disheartened, yet Mujin is chuckling like a lunatic. As Soyeon reclaims her seat, she protrudes her tongue toward Jang to taunt him. Soyeon reclaims her place, and the elders insist on understanding why she persisted in battling despite the pouch being tossed in. Soyeon responds that she was conscious of it, but she found more pleasure in defeating Scion than in triumphing. Mujin bursts into laughter, concurring with his sister's perspective on the matter. Mujin doesn't cease at that point, as he begins to groove like a turkey, as though his sibling had merely clinched the championship. Meanwhile, Jang is fuming with anger as he watches Mujin jump around in mockery. Mujin is elated, expressing to Tang that they should indulge in as much drinking as they desire. Nonetheless, he informs Tang that he will be the one footing the bill. Tang subsequently inquires of Soyeon why she refrained from employing the clan's clandestine technique, as it would have guaranteed her victory in the confrontation. Soyeon responds that she saw no reason to employ the clandestine techniques on someone like Scion, as she was already overpowering him effortlessly. Furthermore, Soyeon contends that Scion might devise a method to counteract it if she were to use it indiscriminately. Tang bursts into laughter upon hearing this, as he finds himself in agreement with Soyeon. Tang subsequently requested additional spirits, and with this, their festivities persisted. All attendees in the venue were engrossed in watching Mujin nonchalantly clink glasses with the poisoned sovereign. Despite the numerous matches taking place, all eyes were fixed on Mujin and Tang. Even Sayok was becoming increasingly exasperated with the entire situation. Shortly thereafter, the contest between Dojin and Sayok's representative, Chuyong, arises. Dojin departs from the table, while Mujin encourages his sibling, urging him to unleash chaos upon them. Tang is astonished when he observes Dojin proceed to the arena wielding a sword rather than depending on unarmed combat skills. The official commences the game, and Sayok is assured that his talent will emerge victorious in the competition. He is optimistic that this achievement will capture Tang's interest. first. Yet, Chuyong's initial action turns out to be his final one, as Dojin effortlessly evades him, delivering a decisive strike to his head. All observers are astonished upon witnessing. This was due to their lack of comprehension regarding the recent events. Conversely, individuals in the Hua camp are rejoicing in Dojin's victory. Even Tang is astonished by the martial prowess he has just observed, as he was unaware that the Hua clan possessed such a skill. Mujin then reveals that the swordsmanship displayed by his brother isn't merely a sword technique with good efficiency, but it is a sword technique that contains the principles of advanced martial arts. The crowd is perplexed upon hearing this, and Mujin springs up from his position, displaying to all the combat manual of the intellect-slicing blade technique. Nearly everyone becomes visually impaired due to the astonishing force emanating from the clandestine manual. Mujin subsequently takes a daring step by announcing to the audience that anyone interested in mastering the craft is welcome to become a member of his clan. He guarantees them that all the content in the book will guide them toward extraordinary development in martial arts. As anticipated, the audience begins to go wild as they all leap to inform Mujin of their enthusiasm. Mujin subsequently informs them that anyone keen on participating should consult Elder Du. Elder Du promptly produces his pen and instructs all those intrigued to form a line. Tang bursts into laughter, proclaiming that Mujin is undoubtedly fulfilling his reputation for being eccentric, as he possesses the audacity to enlist new members during an ongoing event. In the meantime, Sayok has exhausted his patience and desires that Tang were absent. Zhang then approaches him, inquiring whether he genuinely intends to observe while Mujin and the Hua clan act without restraint. Sayok responses indicating that Tang is observing, and there is genuinely little they can do. Zhang subsequently indicates that he possesses a plan, and this tactic entails them exchanging the bracket to facilitate the inclusion of Sayok Yoso. Due to the Hua clan's recent decline in influence, the Sayok clan and the Ba clan began conspiring to seize the opportunity and assert their dominance. One method they have employed is the Dragon Ascension Tournament, conducted every 5 years. They have essentially orchestrated the tournament draw to ensure their trainee martial artists emerge victorious, allowing them to advance into the Orthodox Morum tournament to elevate their group's reputation. Due to the surge in the group's strength as a result, they resolve to dominate the Little Dragon Ascension Tournament to further extend their sway. As the moment arrives for the ultimate showdown among the Elite 32 in the competition, the official presents Sayok Yoso as the competitor opposing Banyo Wall of the Half Moon sect. Evidently, the individual who triumphs in the contest will confront Dojin in the subsequent round. Abruptly, Joe realizes that Yoso is not meant to be involved. Joe states that he is the victor of the prior competition, and there have been reports indicating that he has joined the Dienkong sect for training. Even his adversary, Ban, is astonished upon encountering Yoso, and he inquires why he is taking part. Ban notes that the competition permits entrance only up to the age of 14, and Yoso assuredly responds that he is cognizant of this. Yoso states that he is 14 years of age. However, Ban counters that he is not being truthful as he is already 15. Nevertheless, Yoso interrupted Ban before he could complete his remark and pursued him. Yoso effortlessly sends Ban sprawling to the floor, securing his victory in the contest. Yoso confidently shares that his birthday is still upcoming. Joe is furious upon witnessing this, and he feels compelled to step in. However, Mujin advises him to let it be, as Yoso is the finest adversary they could possibly wish for. Shortly thereafter, Dojin enters the arena to confront Yoso. Tang perceives the shift in the ambience and deduces that this is a championship contest beforehand. Despite appearing to be at a disadvantage, Dojin receives encouragement from the elders and his sister, who assure him that victory is within his reach. Meanwhile, Mujin adopts a stern expression as he endeavors to comprehend the circumstances. Yoso subsequently informs Dojin that the swordsmanship he employed led to his brother's disqualification. Dojin inquires whether he is attempting to seek retribution. However, Yoso advises Dojin to cease his disparaging remarks. Yoso articulates his strategy to ensure that Dojin refrains from wielding the sword once more. Without delay, Yoso lunges at Dojin with the 12 luminous blade assaults, compelling Dojin to adopt a defensive stance. Nevertheless, Yoso persists in advancing, complicating life for Dojin. Tang evaluates the circumstances and swiftly concludes that Dojin will struggle to manage Yoso. In the meantime, Sayok is pleased that Yoso is thrashing Dojin, since he aims to demonstrate to the Emperor that they are exceptional. Yoso strikes his blade forcefully at Dojin and ridicules him for faltering in his stability. At that moment, Yoso seizes the opportunity against Dojin, striking his hand with his blade, as this is precisely what he has been anticipating. This deeply wounds Dojin, that he collapses onto the earth in agony. Yoso is on the brink of concluding the battle when Majin tosses the azure bag to halt the brawl. Yoso Yoso grins, convinced that his triumph is already guaranteed. Majin summons Dojin from the arena to examine his hand, and he discovers that Yoso deliberately aimed for the joints. Majin assists Dojin in reorganizing them slightly, and Dojin shouts throughout the entire procedure. Once he completes the task, Majin informs him that he has realigned the bones, yet it could be challenging for Dojin to wield the sword. He inquires about Dojin's intentions, and Dojin instructs his sibling to secure his hand to the wooden sword. Majin is astonished upon hearing this, and he proceeds to fulfill Dojin's request. After he finishes, Dojin re-enters the arena, appearing more resolute than ever. Tang praises Dojin's valor, while Majin asserts that this is the minimum Dojin can offer, as he hails from a reputable martial arts lineage. Upon Yoso's return to the arena, he reveals his astonishment that Dojin didn't actually flee. Nevertheless, Yoso informs Dojin that he is on the verge of executing the same actions against him that were inflicted upon Majin during his youth. Dojin is compelled to inquire of Yoso regarding his recent statement. Yoso springs towards Dojin, expressing his intention to establish Dojin and his sibling as the latest duo of incapacitated brothers in Chichong. Dojin remains composed. He remembers his prior discussion with Majin, who inquired if he genuinely desired to triumph. Dojin responded resolutely that he aspired to triumph and restore prestige to the clan. Majin advised him not to fret excessively and guaranteed that he would elevate their clan to the pinnacle in Chichong. He subsequently clarified that the most effective strategy for victory was to maintain concentration on the confrontation and anticipate Yoso's deployment of a sword maneuver. As soon as Yoso completes the task, a tiny aperture will emerge in the middle, and Dojin must attack without wavering. Dojin adheres to his sibling's guidance. As Yoso lunges forward with his swordsmanship, Dojin advances directly toward his core. Prior to Yoso reaching him, Dojin delivers the initial blow, departing Yoso entirely astonished. That solitary blow propels him backwards, as Sayok, the leader of the clan, observes in dismay as his scheme to defeat Dojin unravels. In contrast, Majin is rather satisfied with this outcome, as Dojin struggles to comprehend that he has, at last, struck a blow against the conceited youth. As Yoso's back collides with the earth, Elder Joe, Stuart Du, and Soyeon enthusiastically rally behind Dojin. Yoso rapidly bounces back, but is enraged and begins to fling derogatory remarks at Dojin, menacingly threatening to eliminate him. Observing that he is already upright, Dojin frets that his blow may have been somewhat insufficient. Yoso subsequently menaces to terminate him, but prior to completing his statement, a crimson satchel hits him in the visage. Enraged, Yoso insists on finding out who launched the pouch, and Majin nonchalantly replies that he was the one who did it. Majin praises Dojin for performing admirably, and relinquishes the contest in his stead. Sayok is astonished to learn this and doubts his choice. However, Majin clarifies that he has no intention of risking his brother's life for a trivial competition. With that, he gestures for his relatives to depart so they can promptly attend to Dojin's injury. Just as they are on the verge of departing, the poisoned sovereign Tong requests to accompany Majin to his residence for a beverage. Just as his granddaughter Hye is about to intervene and prevent him from visiting an unfamiliar household, Majin nonchalantly consents to their presence. The team departs from the competition venue, and all are astonished by Majin's decision to pull out of the contest. Their apprehension intensifies with the revelation that the Poison Emperor was accompanying him. Yoso mutters irritably that his chance for retribution has been thwarted. Sayok is even more furious as he observes them depart after degrading him. Simultaneously, in the avenues of Shurchong, attention is drawn as two mischief makers enter alongside Death Black Crow, whom Majin had previously vanquished at the Bangho sect. Majin had requested him to gather all his resources. However, Black Crow returned seeking retribution instead. With Yohang from the social group is determined to impart a lesson to Majin, and assures Black Crow that he need not be concerned, as they are accompanied by a representative of the Crimson Sword sect. With such support, he is confident that no one in Shurchong can hinder their progress. The individual from the Crimson Sword sect, Sugong, also supports Yohang's assertions, instilling considerable confidence in him. They quickly reach the vicinity of the Hua clan residence, and Yohang shatters the massive estate entrance with a single blow, basking in a sense of self-satisfaction. Masek panics when this occurs, and inquires of them the reason for dismantling the barrier. Yohang is infuriated that a mere attendant has the audacity to challenge him, and his lethal gaze nearly brings Masek to the brink of unconsciousness instantaneously. Merely outside the manor, the quartet of infernal siblings, currently the combat trainers of the Hua clan, are joyfully making their way back home after indulging in a hearty feast. They are bewildered when they observe that the entrance of the property has been dismantled. Kalmuk suspects it could be due due to the timber being decayed, yet his gaze expands when he steps in to discover Masek beneath Yohang's feet. Yohang persists in boasting audaciously, and in spite of the four siblings' arrival, they stay unaffected. Youngtae ponders what they are engaged in while Kalma comments that it appears to be an involuntary bowing ritual. This shatters Yo's disconnect, persuading him that Mujin must have enlisted a cadre of large, dim-witted individuals. This infuriates Dongjuk, and he furiously confronts them to a duel. Simultaneously, Black Crow endeavors to remember why the quartet of siblings appears so recognizable. However, before he can unravel the situation, the four siblings leap upon them like hunters. Shortly thereafter, Mujin and the others arrive back at the mansion, astonished to witness Yohang and his team utterly defeated. Kalmuk swiftly elucidates the circumstances to Mujin and describes how the assailants assaulted Masek. At that moment, Masek hurries over to Mujin, weeping. However, as is customary, Mujin maintains his distance while inquiring about the identity of the trespassers. Nevertheless, he observes Black Crow among them and remembers that he was meant to deliver all his resources as restitution. Recognizing his significant error, Black Crow implores Mujin for his pardon. However, Mujin disregards him. Subsequently, Mujin inquires of Sugong whether he arrived to assist Black Crow in seeking retribution. Rather than replying, Sugong arrogantly presents himself with a dreadful moniker, but Mujin is solely concerned with whether he possesses the funds to sustain his existence. Upon discovering that Sugong hails from the Crimson Sword sect, Tang inquires whether it is affiliated with the Four Martial Heavens. Sugong nearly loses his composure when he discovers that Tang is the infamous Poison Monarch. Tang is enraged that the Crimson Sword sect has the audacity to intrude upon Sichuan territory to coerce an orthodox clan which can be regarded as a proclamation of hostilities. Furious, he releases his formidable sovereign's murderous aura, nearly overwhelming everyone with the strain. Elder Zhou swiftly protects Dojin and Soyin as Tang's murderous intent looms, provokes the earth to tremble forcefully. Sugong, conversely, starts to shudder as he contemplates why Tang is supporting the Hua faction. Essentially, Tang is among the most formidable individuals in the contemporary martial arts realm, and Sugong is aware that should they provoke him, their entire faction will be utterly obliterated. He swiftly bows in a frantic manner, striking his head against the earth and expressing remorse to Tang. Sugong's abrupt change in demeanor astonishes Yohang and Black Crow. Nevertheless, Tang persists in his fury and menaces to demonstrate the power of his Tang lineage. He even dares to obliterate their 9 ancestral lines once he has finished with them. Sugong persists in pleading, yet prior to Tang taking any action, Mujin pounds his feet, dissipating his lethal ambition. Kia is left astounded and at a loss for words as she contemplates how Mujin effortlessly quelled her grandfather's formidable murderous intent. However, even Tang finds himself somewhat astonished by this. Mujin subsequently cautions him to maintain his position, reminding him that he does not govern the Hua clan. Upon hearing this, Tang erupts into laughter and expresses regret for his breach of decorum. Mujin subsequently instructs Zhou to escort Messick and the children to the medical facility. Zhou promptly complies with the instructions given to him, yet Soyin and Dojin are rather displeased that they are unable to witness the amusement. Once confirming their departure, Mujin readies himself to inflict torment on Sugong for assaulting Messick and demolishing their alleged treasured oak entrance. He pierces a slender piece of timber into Sugong's shoulder, inquiring if he understood the value of that entrance. Mujin then contorts the rod further, elucidating that the portal was crafted from a venerable oak tree, embodying the essence of his grandfather. As Mujin persists in his torment, Sugong swiftly admits that he was not the individual responsible for demolishing the gate. Nevertheless, Mujin remains indifferent since Sugong was still an accessory. Mujin subsequently instructs him to remit 10,000 gold as restitution. However, Sugong objects to the ridiculous exploitation. Dongjok and Chulmuk are astounded that Sugong has the audacity to speak up in the presence of Mujin. To demonstrate to Sugong that he is serious, Mujin twists the rod more forcefully, prompting him to promptly concede to the payment. Upon his consent, Mujin extracts the rod and turns to confront Yohang, who vandalized his cherished entrance. Yohang swiftly expresses his regret, and Mujin instructs him to remit 20,000. Yohang consents without delay. Mujin then pivots to confront Black Crow. Black Crow implores Mujin for mercy and assures him that he will comply with his directives. But Mujin terminates him immediately, declining to grant him another opportunity. He subsequently instructs Sugong and Yohang to dissolve Black Crow's assets and deliver them to him the following day. A couple of days later, while clan estate teams with hustle and bustle as Stuart Doe supervises the renovations. They were swimming in wealth, so they substituted the gate with a genuine costly oiled oak and exchanged every dilapidated material in the residence. Mujin was rather delighted with their fresh appearance. Additionally, an increasing number of martial artists registered to participate in the clan's combat examination. This was due to Mujin's commitment to instruct them in sophisticated martial techniques, alongside providing them with a financial allowance. All was progressing seamlessly for Mujin, aside from the circumstance that Tang and his granddaughter chose to become frequent patrons of the estate. Mujin is perplexed as to why they converted his residence into their private tea salon. Frustrated, he inquires with Tang regarding the situation. Yet all he receives from the elder is a light-hearted chuckle and playful banter, which frustrates Mujin even more. Tang informs Mujin that he appreciates the Hua estate due to its vibrancy and bustling atmosphere, which enhances the experience of savoring tea in that location. Becoming increasingly earnest, Tang subsequently inquires of Mujin whether his energy manipulation stems from martial techniques. Following a short intermission, Mujin responds affirmatively, and Tang pleads for his comprehension. Before Mujin can comprehend his intentions, Tang abruptly assaults him. Mujin successfully deflects the blow, yet Tang persists in assaulting while he attempts to prevent her grandfather. Steward Do and Elder Zhou are astonished and ponder the reason for their conflict. Tang promptly unleashes his toxic detonating strike. However, Mujin employs Qi Annihilation from the Peerless Nine Swords' third stance to nullify the onslaught. Once the debris clears, he comes to understand that the assault wasn't venomous after all. In the meantime, Tang ultimately validates his doubts that Mujin's fencing style is the unmatched Nine Blades method. Mujin is astonished that he is aware of it. Tang informs him that he can never erase it from his memory after experiencing it just once. He expresses remorse for confronting Mujin and clarifies that his intention was merely to verify the technique. He subsequently beckons Mujin to take a seat for a conversation. However, Mujin considers the elderly gentleman absurd. Upon receiving a nudge to refill his cup of tea, Tang articulates his astonishment at having the opportunity to witness the Peerless Nine Swords once more. He subsequently inquires of Mujin regarding the origin of his knowledge of the sword technique, but Mujin declines to respond until Tang reveals how he identified the sword technique initially. Tang elucidates that he initially observed it many years ago while angling with his grandfather and sibling. During that time, poison martial arts gained widespread popularity, and Tang's grandfather established a notable reputation. He was renowned as the Celestial Venom Sovereign, and although he had withdrawn from active duty at that moment, he was recognized as a virtuoso in his heyday. On that day, as they were departing, a master swordsman materialized unexpectedly and confronted Tang's grandfather. Tang and his sibling hurried to conceal themselves. As the two individuals battled intensely, the Celestial Venom Sovereign employed the Toxic Detonation Fist while the Blade Expert employed the unmatched Nine Blades method, Qi Annihilation. Tang was astounded, which is the reason he could never erase that sword skill from his memory. While he was yearning for his grandfather to triumph, the manner in which the sword master effortlessly vanquished the purported mightiest emperor made a significant impression on Tang. Following the confrontation, the sword instructor departed silently, and all Tang could do was observe, as he was still too youthful. Nonetheless, following that day, the phrase Peerless Nine Swords lingered in his recollection. Upon recounting the tale, Tang inquires with Mujin whether that was the designation of the swordmaster. Mujin responds in the negative and clarifies that it is merely the title of the sword technique. Tang subsequently inquires of Mujin whether he is a pupil of that swordmaster. Mujin clarifies that while he has acquired the swordsmanship, the Peerless Nine Swords swordmaster is not formally his mentor. Tang perceives the entire relationship as somewhat perplexing, yet Mujin informs him that he is unable to disclose certain specifics. Nonetheless, he intends to discover a successor later to properly instruct in the swordsmanship technique. Subsequently, Tang expresses his regret once more for assailing him. Mujin subsequently inquires whether he possesses any knowledge regarding swordless markings. His gaze expands upon hearing this. However, Tang asserts that he has never encountered it. Mujin refrains from probing any deeper and chooses to depart. But Tang halts him. He discloses that he has been regularly visiting the Hua estate to discover Mujin's feelings regarding his granddaughter. He is astonished to learn this. Mujin pretends to be perplexed by the inquiry. Tang jests about his cunning nature before inquiring about his opinion on marrying Hea. Steward Do and Elder Zhou are thrilled to learn of this. As the four siblings commence their festivities ahead of time, Mujin, in contrast, is left utterly voiceless as Hea, who had been demonstrating just moments earlier, reddens as she awaits a response. Tang inquires of Mujin once more, and Mujin finds it challenging to answer, as recollections of Manhwa from his former existence inundate his thoughts. He subsequently informs Tang that he holds no desire to wed anyone in this existence. His eyes widen in astonishment when she hears this. However, Mu Jin does not cease while he is in a favorable position. He additionally mentions that Hia is not precisely his preference, which provokes her ire. She promptly retorts, informing him that she has no interest in him as well. Tang observes Mu Jin for a moment and wonders if he has an attraction to men. Mu Jin is infuriated that such a thought even crossed Tang's mind. However, Tang conveys that no heterosexual man can turn down a catch like his granddaughter. Mu Jin informs him that everyone possesses a preference and urges him to honor his choice. This merely aggravates Hia further, as Tang endeavors to discern the issue with Mu Jin. Once Mu Jin departs, Hia reprimands her grandfather for humiliating her and urges him to move on. Tang points out that she too was eager for Mu Jin's response, but Hia refutes this. She vows that she never wishes to associate with a conceited imp like Mu Jin again. As he asserts that she lacks interest, Tang opts to bring along his younger granddaughter, whom he describes as more mild-mannered and possessing a superior disposition compared to Hia. He informs Hia that Mu Jin is an exceptional opportunity and he intends to hold on to him tightly. Irritated, Hia instructs Tang to remain with Mu Jin and storms off in a fit of anger. Subsequently, Mu Jin makes his way to the faction's training arena to encounter the more than 200 aspiring martial artists eager to become part of their faction. Shortly thereafter, Mu Jin presents himself to them and informs them that he is indifferent to their reasons for arriving, but they are required to train in order to become powerful and devoted. He clarifies that the tribe's combatant selection assessment will be the most challenging ordeal they will ever encounter and informs them that they are at liberty to withdraw at any point. Nonetheless, he assures that he will compensate those who persevere until the ultimate conclusion. Mu Jin subsequently presents them to their combat trainers, the quartet of infernal siblings tasked with overseeing their education. Subsequently, he expresses his wishes for their good fortune and anticipates encountering them in good health during their next encounter. Subsequent to Mu Jin's departure, Chilmik presents himself as their lead mentor and instructs them to transport a bag of rice on their shoulders. This incites a commotion among the trainees as they start to inquire and express dissent. Chilmik subsequently informs them that the sole method to bypass the training is to triumph over him and the other mentors in a combat. He states that anyone who emerges victorious will be immediately granted the role of an educator. Upon hearing this, a number of them promptly choose to resign, but Dong Juk obstructs their exit. They remind him that Mu Jin mentioned they could resign at will, but Dong Juk clarifies that the sole method of departure is in wraps. He then glares at them menacingly and inquires whether they prefer to persist or exit in a body bag. Petrified, the fresh recruits ultimately comprehend that they lacked any option the instant they entered. Lacking a superior alternative, they opt to comply with directives as the instructor persists in issuing warnings, just in case anyone still wishes to challenge them. In the meantime, Mu Jin observes the entire event from afar, pleased with the outcomes. Shortly thereafter, a wounded individual stumbles into the Hua clan's residence, requesting assistance and seeking to meet Mu Jin. However, prior to him being able to proceed through the entrance, he crumples merely a short distance away. Masek observes this and attempts to rouse him, but he quickly identifies him as an agent of one of the trading factions. Subsequently that evening, Mu Jin examines the wounded individual, and Steward Du informs him that the person is no longer in peril. Evidently, the wounded individual is affiliated with a trading consortium, and he has conveyed information that the Changhua trading faction has been intimidating other traders. Several merchants who opposed them were even murdered. Mu Jin informs Du that the moment has arrived to expedite their strategy to resolve their feud with the Changhua faction. He directs Du to inform Dong Juk to manage the warrior examination while the other siblings prepare to depart with him. Unbeknownst to them, Soyeon and Dojin eavesdrop on this. Soyeon is immensely thrilled and intends to discreetly trail them. Nonetheless, Dojin is unwilling to. However, following a gentle nudge from Soyeon, he consents to accompany her. A few moments later, Mu Jin, Chilmuk, Nozak, and Jang Tai embarked on their expedition as Soyeon and Dojin discreetly trail behind them. Employing their rapid movement techniques, Mu Jin and the team advance swiftly, as Soyeon and Dojin endeavor to maintain their pace. Abruptly, they halt in an open space and recognize they are encircled. In the meantime, Soyeon and Dojin conceal themselves behind a boulder, observing them from afar. Additional assassins surface from the darkness, prompting Mu Jin and his associates to comprehend that they have fallen into a trap. An intense confrontation commences, and the assassins quickly comprehend that they are inferior to a creature like Mu Jin. Simultaneously, Soyeon and Dojin are rendered voiceless, particularly Soyeon, who is experiencing genuine warfare for the very very first time. She quakes as the odor of blood permeates the atmosphere, despite being somewhat distant from the conflict zone. Subsequent to managing the assassins, Mu-jin interrogates one of them and vows to preserve his existence if he discloses who contracted them. Chilmik torments the individual to encourage him to be more forthcoming. The murderer subsequently discloses that they are affiliated with the Death Forest faction and that they were employed by the Changhua merchant organization. Mu-jin is infuriated to learn this, as they are the same faction that was contracted to assault his siblings previously. The killer implores Mu-jin to release him, and he consents, leaving Chilmik perplexed. Even the killer is astonished that Mu-jin is allowing him to escape after personally eliminating a dozen of his associates. Mu-jin subsequently instructs him to convey a message to his group and caution them that he will eliminate as many of them as venture to approach. Upon receiving the communication, the killer swiftly dashes away in case Mu-jin chooses to reconsider his decision. As he departs, he even encounters Soyeon and Dojin, but luckily he remains oblivious to them. The pair is on the verge of returning home when Chilmik perceives their motion and promptly seizes them. Following a bit of persuasion, they express their regrets to Mu-jin for their clandestine departure. Mu-jin reprimands them for undertaking such a perilous endeavor, particularly if an adversary had detected their presence beforehand. He subsequently reveals to them the remains of the assassins to instruct them that demise can occur to anyone unexpectedly. Mu-jin's brief instructional session appears to instill a sense of classic apprehension in the young minds of Soyeon and Dojin. He additionally cautions them that a solitary blunder can dictate their survival or demise, as mortality is perpetually hovering in the realm of martial arts. This revelation fills Soyeon and Dojin with dread, and Mu-jin cautions them to refrain from acting impulsively in the future. They subsequently opt to set up camp for the evening and head back to the tribe the following day. Moments later, Soyeon and Dojin observe in terror, while the infernal siblings incinerate the remains of the assassin. The noise and the scent sear into their consciousness, departing with a recollection they will always cherish. At the crack of dawn the next day, Mu-jin entrusts his siblings to Yongtai as he proceeds with the other two. He fears that the tribe could be in turmoil upon realizing that Soyeon and Dojin are absent. Mu-jin bids them farewell. Once they depart, he urges the others to expedite their actions as they squandered time due to the children. As Mu-jin anticipated, the entire Hua family was in turmoil due to Soyeon and Dojin's disappearance. Maesuk is increasingly perplexed as he verified that they were in bed together the previous night. In the meantime, Jang-tae interrogates the two siblings and observes that Soyeon is likely the architect of their nocturnal escapade. Soyeon validates his conjecture, and Jang-tae smirks as he recognizes that she holds the authoritative position among the siblings. Just as Dojin is on the verge of elucidating how she enticed him into it, a sudden call for assistance reverberates throughout the woods. They pivot in the direction of the noise to witness a lascivious man molesting a nun. The libertine takes pleasure in observing her plight while he gloatingly recounts how he has already defeated her ally. The sister persistently cries out for assistance, and Jang-tae instructs the children to remain at a distance as he investigates. Nonetheless, he alters his perspective upon encountering the fearsome-looking individual. Perceiving peril, he urges Soyeon and Dojin to rush back to their residence, aware that they could be harmed if he attempts to confront the lascivious individual. The man quickly observes them, and Jang-tae pretends not to know, informing him that they were merely strolling by. Fortunately, the individual disregards them and resumes tormenting the nun. Regrettably, Dojin opts to assume the role of a hero, rescuing the maiden, and furiously admonishes the man for being an unrepentant scoundrel. At that precise instant, Jang-tae and Soyeon come to the stark realization that they are in deep trouble. Subsequent to Dojin's incitement, the salacious man departs from the nun and shifts his focus to Dojin, menacing to overpower him. Nonetheless, Jang-tae promptly intervenes and attempts to assault the individual, yet he evades smoothly, leaving Jang-tae bewildered. Following their brief meeting, the individual discovers that Jang-tae was untruthful previously and is, in fact, a practitioner of martial arts. Jang-tae, conversely, finds it difficult to rise following their brief confrontation and observes that the lascivious individual is a formidable martial arts expert. He promptly directs Dojin to escort Soyeon and flee at his cue. Jang-tae cautions him against halting or glancing back and to employ the minor agility techniques he mastered to dash as swiftly as possible. Following the dissemination of the directives, Jang-tae instructs Dojin to depart as he presses onward once more to grant them additional moments for their flight. As Jang-tae grapples with the conflict, the eccentric fellow appears to be relishing each moment of it, and shortly thereafter, he virtually mops the ground with Jang-tae. While relishing in observing his torment, Jang-tae observes that the eccentric individual's skill skill with a sword is remarkable and could potentially surpass Mujin's caliber. Yet, in spite of the clear disparity in their abilities, he invests his utmost effort. In the meantime, Dojin, who is expected to flee, declines to abandon Jiang Tae. Just as the eccentric individual is poised to deliver the final blow, Jiang Tae's existence races through his mind. Yet, his primary concern is that Soyeon and Dojin will be the next victims if anything occurs to him. Luckily, Mujin intervenes just in the nick of time and intercepts the blow, preserving his existence. The eccentric individual is astonished and evidently disturbed that his enjoyment was disrupted. In the meantime, Soyeon and Dojin light up as their rescuer, Mujin, makes his entrance. Mujin spares no moments and plunges directly into the battle while Jiang Tae observes from afar. However, he swiftly becomes anxious as Mujin starts to feel inundated. Meanwhile, the crazy dude excited that he has found a worthy opponent ups his game as he unleashes his chain moon slash attack. Conversely, Mujin finds it challenging to thwart his strikes. As the conflict escalates, Mujin's followers start to feel apprehensive that he could be becoming inundated. Chomuk, particularly, is left speechless by the man's actions and contemplates whether he possesses some form of celestial armament supporting him. Concerned for Mujin's well-being, he instructs his siblings to get ready to assist him with their utmost strength. Nevertheless, Jiang Tae halts them from taking any action. He informs them that this confrontation exceeds their capabilities, and they could potentially obstruct Mujin if they attempt to intervene. He suggests that they observe Mujin's actions to comprehend that he has a strategy in mind. It appears that Mujin has been on the back foot, meticulously evading each blow solely to analyze his adversary's strategy. Meanwhile, the nun who was earlier subjected to intimidation regains her poise and observes the confrontation from afar. As the eccentric individual rants aimlessly like a lunatic, Mujin meticulously analyzes the velocity of his blade and motion with each blow. He also considers the force of impact with each strike, and in that precise instant, it finally dawns. At this point, the eccentric man has already realized that Mujin has been deftly dodging all his assaults. Upon analyzing his adversary's method, Mujin resolves to incorporate it entirely into his swordsmanship, exactly as his mentor instructed him. Mujin's mentor once imparted to him that the genuine strength of the unparalleled nine blades is only uncovered when it confronts a formidable sword. At that time, Mujin inquired whether the unparalleled nine swords technique surpassed his mentor's malevolent spirit sword art. Nonetheless, his mentor responded that the infernal sword technique is merely slightly more powerful. Upon reflecting on his mentor's remarks, Mujin grins maniacally, informing the eccentric individual that he has fully grasped all his sword movements. The eccentric individual appears bewildered. However, Mujin does not allow him a moment to contemplate as he ultimately retaliates, rendering him speechless. Mujin swiftly surpasses him in an instant, delivering a decisive blow to conclude him. Soyeon, Dojin, and the infernal siblings are rendered voiceless as Mujin brings down the once formidable arrogant individual. Even the man himself cannot fathom that he was bested by a young whippersnapper. Still, he tries to find out Mujin's name before he joins his ancestors, and Mujin entertains him. Upon hearing his name, the man identifies him as the infamous mad dog of the Walkland. With that, the eccentric individual takes his final breath, uttering Mujin's name. Concurrently, Mujin condemns him to eternally seek tranquility, even in the afterlife, and to select his conflicts judiciously in his subsequent existence. In the meantime, the other sister, who had been rendered unconscious, has regained awareness and ponders what transpired during her absence. She also caught a mention of Mujin's name and finds it somewhat recognizable. After exhausting her thoughts, she ultimately remembers that he is the eccentric young heir of the Walkland, although she struggles to accept that he possesses such strength. In the interim, Mujin examines his brothers and sisters to confirm their safety. Dojin reassures him that they are unharmed, as Jiang Tae rescued them promptly. Jiang Tae contemplates how Mujin was aware of their predicament, and Mujin clarifies that he merely had an intuition. He subsequently inquires how they encountered such a madman initially. Jiang Tae clarifies that they were strolling by when they observed the man bothering the nuns. He further divulges that he intended to leave since he was accompanied by Dojin and Soyeon. However, Dojin had to assume the role of the hero, which infuriated the man. Mujin is astonished to learn that his younger sibling confronted such a formidable individual. Dojin promptly expresses regret for exacerbating the situation. However, Mujin praises him for his integrity. Dojin is astonished to hear his sibling commend him, and this triggers a fundamental recollection in his small mind. After assisting her nun colleague to her feet, one of the nuns presents herself as Ryong, a pioneer follower of the Emma sect. She subsequently expresses gratitude to Mujin for preserving their lives. lives. However, Mujin overlooks her introduction and inquires about the identity of the man he had just mentioned. He was questioning because he had never come across any formidable martial arts master in that vicinity. Ryong clarifies that the individual was a foremost martial arts expert recognized as Crimson Moonsword. Allegedly, he hails from the Crescent Moonsword faction of the Four Martial Heavens. Ryong goes on to mention that he instigated a dispute with them, insisting on discovering the whereabouts of one of their novice nuns. He was notorious for his lecherous behavior, yet Ryong was taken aback by his sudden assault. Upon listening to Ryong's tale, Mujin comments that Crimson Moon's dreadful demeanor is undoubtedly the reason his swordsmanship was subpar. At this moment, he's exasperated that every individual from the Four Martial Heavens is either worthless or inferior. Ryong expresses her gratitude to Mujin once more for their rescue and aspires to one day repay the favor. Nevertheless, Mujin advises her to extend her appreciation to Jangtae and Dojin. He further clarifies that his purpose in coming here was not to rescue her. Ryong subsequently expresses gratitude to Dojin, departing with him reddening and experiencing a sense of invincibility. Although he asserts that he did nothing, Mujin gazes at his younger sibling with a sense of pride. Subsequently, the ensemble readies to embark on their individual paths, and Jangtae persists with the twins while Mujin advances with the other demon siblings. As Ryong observes her newfound champion depart, she cannot contain her astonishment that the tales regarding his abilities were indeed accurate. This leads her to ponder whether circumstances in Chichang are truly on the verge of transformation. Subsequently, that evening, Mujin and his associates reach the residence of the Pengyang merchant group leader, Peng. Mujin's abrupt arrival profoundly astonishes Peng. However, Mujin recollects that he has arrived to fulfill his commitment. Peng promptly commands his attendants to arrange an opulent banquet for his visitor. During the feast, he apologizes that they couldn't offer more because money has been tight for them lately. Mujin even comments that Peng appears more fatigued, likely due to his struggles. At that moment, the other two trading masters, Dong and Huang, burst in, thrilled to encounter Mujin. They are astonished that he arrived there without any forces to safeguard him. They wonder how he navigated such a perilous path unscathed. Mujin discloses that he has indeed confronted over 20 assassins and also overcame a formidable madman known as Crimson Moonsword. The trading lords are astonished to learn that Mujin has defeated the infamous Crimson Moon. One of them finds it hard to fathom that Mujin vanquished a madman from the Four Martial Heavens. Peng, conversely, merely considers it astonishing that Mujin endured such a trial. In the meantime, Merchant Master Huang is simply delighted that this will enhance Mujin's reputation significantly. Subsequently, Mujin reveals all the details, including how it began with the wounded vice leader who arrived at his threshold. The traders express their grievances regarding the recent oppression by the Changhua merchant group. Peng even dreads the possibility that they might invade their personal residences if not controlled. Mujin subsequently requests them to suggest remedies, as he merely arrived prepared to unsheath his blade if required. Since he requires a solid rationale to take action against them, Mujin resolves that they should initiate their scheme at the adjacent fabric lane. He subsequently provides them with guidance on how to get ready for their elaborate strategy. The subsequent day, Chulmak and Nozak venture into Cloth Street to execute the initial stage of Mujin's strategy. Nonetheless, they are astonished to discover the marketplace entirely vacant and barren. Shortly afterward, they spot a nearby kiosk and pause for a bite to eat. Out of the blue, a guy attempts to lure them away to a different eatery. As the proprietor of the food stand observes silently, quivering, Chulmak casts his gaze at the purported excellent eatery, where a group of menacing-looking goons are anticipating. As he declines to budge, the individual becomes aggressive and attempts to persuade him further. Nevertheless, he swiftly darts off like a rodent when Nozak furiously cautions him to withdraw. He subsequently relays information to his crew. Subsequently, the team returns and endeavors to persuade Chulmak and Nozak to relocate to their eatery. Chulmak refers to them as a group of jesters and advises them to retreat, which only enrages them further. As the ruffians start to boast, Chulmak is irked, and after berating their loud mouths, he resolutely dares them to a confrontation. Following the incitement, the ruffians swiftly assault Chulmak, yet he effortlessly demolishes them. Additionally, Nozak performs similarly. As they collide, the shopkeeper quivers nearby, observing his small booth being demolished. With tears in his eyes, he recalls to the goons their vow not to damage anything in the stores. A modest audience quickly assembles to witness the performance and cannot fathom that the guys who have been tormenting them are being defeated. In the meantime, at the Pengyang Trading Consortium, Mujuan composes a missive and entrusts it to Peng for delivery to the Tang clan. Peng consents to dispatch it promptly via carrier pigeon pigeon, yet he cannot refrain from being astonished that Mujun has ties to the Tang clan. At that moment, Chulmak and Nozak arrive back from their angling venture with the ruffians from before as their haul. They compel them to kneel and instruct them to lower their heads like captives. Mujun praises the boys for a task completed successfully. Unexpectedly, one of the ruffians begins boasting as per usual regarding his affiliations. However, Mujun informs him that he is familiar with their henchmen from the Chonghua Trading Consortium. He subsequently shoots the man a venomous glare, reprimanding him for having the audacity to intimidate his soldiers to begin with. He goes on to clarify that their behavior can be deemed a proclamation of hostilities. The man swiftly attempts to clarify that they seek no conflict, but just as he lifts his gaze, he discovers that the individual before him is Mujun of the Hua clan. The man contemplates why Mujun is present and what accounts for the formidable presence he exudes. Mujun subsequently insists on discovering the whereabouts of their leader, and it is at that instant that the man perceives they have succumbed to Mujun's deception. Chulmak and Nozak ventured there solely to incite them into taking action, thereby providing Mujun the rationale he sought. As the brute intends to keep his superior's whereabouts concealed, Mujun gestures for Nozak to provide him with a slight nudge. Nozak promptly dispatches one of the goons to demonstrate that Mujun is serious. Yet the man continues to decline communication and inquiries why Mujun is inflicting pain on them. He further mentions that they lack a superior, prompting Mujun to instruct Nozak to take the next individual's head. Nevertheless, prior to Nozak taking his action, the man resolves to reveal the truth and implores Mujun for mercy in return for the details. Mujun is delighted with this result and even offers him a gentle stroke on the head for displaying good sportsmanship. Mujun then inquires once more about the identity of the man's superior and threateningly insists on uncovering his whereabouts. The mere expression on Mujun's countenance is enough to instill fear in the man. Within the Zhigung Taishan Martial Arts Pavilion, the Shaolin Grandmaster Hyunwoo monk is astonished to learn of Mujun's latest triumph. He finds it hard to fathom that Mujun genuinely vanquished the infamous Crimson Moonsword of the four martial heavens. His associate, the leader of Taishan Martial Hall, Il-chung, enthusiastically verifies the information. He goes on to state that Mujun, endowed with a divine martial physique, has evolved into an extraordinary martial master. Hyunwoo is delighted by this revelation and remarks that his mentor, Hyagwang, was correct regarding Mujun. He also notes that Mujun's strength is a significant boon for the martial arts fraternity of the Central Plains. Evidently, Hyunwoo's mentor, Hyagwang, was profoundly disheartened that he could not accept Mujun after he forfeited his abilities. Il-chung is also delighted that Mujun's abilities have finally been recognized. He further informs Hyunwoo that Mujun's siblings possess remarkable talent as well. Hyunwoo is astonished to learn that Mujun indeed has additional blood-related relatives within the clan. Il-chung informs him that Soyeon and Dojin demonstrated their skills at the recently concluded Little Dragon Ascension tournament in Shirchong. He further discloses that one of them even succeeded in challenging a Daikong sect disciple who is 5 years their senior. Upon hearing this, Hyunwoo expresses his gratitude to Il-chung for the tea and rushes away, appearing wary. He intends to embark on an expedition to Sichuan. In another part of the MA faction, Jinhua, the senior of the faction, stops by to assess Ryong's recuperation prior to departing from the sect. Ryong ponders why Jinhua is departing the congregation at such a late hour. When she inquires if anything has transpired, Jinhua reassures her that all is well. She clarifies that she is heading to the Hua clan to express her gratitude to Mujun for rescuing her sect members. Additionally, she intends to present a modest token to his two siblings on behalf of the sect. Ryong is delighted to receive this news as she commences extolling Mujun, deeming him a champion among champions. She also lauds Soyeon and Dojin for their intelligence and brilliance. Jinhua finds it entertaining and playfully mocks Ryong for lauding Mujun and his siblings for the umpteenth time. As she departs, Ryong advises the elder to remain secure during her travels. She can't shake the curiosity about what kind of modest present the elder intends to offer to Mujun's siblings. Within the Tang lineage, the toxic sovereign Tang obtains Mujun's correspondence and resolves to journey to the Hua lineage, accompanied by his other granddaughter, Zhang. Nevertheless, Zhang's progenitor, the present leader of the Tang lineage, Zhangqian, objects. He dismisses Tang's proposal to orchestrate a union between Zhang and Mujun. Zhangqian expresses his concerns, stating that his daughter is still quite young, yet Tang counters, asserting that she is of an ideal age for matrimony. However, Zhangqian insists that Zhang's spouse should be integrated into their family lineage. He worries that she could be ill-treated if she weds outside their locality, thus emphasizing the necessity for them to reside with a son-in-law. Tang rebukes him for attempting to sabotage such a promising marital opportunity and resolves to disregard all his grievances. Jonkian persists in yapping and is even more irate that Tang is proceeding to the Hua clan following Mujuin's correspondence. Tang disregards him, referring to him as a foolish parent overly fond of his offspring. As he departs, he encounters Hia, who volunteers to accompany him. Evidently, Hia is merely a granddaughter of the Tang family's auxiliary lineage. Tang is astonished that Hia is proposing to visit the Hua clan, and recalls how she behaved as though she despised being there. Hia clarifies that she merely wishes to be by his side, as Zhang is too inexperienced and lacks knowledge about the world. At that moment, Zhang interjects, informing Hia that she is well aware of all the essentials regarding the world. She also emphasizes that she no longer wishes to be regarded as a child. They subsequently opt to venture together, and Hia assures Zhang that she will reveal some of the fine dining establishments near the Hua estate. Zhang is delighted to receive this news, and with that, the trio departs for Shichang. In another location, Mujuin and his companions pursue the rogue into the entertainment quarter in search of his superior. The courtesans attempt to charm them, departing from the demon siblings who remain inexperienced and bewildered. Chilmak reddens, informing the women that he may be somewhat immature for their pursuits. This perplexes the pleasure women, considering that Chilmak is essentially a muscular behemoth. At that moment, the goon attempts to embellish the entertainment district and boasts to them that it represents the heart of the metropolis. He clarifies that the entertainment area emerged following the gradual vanishing of the textile traders. This transformation was facilitated by the activities of the Chonghua Trading Consortium. Mujuin is repulsed by this revelation and informs him that the so-called Chonghua group originally expelled the traders to construct such an establishment. Noticing the expression of discontent on Mujuin's face, the thug pretends to be unaware. Mujuin subsequently informs him that he and his associates played an essential role in the events concerning the fabric district. The miscreant swiftly expresses remorse, stating that he was oblivious to it. Nevertheless, Mujuin informs him that he was unaware due to his indifference towards the plight of the expelled merchants fighting for existence. Irritated, Mujuin suddenly terminates the dialogue and shouts at the individual, inquiring whether they are nearing his employer's destination. The villain guarantees him that they are nearly at their destination. Moments later, he halts before a colossal brothel. This establishment is referred to as Twin Flower House, and it ranks as the largest and most renowned in Sichuan. Mujuin is astonished by the splendid structure, which resembles more of a royal mansion. As one steps into the Twin Flower residence, a dense mist envelopes them. As the demon siblings are more captivated by the splendid interior, Mujuin perceives the aroma of the location as dubious. At that moment, one of the young women attempts to assist the bully but swiftly dismisses her. He subsequently informs Mujuin that his supervisor is on the upper floor. However, en route to their destination, Nasak begins to experience a clouded sensation in his head. This perplexes him, as he cannot recall consuming any alcohol. Unexpectedly, he starts to perceive a unique pleasurable spectacle, departing him bewildered. In the meantime, Chilmak is undergoing a comparable situation. As a maiden in peril implores for his assistance, she requests Chilmak to embrace her and attempts to entice him, and regrettably, he starts to succumb to her deception. Simultaneously, Mujuin is plunged into his own private torment when he encounters a delightful woman resembling Manhwa from his previous existence. Mujuin can discern solely from her tone, and his gaze expands in astonishment when he ultimately beholds her visage. As the young woman attempts to charm him, Mujuin battles to escape the deception. Regrettably for them, he effortlessly liberates himself and with one forceful blow clears the haze in the space. The detonation brings his troops back to reality and triggers a significant uproar outside. Upon clearing the mist, he furiously commands the woman to depart, and she hurriedly retreats, frightened. Chilmak and Noziak ultimately gain clarity, bewildered by the entire situation. Chilmak growls at the brute for failing to provide them a warning, and the man promptly expresses contrition. Evidently, the establishment is infused with psychedelic mist to render it more enticing for their intended victims. This enrages Mujuin as he furiously commands that the brothel be closed immediately. He also resolves to incinerate it completely once they are finished. He subsequently instructs the goon to lead them to his superior, and the individual acquiesces. Shortly thereafter, they ultimately encounter the alleged leader, who is also elevated on his own territory. Mujuin promptly gestures to Noziak, who promptly jolts him back to the present. Upon regaining his awareness, the leader inquires about Mujuin's identity, and Mujuin confidently presents himself. Mujuin subsequently inquires about his position within the Chonghua Trading Association. The supervisor ponders how Mujuin discovered his refuge and responds that he holds the position of assistant chief steward. Mujuin subsequently informs the steward that he has a period of 10 days to retract every last Chanqua merchant enterprise from Sangria Town. He furthermore cautions the deputy steward to cease all minor assaults against the Hua clan. The assistant steward inquires why he ought to adhere to Mujuin's commands, feeling bewildered since he has never acted against the Hua faction. Recognizing him as merely an unsuspecting pawn, Mujuin instructs him to relay his cautions to his higher-ups. Mujuin cautions him once more that he will interpret it as a formal declaration of hostilities against his faction if the Chanqua Trading Consortium does not retreat within 10 days. Mujuin's menacing remarks instill fear in the assistant chief steward. Mujuin further informs him that the Twin Flower residence will be shut down forthwith. As they departed, they ignited the premises to ensure it remains shut down for operations. That evening, the purported largest brothel in the city is engulfed in flames, creating a commotion. As they depart, Mujuin instructs Chilmik to get a carrier pigeon ready as soon as they reach their destination. He intends to engage the other two demon siblings in his forthcoming scheme. At the Hua clan residence, Jinhua and Hyunwoo create a disturbance as they quarrel over who should be the first to enter the premises. Elder Zhou attempts to intervene. However, the two elderly men entirely disregard him. They persist in their quarrel until Tang's entrance prompts them to cease. Tang contemplates the reason for their arrival, and the two elderly gentlemen are equally astonished to find him present. They inquire about his arrival, and Tang proudly proclaims that he hastened over at Mujuin's exclusive summons. This prompts Jinhua and Hyunwoo, who were previously in disagreement, to come together against him. They assert that they arrived first, thus their enterprise ought to take precedence. Nonetheless, Tang remains steadfast and asserts his position as the Poison Emperor, emphasizing his superiority over them. As the three titans dispute over who should take the lead, Zhou is drenched in perspiration and snared in a conflict that is unrelated to him. He silently pleads for Mujuin to arrive before they demolish the estate. Shortly thereafter, the trio ultimately finds comfort within the estate, and Tang savors his tea as per usual, while the others observe him in silence. He then comments that it has been some time since the three of them convened. Hyunwoo notes that it has been 5 years since their last encounter. Jinhua informs them that she never anticipated encountering both of them in the Hua clan. She also conveys her satisfaction that they both appear to be in good health. Tang subsequently inquires about the reason for their arrival and claims that he shares a close relationship with Mujuin, thus rendering any inquiry into his intentions unnecessary. Hyunwoo informs him that the Hua clan possesses a spiritual affinity with the Shaolin Temple. In response, Tang asserts that he has never encountered any mention of such ties. Hyunwoo reveals that his mentor was the initial one to recognize Mujuin's combat abilities. Tang finds it amusing that such a trivial motive can be regarded as a karmic connection. However, after Hyunwoo cites a Confucius saying, Tang opts to allow him to have the final word. He subsequently inquires of Jinhua whether the Ma sect possesses a karmic affiliation with the Hua clan as well. Jinhua informs him that her sect indeed has a more profound relationship with the Hua clan than either of them. She clarifies that Mujuin vanquished the Crimson Moonsword and rescued 2 of her apprentices. She also mentions that she has come to settle the obligation. Tang inquires about her strategy for accomplishing that, and Jinhua replies that she is presenting something invaluable. She subsequently discloses that she will personally instruct the Hua clan in various clandestine techniques of the Ame sect. Elder Zhou is astonished to learn this, and as if that isn't sufficient, Hyunwoo reveals that he has come for the identical reason. He elaborates that he has struggled to discover a deserving apprentice. However, upon discovering that Dojin possesses remarkable martial skills, he resolved to take him on as his disciple. Elder Zhou is quite displeased to receive this information and contemplates preventing the 2 old-timers from plotting while Mujuin is absent. Given that the Hua family consists of a brother and sister, Jinhua observes that there is no necessity for them to quarrel. Hyunwoo concurs that they can each adopt one. Tang points out that Mujuin's siblings have already been inducted into the clandestine practices of the Hua clan. As a result, incorporating them as apprentices into an unconventional faction is unfeasible. Is due to the fact that for both of them to ascend to the temple hierarchy, they must sever their familial lineage to the Hua clan. Tang firmly cautions them that arriving at such a significant decision without the appropriate authority present is somewhat unsuitable. Perceiving animosity, Hyunwoo swiftly expresses regret. He clarifies that the regulations of the Central Plains are quite rigid. He subsequently elucidates that Dojin is not required to join the Shaolin Temple hierarchy. Hyunwoo articulates that his sole desire is to instruct him and make a lasting impact on the world. Nevertheless, Zhou remains uneasy about the manner in which they are deliberating the future of the Hua family in the absence of its leader. This leads him to silently hope for Mujuin's swift return. In the interim, at the training arena, the remaining 2 demon siblings at last obtain obtain Mujun's correspondence. Upon finishing the reading, Dongjok instructs Jiang Tai to get ready, as they must depart immediately. Just then, Hai suddenly calls out to them asking when Mujun will return home. While Hai stammers for the words, Jiang hides behind her a little scared. In the meantime, the siblings who have never even conversed with a female abruptly become paralyzed, unable to utter a word. Within the Kongdong faction, the sect elders press their leader to reach a conclusion regarding the confrontation between the Chonghua collective and the Hua family. One individual asserts that the faction must back Chonghua as the organization provided assistance during their challenging periods. Nonetheless, the sect chief declines, citing a lack of grounds to intervene. One of the sect's masters, Heichen, brings to his attention that their esteemed disciple Dabo, the offspring of the Chonghua Trading Consortium leader, was incapacitated by the Hua clan. Another sect leader, Zhou Kuan, contends that their faction should refrain from involving itself in individual conflicts. He further asserts that they have already demonstrated their backing by dispatching a witness for the confrontation between Mujun and Dabo. Thus, there is no necessity for additional involvement. He also alerts them that the Hua clan is a traditional faction, akin to the Kongdong faction. Consequently, they cannot engage in conflict with a fellow traditional faction. Ultimately, he informs them that participating will only result in immense disgrace for the Kongdong faction. Nevertheless, the sect chief Heichen is reluctant to entirely forsake the Chonghua trade organization. This is due to the fact that the merchant coalition assisted them during their moment of crisis, thus disregarding them at this juncture would be deemed immoral. Heichen concurs with this, whereas Zhou Kuan stays apathetic. However, after reflecting on it for some time, Zhou Kuan devises a method to intervene without upsetting either party. He proposes that they settle the disagreement between the two by dispatching a combat expert to facilitate a resolution without engaging in conflict. The sect leader concurs with his notion and resolves to dispatch their most adept and reliable martial expert, Jiayul. Shortly thereafter, Jiayul encounters Hoyen, the vice leader of the Chonghua Trading Association. Hoyen sincerely expresses gratitude to Jiayul for taking the time to assist them in mediation. Nonetheless, to prevent any misinterpretations, Jiayul advises him that he did not arrive to serve as anyone's weapon. He further states that the Hua clan is a like-minded orthodox faction, thus he cannot take up arms against them. Hoyen reassures Jiayul that he comprehends the situation and has already been informed by the leader of the Kongdong sect. Following the placement of their cards, Jiayul and Hoyen resolve to embark on their peacekeeping endeavor. That evening in the Pengyang Trading Consortium's courtyard, Mujin engages in a combat with Chilmik to evaluate his advancement. Chilmik battles with all his strength, yet Mujin effortlessly surpasses him, following a strike to his abdomen, nearly leading the unfortunate fellow to spill his innermost feelings. Mujin hurls him to the earth. In the meantime, two of the heads of the trading consortium observe the battle in astonishment. They find it hard to comprehend that what they are witnessing is merely practice and not a lethal confrontation. Chilmik, conversely, is utterly exhausted following his defeat. Nonetheless, Mujin commends him for enhancing his endurance and enduring his wild strike. Subsequently, Nozak lunges forward with his spear to demonstrate the extent of his advancement. Mujin quickly evades the assault and counterattacks. However, Nozak successfully deflects several blows. Mujin informs him that he is excessively sluggish and chooses to demonstrate to him the effectiveness of a well-executed ambush. He unexpectedly materializes behind Nozak, offering him advice on enhancing his speed. Nozak expresses dissatisfaction that Mujin is simply excessively swift, earning him a stern pat on the back for complaining. Subsequent to the training session, Mujin informs Chilmik that his motions are excessively rigid. He suggests that he seek a novel and improved method to enhance his flexibility. Abruptly, one of the trade leaders hurries over, appearing unsettled as he directs Mujin's focus to their peculiar guests. He promptly clarifies that delegates from the Chonghua Trading Consortium and the Kongdong faction have arrived to meet with Mujin. Moments later, Mujin saunters in as though he possesses the entire establishment. Prior to extending his salutations, Jail commends Mujin for maintaining the appropriate orthodox ethos. Upon welcoming Mujin, he presents himself as the master of the law pavilion of the Kongdong sect. As he invites Mujin to take a seat, an uncomfortable stillness envelopes the space. Mujin leisurely settles down before introducing himself with minimal bowing. This mildly vexes Jail as he silently observes him, recognizing that Mujin possesses a touch of haughty insolence despite his youth. Nonetheless, Jail comprehends that his conceit is justifiable, for even a concealed dragon remains a dragon. Subsequently, Hoyun presents himself as the vice chief of the Chonghua Trading Consortium. He then inquires about the reason Mujin wished to meet with him. This inquiry irks Mujin, as he understands that his cautionary advice was disregarded. Hoyun then furiously inquires understands why Mujin has been tormenting his merchant and enterprises. Mujin perceives this as amusing and references a saying about the kettle accusing the pot of being black. Exasperated by Mujin's hubris, Jail interjects. However, Mujin entirely overlooks him. He mocks the Chonghua Trading Consortium for believing they are so powerful that the Kongdong sect serves as their subordinate. Both Jail and Hoyun are astonished by Mujin's overt disregard. Nevertheless, Mujin audaciously inquires if they believe that summoning a purported elder from the Kongdong sect can cow him or compel him to submit. Jail is astonished to hear this and never anticipated Mujin would possess the audacity to utter such remarks. Nevertheless, he confronts Hoyun, reprimanding him for leading him to think it was an unreciprocated assault. Hoyun refutes this, insisting he has no comprehension of what Mujin is referring to. Hung chooses to clarify the recent events. He recounts that several days prior, fighters from Mujin's faction were assaulted by combatants from the Gue Trading Organization on Fabric Street, which led to significant damages for numerous shops belonging to the Pengyang Trading Coalition. Peng informs Jail that the blaze at the Chonghua Trading Group's brothel was an unintentional occurrence that arose during their visit to seek responsibility for the fate of their affiliated merchants. Peng inquires whether Jail is unaware of these incidents, leaving him utterly astonished. Hoyun interjects, asserting that the entire disagreement was merely a trivial conflict among passionate youths. Nevertheless, he seeks to understand if remuneration is what Mujin desires, informing him that they have also endured significant setbacks due to his actions. Mujin interjects, reminding them that the entire region was initially the domain and site of the Pengyang Trading Consortium. Mujin informs the bothersome individual that he has incurred no loss, as they merely restored the pilfered items to their legitimate proprietor. As Mujin keeps speaking, he becomes increasingly infuriated with the entire predicament, and he informs Hoyun that he is no different from a goat due to his bothersome beard. Mujin subsequently articulates his requirements, expressing that he desires the Chonghua Group to withdraw entirely, and furthermore, he insists that the Chonghua Group cease its financial domination over the three merchant factions. Hoyun pounds the table in irritation, inquiring Mujin who he believes he is that his words can genuinely be taken seriously. He questions whether Mujin understands the challenges of managing a trading organization, as the very foundation of such a group relies on economic rivalry. Mujin interjects, informing the man that he hasn't finished speaking yet, and pulls out a note, which he displays to everyone at the table. He inquires Hoyun whether he is aware of the contents of the note, which he then discloses to be a declaration of guilt obtained from the hired killers commissioned by Chonghua's organization. At this juncture, Mujin's fury is escalating, clearly evident on his countenance, as he questions Hoyun what audacity he possessed to target his younger siblings. Mujin informs the man that he is quite audacious for attending the meeting to intimidate him, and he challenges him to provide just one justification for him to preserve his existence. Mujin's craving for violence saturates the entire space as he utters these words, and even Jael senses it, prompting his body to begin trembling. He never anticipated that a person who is hardly an adult could possess such an intense presence that it would affect him so profoundly. Jael then intervenes, encouraging Mujin to relax. As he directed his attention to Hoyun, inquiring whether it was accurate that they dispatched assassins against Mujin's siblings, Hoyun refuted the assertion, asserting that this was the first instance he had encountered such information. He remarked that a trading faction holds no justification for deploying assassins against a martial artist. Understanding that Hoyun will persist in rejecting the truth, Mujin informs them that he intends to proceed according to his own methods. Hoyun yells as though he is the most blameless individual on earth, asserting to Jael that Mujin is merely attempting to implicate them in something they did not commit. Conversely, Jael is lamenting the reality that he and his group have involved themselves in something far beyond their capabilities. Jael endeavors to create a beneficial circumstance for the Chonghua faction, expressing to Mujin that his order and the group have maintained a long-standing association, making it difficult to accept that they would resort to such bothersome tactics. Furthermore, Jael believes they should not permit a conflict to arise solely based on the assertions of an individual who claims to be an assassin. Jael is convinced that they require more definitive conditions, while Mujin realizes that the individual is attempting to indicate that he should seek additional proof to bolster his assertion. Mujin informs him that he has no problem with this, but he has a single stipulation: the Chonghua group must retreat without delay, reassuring them that if this is accomplished, there will be no necessity for strife. Hoyun is utterly overwhelmed with arrogance as he perceives Mujin to be insignificant, considering they have the Kongdong faction supporting them. Hoyun subsequently interjects, dismissing Mujin's propositions, asserting that they cannot retract their enterprise due to Mujin's assertions, and Mujin informs them that he is finished conversing if this is the situation. Mujin rises to depart, informing Hoyun that they will discover in a few days whether he can uphold the same sense of pride. As he gets ready to go, Jael halts him, asserting that the reputation of the Kongdong sect will be compromised if he exits in such a manner. Mujin makes it clear that he is indifferent to this, since it was Jael who rejected the offer, so he should confront him and express that directly. Mujin additionally informs Jael that the Kongdong sect must retract from its role in mediating the dispute while making it clear that there is nothing the Kongdong sect is capable of doing. Mujin expresses his disbelief that the Kongdong faction is supporting the Changhua organization while espousing notions of justice and equity. He asserts that their actions merely consist of commanding less powerful sects as if they were mere children, and he informs Jael that he is not among the feeble individuals they can treat this way. Mujin concludes his remark by making it clear that his journey was futile. Observing the trajectory of the entire scenario, Jael comes to understand that Mujin is even more relentless than he initially perceived. However, he fears that the Kongdong sect's standing will be tarnished if he permits Mujin to depart without succumbing to the pressure. Jael subsequently informs Mujin that the Changhua group has previously assisted their faction, and although he has no desire to serve as their weapon, the situation is entirely distinct concerning his own sect. Jael emphasizes that this could result in a significant dispute, and Mujin informs him that his recent statement pertains to the Pengyang group, as they cannot overlook their anguish. He conveys to the individual that the emergence of his faction is insignificant because righteousness is in their favor. Jael subsequently proposes a proposition, informing Mujin that they shall engage in a duel, and the side that is defeated will retract from the dispute. Furthermore, he assures his collaboration in locating those who endeavored to eliminate his siblings. Mujin, being true to form, promptly consents to the conditions. Shortly thereafter, they emerge to confront one another in a contest, and Peng fervently hopes for Mujin's triumph. Meanwhile, Cheol-mook merely gazes at him with a puzzled expression, clearly unaware of Mujin's identity. Prior to the commencement of the battle, Jael clarifies that the defeated faction will retreat from the conflict without delay, and Ho-yun consents to this arrangement. At her core, Ho-yun is celebrating that they have ultimately positioned Mujin exactly where they desire, as there is no possibility of him conquering Jael. Prior to the confrontation commencing, Jael is persuaded that Mujin managed to conquer the Crimson Moon sword by chance, as the energy he perceives from him is unremarkable. He intends to merely incapacitate one of Mujin's arms, as he perceives him as an emerging prodigy, and he wishes to avoid terminating his career at that moment. Jael announces the commencement of the match, and before he has a chance to blink, Mujin rushes towards him and executes a blow that utterly incapacitates him. Shortly thereafter, he awakens to observe Mujin intensely harvesting energy before him while implying that Jael concede his loss. Jael is left in utter disbelief as it truly sinks in that he has been defeated in the contest. Even Peng is reveling in Mujin's victory from the sidelines, and Cheol-mook informs him that this is typical for Mujin. As Peng revels in his triumph, Ho-yun is spiraling into madness as he never expected such a result. In accordance with his vow, Jael informs Mujin that the Kongdong faction is now retracting from the issue. Consequently, Jael departs, and Ho-yun's expression cries out for assistance, yet there is no one to aid him. Subsequent to Jael's departure, Mujin instructs Ho-yun to speak as freely as he did when Jael was present. Ho-yun swiftly transforms into an entirely modest individual, and he attempts to manipulate Mujin's perception. However, Mujin commands him to kneel if he wishes to preserve his life. Mujin informs him that two alternatives are available, and the first is that he need not worry about the fate of Buchioyan and their chief steward, as they have overstepped boundaries and their survival is unlikely. Mujin asserts that once he is finished with them, he desires the Changhua faction to retreat while transferring a 30% share to the Pengyang Trading Consortium in the tea sales monopoly they possess in Hubei. Ho-yun hesitates, attempting to contest Mujin's stance. However, Mujin emphasizes that there exists an alternative, one that unequivocally plunges them into conflict. He guarantees Ho-yun that he will eliminate anyone who obstructs his path, while imploring him to dispatch additional members from the Death Forest faction, as he intends to eradicate them. Mujin guarantees Ho-yun that if they choose the alternative option, he will ensure that the Changhua faction vanishes completely, allowing the Pengyang faction to assume their position. Mujin appears utterly daunting as he conveys this to Ho-yun, and it is evident that he is even more earnest than he was previously. Observing this, Ho-yun realizes that it is perilous to wager with the destiny of the trading association, as he hadn't anticipated Jael's swift defeat by Mujin. He has no alternative but to choose the initial option, trusting that the group leader will undoubtedly comprehend his rationale for taking this action. Subsequently, the Changhua Trading Consortium, Li Suman, is lying in his bed when an unfamiliar individual enters his chamber with the intent to harm him. However, Ho-yun also stirs awake to a threatening, masked, menacing silhouette before him, and he endures the same destiny as his principal steward. A few days later, at the Pyongyang Trading Consortium, Cheol-mook ultimately reconnects with his siblings. The siblings informed Mujin that it was somewhat nerve-wracking locating the members of the Death Forest faction who had eluded them, but after catching up to them and disarming them, they encountered no difficulties in drafting a confession. Nozak notes that Mujin's renown has become widespread, as individuals immediately show reverence upon hearing his name. Mujin inquires about Ukoyan and the bothersome steward, and they guarantee Mujin that they left them utterly dismantled. Mujin is satisfied with this, and he instructs them to ensure that the occurrence stays confidential. With everything resolved, Mujin inhales deeply and informs the brothers that it is time for them to return, as they have removed all that required attention. Peng is astonished that Mujin and his companions are departing already, having not yet indulged them to his fullest satisfaction. Mujin informs him that he must return to the clan urgently as he has been absent for some time. However, he assures Peng that he anticipates this opportunity in the future. Consequently, a carriage is arranged for Mujin and his associates, and as the street vendors observe him departing, they shout at the peak of their lungs, imploring him to pause. The traders hurry to his coach, expressing their gratitude for his assistance and encouraging him to return, vowing to offer him the finest luxuries at their disposal. Even the girls jest with the four siblings, urging them to drop by another occasion. Mujin displays a grin. As they depart, he reflects inwardly that the entire scene was genuinely pleasant. Shortly thereafter, they reach the tribe, and Masak hurries over as customary. However, Mujin merely shoves him aside, urging him to cease being so attached. His brothers and sisters quickly come over to embrace him. Mujin inquires about their well-being. They inform him that the Tang sisters have been present, ensuring that they haven't experienced a moment of dullness. Upon hearing this, Mujin ponders the identity of the Tang sisters. As Du and Zhou emerge to greet him, he inquires about the identities of the Tang sisters. They merely inform him that they are individuals who have been longing for his return. Thus, they propose that he enter promptly. Mujin is completely bewildered. However, as he arrives, he observes Tang along with his granddaughters and two eccentric elderly individuals enjoying a beverage. Tang warmly greets him. As soon as he perceives Mujin, her eyes sparkle with pure exhilaration, as though her cherished soulmate has finally come back. She promptly rises to welcome Mujin, and they find themselves immersed in this. As Zhong approaches from the rear, she remarks on Mujin's striking appearance. She flashes a radiant smile while expressing her delight at having finally encountered him. Tang is equally thrilled about the entire situation, and he prompts Mujin to present himself to his granddaughter, which he promptly does. Tang subsequently engages in telepathic communication with Mujin regarding the other two guests, advising him to exercise caution as he could potentially lose both of his siblings. Hyunwoo subsequently presents himself to Mujin, expressing how wonderful it is to finally encounter him. Simultaneously, Jinhua from Emma performs a similar introduction. Recognizing the deliberate nature of both, Mujin guarantees Tang that he will handle the matter personally. Tang subsequently informs his granddaughters that they must allow them some solitude. Upon exiting, he reprimanded Zhong for uttering such mortifying comments in the presence of Mujin. However, Zhong believes she did nothing amiss, informing her sister that Mujin was even more attractive than she had anticipated. He clutches her head in exasperation, and while continuing to contend with this, Zhong notices the four siblings and offers her salutations, encouraging them to persist in safeguarding Mujin. The four brothers, who have consistently been timid in the presence of females, simply remain frozen in astonishment, utterly incapable of uttering a single phrase. Within, Mujin inquires of Jinhua and Hyunwoo regarding their presence in the clan, as he is aware that there are no affiliations between his clan, Emmy, and Shaolin. Jinhua notes that a few days earlier, they learned that he rescued their sisters from the clutches of villains, and due to the compassion that safeguarded Emmy's honor, they could not simply disregard it. Mujin informs Jinhua that it unfolded as it did, so it isn't truly significant. Nonetheless, Jinhua maintains that benevolence ought to be reciprocated, and as recompense, she desires to transmit Emmy's concealed techniques to the Flamehua clan. Jinhua notes that the clandestine techniques are not typically shared with other factions, yet the sect leader has determined that the generosity exhibited by Mujin is significant enough to merit such a privilege. Mujin acknowledges that obtaining these clandestine techniques is a significant advantage, yet he is curious about whom they intend to transmit the secret arts to. Mujin informs them that he has already perfected the distinctive clan techniques, and his two siblings are likewise honing their skills in the clan's secret arts. Regarding the clan's elders, Mujin remarks that they are already too advanced in age to become apprentices, while Jinhua directly expresses her desire to transmit the skills to Soi Eon. Jinhua informs him that she will be capable capable of adequately training while perfecting their family's clandestine techniques, so there is no need for concern regarding this matter. Mujin conveys to the woman that Soyeon is his sole sibling, thus he will not permit her to instruct her in the hidden arts of Emi. Jinhwa realizes that Mujin is anxious that this will lead to Soyeon's name being documented in their order, but she reassures him that this will not happen. Tang swiftly communicates with Mujin through telepathy, conveying that the connection between a mentor and a pupil is not something that can be readily broken. Mujin is on the verge of restating his previous comments when Soyeon appears in the rear, vociferously calling her sibling's name, as she expressed her desire to understand what Jinhwa has to provide, which is the snow-sweeping, cloud-penetrating palm blow. Mujin spins around in astonishment, coming to the realization that they have already harmed Soyeon, while Jinhwa, in contrast, displays a look of contentment. Soyeon steps ahead, expressing to Mujin her genuine enthusiasm for mastering the palm strike that Jinhwa demonstrated to her. Mujin affectionately ruffles his sister's hair as he inquires with Jinhwa about what she had taught Soyeon. Jinhwa responds that it is merely a simple technique, as she only introduced her to a fundamental palm strike. Soyeon begins to elaborate on the method, asserting its remarkable potency and expressing that she has never encountered anything quite as powerful. She notes that Jinhwa had assured her that she would acquire an even more formidable palm technique by the time Mujin returns. Mujin inhales deeply upon hearing this and reflects on all the variables. He understands that the Flame Emperor's Crimson Fire technique is a sophisticated martial discipline, yet concurrently it is a yang-oriented method. He is convinced that it is a superb martial discipline for an individual possessing robust yang energy, yet it proves challenging for a young woman to excel in. Observing Mujin's struggle to reach a decision, Soyeon informs him that she will not attempt it again, but Mujin reassures her of his proficiency. Mujin discovers that the combat techniques of the AIM faction could indeed be appropriate. Mujin subsequently informs Jinhwa that his sibling is remarkable and outstanding, and as the sole female in the clan, he has no desire to send her far off. Thus, it is Jinhwa's responsibility to tend to her properly in that setting. Jinhwa's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm upon hearing this, and she expresses a heartfelt prayer for their bond. Hyunwoo then commends the AIM faction for establishing a bond with the Flame Hua lineage. At his core, Hyunwoo is already contemplating how he must acquire Dojin due to his extraordinary qualities. Although Dojin's prowess in martial arts is remarkable, Hyunwoo is more captivated by him due to his personality. He has observed that Dojin remains serene and unflappable, yet beneath this exterior lies a fierce competitive drive that ignites within him like a fire. The instant Hyunwoo lays his gaze upon Dojin, he comprehends that he is precisely the student he has been searching for, and there is no chance he will allow him to escape. Hyunwoo informs Mujin that he must notify Dojin about the recent events, and Tang promptly cautions Mujin, advising him to exercise caution as the second serpent is already taking action. Mujin is astonished that Hyunwoo seeks to establish ties with a non-religious martial clan, and he informs him that it is rather taxing. Hyunwoo grins, expressing that as individuals devoted to their practice, they may separate themselves from the mundane realm, yet this is merely a situation. Hyunwoo takes pride in having ultimately discovered the right karmic bond to convey enlightenment, rendering his personal situation less significant. Upon hearing this, Mujin comprehends that he is contending with an influential individual. Mujin endeavors to adopt a diplomatic stance, informing Hyunwoo that his younger sibling possesses a significant fate and he must hone the clandestine skills of their lineage. He conveys to Hyunwoo that their situation does not allow for Dojin to be sent as his apprentice. Hyunwoo promptly refutes this, asserting that he has no desire to remove Dojin from their midst. He proposes that they offer him a modest space where he can slowly mentor Dojin from the periphery. Mujin is astonished to learn that the elderly monk is prepared to remain at the estate. However, Tang advises Mujin to remain vigilant. Mujin subsequently informs Hyunwoo that he must be aware of his brother's message first, and he proposes that they move outdoors. Mujin subsequently contacts Dojin to convey that Hyunwoo wishes to accept him as his apprentice. He inquires about Dojin's desires, noting that he also has an objective to inherit his grandfather's clandestine techniques that he has yet to accomplish. Dojin informs Mujin that he has no intention of relinquishing his grandfather's clandestine techniques. However, he genuinely desires to master the method that Hyunwoo demonstrated to him. Mujin is astonished upon hearing this, prompting him to ponder what Hyunwoo and Jinhwa had been up to during his absence. Mujin directs his attention to Hyunwoo, inquiring about what he presented to Dojin, while Hyunwoo attempts to appear modest, claiming it is not a significant matter since he merely revealed a fraction of his abilities. Hyunwoo subsequently chooses to illustrate what he had presented to Dojin, but he informs them that it is nowhere near as significant as Tang's proficiency. Hyunwoo rolls up his sleeve and delivers a strike with his arm. The impact from the strike is aimed at a tree, resulting in a substantial indentation that reverberates through the trunk, astonishing Tang and Mujin. Hyunwoo claims that he restrained himself solely because he wished to avoid damaging the clan's tree. Tang is rendered utterly astonished as he has just observed the 100 Steps Divine Fist technique, a clandestine Shaolin discipline that became extinct 3 decades prior. Dojin subsequently informs Mujin that he desires to acquire this knowledge, trusting that his grandfather's concealed techniques can be advanced even further. Mujin is acutely aware of this internally, as incorporating the accuracy of the 100 Steps Divine Fist technique with the Flame Emperor's formidable fist strike methods would be exceptional. He grins, realizing that he never anticipated the secretive arts of Shaolin, which he had obliterated, would once again confront him. Mujin ultimately concedes to this, instructing Hyunwoo to mentor Dojin effectively. Ultimately, Hyunwoo succeeded in acquiring Dojin as his apprentice, and later that evening, Tang and Mujin convened for a discussion. Tang pokes fun at himself, admitting that he exerted every effort to prevent the two from achieving their desires, as he detests losing talent from Sichuan. Nevertheless, he is aware that such a chance is unlikely to arise again. Mujin interjects, inquiring whether he would have entrusted his granddaughter to Amy. Tang promptly replies in the negative, prompting Mujin to advise him to reflect on his own words. Mujin inquires why 3 celestial entities must originate from a single abode, and Tang is astonished that this phenomenon truly occurs. Mujin notes that it embodies a form that contrasts with malevolent energy, yet demonstrates remarkable proficiency in conventional methods. Listening to Mujin discuss this, Tang recalls one of the motivations for wanting Mujin in his home, and he inquires about his opinion on Zhang. Mujin shouts at Tang, asserting that he has already articulated his stance. Tang is astonished that he continues to uphold this obstinate behavior, and he inquires whether he is uninterested in men. However, Mujin contests this notion. Shortly thereafter, Mujin inquires of Tang what he perceives in him, considering their significant age difference. Yet he permits him to address him impudently. Tang is astonished that Mujin has finally recognized this, and he informs him that he does not perceive any sense of a generational gap with Mujin. He expresses that their discussions unfold seamlessly, as if he is conversing with a longtime companion. Mujin grins upon hearing this and recalls that, many years prior, there was a lady he cherished, and he was even prepared to forsake his existence as a martial artist to defy his mentor's singular final desire, solely due to this woman whom he cherished profoundly. Tang doesn't fundamentally treat the tale with gravity, and Mujin persists in recounting it. He notes that the woman he refers to was brought into the world devoid of any possessions, and she successfully brought up 2 younger siblings without seeking anything in return. She fundamentally battled alone without anyone offering assistance, which demonstrates her inherent purity and nobility. Mujin remarks on the extent of her integrity, and Tang inquires why he is no longer with the lady. Mujin grins, disclosing that she had truly passed away, and Mujin discloses the extent of his folly in believing he could tread the trajectory of an assassin while maintaining a commonplace woman alongside him. He states that the lady and her 2 siblings were slain by orthodox fighters pursuing him, and this marks the inception of his journey to begin dismantling all 9 factions. Tang is astonished upon hearing this, and he begins to question whether Mujin is sound of mind. He inquires whether he is inebriated or something similar, but Mujin reassures him that he is entirely lucid, merely recounting his history and his quest for retribution to Tang. He states that the confrontation with the Namgung clan was the origin of it all, and although it began as a minor issue, it ultimately escalated into a situation that resulted in her demise at the hands of Namgung Chaoyang. Tang becomes increasingly intrigued upon hearing this, as Chaoyang's name was entirely removed from Murim 45 years prior. Mujin informs him that this name belongs to an adversary he has never overlooked, and after the demise of his beloved siblings alongside her, all hope faded into utter despair for him. For the ensuing 15 years, he relentlessly battled against the 9 factions. Mujin states that the initial faction he eradicated was the Namgung clan, and before he realized it, all the legitimate sects of Murim focused their attention on him, and without a moment's pause, he eliminated them all. Shortly thereafter, they bestowed upon him a captivating title, the Celestial Fiend. As soon as Tang perceives this, he begins to become increasingly agitated, yet he is convinced that Mujin has not yet overcome his insanity. Mujin informs him that he is at liberty to either trust him or dismiss him, but he points out that Tang's demeanor was precisely identical to the first time they met. Mujin discloses that it was during his meeting with the 4 prominent clan leaders, excluding the Namgung clan, that he first saw him. Mujin notes that this marks his inaugural visit to the Central Plains. Rises from his chair in astonishment, inquiring of Mujin about how he is aware of this, yet Mujin disregards the inquiry and proceeds with the narrative. He indicates that he was was oblivious to the fact that Tang and his associates had leased the tavern for the day, and he would have easily sought another location to quell his appetite, but he trusted his mentor's assertion that there was no martial artist in the Central Plains who could rival him. Due to his youthful hubris, he rushed into a confrontation, and just as Mujin is on the verge of proceeding, Tang intervenes. Tang is left contemplating how someone as youthful as Mujin could be aware of a secret he has concealed for 6 decades. It becomes evident that Tang has been striving to erase the memories of the incidents from that time due to the profound embarrassment they caused him. Mujin persists, stating that the scenario involved one individual versus 17, yet he concedes that his grandfather's toxin was challenging to counteract. Tang becomes increasingly uneasy and inquires of Mujin, who is relaying all of his statements. He questions Mujin if he is the follower of the celestial fiend or if he received the information straight from him. Mujin is taken aback by Tang's continued skepticism. Mujin subsequently expresses his admiration, noting that Tang seems to have transcended the weakness of his right arm, having become robust enough to attain the designation of Poison Emperor. As Mujin persists in his conversation, Tang is left contemplating how Mujin is aware of the anomaly in his physique, a fact known solely to him. This gradually leads him to believe that Mujin is indeed the celestial fiend. He understands that the offspring of the flame Hua must have triumphed over his insanity and evolved into a formidable martial artist due to the divine demon's influence. A chilling presence begins to emanate from Tang's figure as he inquires of Mujin which path he would choose, the traditional martial arts or the sinister martial arts. Mujin grins upon hearing this and inquires of Tang regarding the distinction between the two. Tang is astonished that an individual as vulnerable as Mujin would inquire about this, and he encourages him to respond to this, disclosing that an individual who cultivates martial skills through sinister techniques is classified as a dark martial artist. Mujin inquires whether merely studying the traditional arts categorizes a person as orthodox. Tang then responds that if an individual practices the traditional disciplines but does not adhere to the principles of a true martial artist, they are deemed unorthodox and malevolent. Mujin subsequently inquires about the 9 sects who have taken the lives of the innocent and unleashed a violent tempest throughout the years. Mujin questions whether they can be deemed conventional or malevolent, and this inquiry strikes Tang profoundly. Essentially, the occurrences surrounding the slaying of the celestial demons revealed to the traditional martial practitioners the terrors they would unleash if they abandoned their principles and deviated from the path of a true martial artist. This prompts Tang to sincerely question whether they can truly refer to themselves as traditional martial artists. Tang subsequently informs Mujin that everything that transpired previously has been relegated to history. Mujin concedes that it may have been an extended period for individuals like Tang, yet for him it feels as though it was merely yesterday. Mujin conveys to Tang that it is inconsequential which route a person takes, as each individual leads their own life. He asserts that variations in convictions do not promote violence. Mujin informs him that he is indifferent to whether he follows the way of a sinister martial artist or a conventional martial artist, as long as he can properly nurture Dojin and Soyeon, since they are his sole surviving kin. Tang lowers his head in gratitude, remarking that it is fortunate another celestial demon will not emerge in the Central Plains, as one significant calamity is already sufficient. Mujin subsequently inquires whether he would have assaulted him had he chosen to pursue the route of a malevolent artist, to which Tang responds that, as the traditional martial artist he is, he indeed would have. Tang chuckles, remarking that anyone who has encountered the celestial fiend would react similarly. Mujin then recalls to Tang that he had been conversing with him, an old acquaintance, just moments prior. Tang poses a pivotal inquiry to Mujin, insisting that he reveal his thoughts on who he believes will emerge victorious if they were to engage in battle at that moment. Mujin responds candidly, indicating that he would probably perish. Tang is taken aback by this revelation and inquires whether Mujin is concealing his inner strength. And Mujin reminds him that his present physique is a celestial martial body, thus he is unable to practice demonic techniques. Tang then inquires how he managed to acquire the unmatched 9 swords, and Mujin notes that the originator of the unmatched 9 blades was a close companion of his mentor. In his twilight years, he accepted a pupil. However, the pupil passed away, leaving him no alternative but to assign the craft to Mujin's mentor to ensure its preservation. Consequently, this allowed the technique to be transmitted to Mujin, and Tang inquires what might transpire if they confronted one another in a past existence with the combat skills he currently holds. Mujin informs him that if he has not attained the level of utilizing enhanced poison, he will stand no possibility whatsoever. Tang is astonished when he learns of a domain referred to as the enhanced poison, and Mujin guarantees its existence as he has attained a comparable realm. The pair ultimately bursts into hearty laughter as they converse about how Tang somehow acquires beverages from thin air, but Tang warns him that he may have to eliminate assassinate him if he reveals his secret. The following morning, Tang and his granddaughters get ready to depart, and he informs Mujin that he will come by occasionally. Mujin responds, indicating that he is available for a visit, but it shouldn't occur too frequently, and this response astonishes the two clan elders. Once Tang departs, the elders begin to interrogate Mujin, inquiring whether he is unwell once more, as he is evidently advising the Poison Emperor to refrain from frequent visits. Mujin informs the two that he possesses a valid justification for his remarks, and they inquire about what it is, but he responds that they don't require knowledge of the specifics. Conversely, Tang remains astonished that Mujin's genuine identity is Zhang Qion, the celestial fiend. Mujin is an individual who nearly obliterated the Central Plains solely due to a woman he cherished, and Tang has come to understand that his loyalty to this woman remains unwavering, despite the fact that he has been granted a fresh start. Consequently, Tang feels it would be wise to simply honor his choice. Tang longed to have him as his son-in-law, yet he had no option but to come to terms with the way events had unfolded. He perceives the concern etched on her grandfather's visage. She inquires about the topic of conversation he had with Mujin throughout the night. Tang nonchalantly responds that they touched on numerous subjects, noting that it has been 45 years since their separation. This revelation leaves Hia pondering over what she has just learned. As time progressed, Dojin and Soyeon were swiftly mastering the clandestine methods of Ame and Shaolin respectively, and the two instructors were utterly astonished by what they were observing. With delight in their spirits, they instruct the children in every form of movement artistry they are meant to learn. Even Mujin is astonished by his siblings' development pace, and Joe discusses how it may even be challenging for him to defend against the duo. Nevertheless, he counters this by stating that the youngsters still have a considerable journey ahead. Joe contends that the pair have already exceeded the standards of their peers. At that moment, Mujin observes that Joe and Du are grinning oddly, and he inquires about their sources of stress. Joe enthusiastically informs him that it is the moment for the clan leader succession ceremony, and Mujin is astounded when this awareness strikes him. Several days later, the estate dons a festive appearance, and the clan members assemble to observe Mujin assume his father's role. Even Masek sheds tears of happiness, as he never anticipated such a day would arrive. Mujin strides into the spotlight adorned in a stunning ensemble, sporting a beaming grin. As he strides through the estate among the throng assembled to witness his rise, Mujin reprimands Joe and Du for inviting an excessive number of guests after he instructed them to maintain a subdued atmosphere. They informed him that there is no possibility of it being discreet with Tang, Jinhua, and Hyunwoo present. Even Soyeon is in attendance to pay his respects to Mujin, extending his salutations as the newly appointed leader of the clan. Mujin jests with him, remarking that he never anticipated him to travel all the way from the rear estate. But beneath the surface, Soyeon understands that he lacks the courage to create difficulties for Mujin with those who are currently supporting him. The trio of traitors is likewise in attendance, and Mujin expresses his gratitude for their journey to honor him. The trio informs him that in his absence, their collective would amount to nothing, thus they are committed to backing the clan with all their resources. Mujin expresses gratitude to the trio, conveying that their remarks provide comfort. Joe subsequently conveys a message telepathically to Mujin, indicating that they are referencing the occasion when they allocated a portion of the earnings from the Chanqua Group's tea. Mujin becomes intrigued upon hearing this. The elders inform Mujin that the traders are reaping extraordinary profits from the situation, and Mujin feels a sense of relief upon learning this. The traders inform Mujin that they have arranged a present for him, and when he inquires about its nature, they disclose that it is a minor cleansing capsule, reputed to enhance one's internal vitality by 2 decades. Mujin is utterly astonished upon learning this, and he swiftly grabs the pill container from them, promising that he will utilize it effectively. Once the formalities have concluded, and they officially commence the 3rd succession ceremony of the Flame Hua lineage, Mujin silently pledges to elevate the Flame Hua clan to the pinnacle of prominence in Sichuan, and he merely intends to utilize Mujin's form until that time. It is an exceedingly remarkable circumstance that Mujin, who was regarded as the outcast of the family, encountered a divine destiny, which permitted Zheng Qian to access his physique. Following the succession ceremony, everything proceeded seamlessly, and Mujin resumed his regular routine of daily practice. He is in the midst of one of these instructional sessions when he is visited by the 2 tribal leaders who inform him that it is time to proceed to Mount Song. Mujin inquires why he needs to travel to Mount Song, and they inquire whether he has no desire to witness the Orthodox Murim competition. Mujin is utterly bewildered upon hearing this. Regarding the competition, it stands as the most significant occasion for the Central Plains Orthodox communities, occurring every 5 years. It is a martial arts tournament where all the most skilled young practitioners of the orthodox sects convene, and the victor of the contest would attain substantial riches and prestige. Mujin candidly expresses his disinterest, stating that he perceives no justification for wanting to observe this, while the elders inform him that it will be a valuable educational opportunity for Doji and Soi-eon. They additionally mention that both individuals are genuinely intrigued by the Murim tournament, and as soon as Mujin learns of this, he grows apprehensive. He promptly alters his decision as he realizes that this would offer an excellent incentive for Dojin and Soi-eon. Shortly thereafter, they arrange a conveyance to transport them to Mount Song, and prior to departing, Mujin instructs Du to dispatch a messenger pigeon in the event that anything occurs. Mujin: the children will be accompanied by Nosok, Jinhwa, and Hyunwoo. In the meantime, Mujin's adversaries have already arranged a trap for him the moment they realize that he is heading to Mount Song. As the expedition advances, Mujin can observe the joy radiating from his siblings regarding the entire expedition, and he informs them that they ought to have notified him sooner if they were so keen on participating in the tournament. Jinhwa discusses her sense of relief at witnessing the children's joy, and she expresses her delight at embarking on a journey to Mount Song, as it marks her inaugural visit to the location. Mujin gazes at Hyunwoo, inquiring why he remains silent, despite the tournament being associated with the Shaolin Temple. Hyunwoo replies that he doubts the Shaolin Temple would notice his absence, disclosing that his sole focus is on witnessing Dojin's development. Soi-eon and Dojin subsequently inquire with their mentors whether others employing the same methods as them would participate in the competition, but they are assured that they are the sole practitioners capable of doing so. Abruptly, Mujin discerns the scent of murderous intent subsequent to them, and he instructs Nosok to prepare. Merely, as he foresaw, a contingent of 30 fighters trails closely behind them, while ahead, 2 peculiar individuals have been positioned. Consequently, the commander of the opposing team is persuaded that Mujin has little hope. In front of the carriage are the 2 eccentric individuals who have incinerated a trader's wagon to obstruct the way, and they are amusing themselves at the expense of the unfortunate trader while presenting themselves as the Blazing Shadow twin elders. They vow to terminate the impoverished trader without suffering, but ultimately decapitate him while pulverizing it with their grotesque hands. The twin with the crimson locks is referred to as Chamayangun, while the one adorned with alabaster tresses is known as Cho Jayak. As soon as the carriage approaches the location where the flames are blazing, all the others in the carriage perceive the overwhelming desire for violence approaching. From various locations, Mujin seizes his blade and instructs everyone else to remain in place. As he manages the circumstance, the twins are astonished that merely one individual is emerging from the carriage, as they were informed that the passengers would exceed 4. Mujin advances, inquiring of the twins about their identities and the reason for obstructing the route. The twins subsequently inquire whether he is referred to as the Concealed Dragon. At that instant, Mujin deduces that the pair was dispatched by the Crescent Moon Sword sect. Myeongun praises Mujin's insight, yet informs him that he has an unpleasant way of speaking. Hyunwoo and Jinhwa ultimately emerge from the carriage, and the terror etched on their expressions upon encountering the twins is quite evident. Yak expresses their exhilaration at the prospect of finally encountering them, having anticipated the moment to sever their throats. Hyunwoo subsequently informs Mujin that the twins are experts in unconventional methods, employing magic, yet he is confident that they can overcome them if they unite their strengths. Abruptly, the 30 fighters who have been pursuing them also arrive, compounding the entire predicament. Hyunwoo and Jinhwa panic, inquiring when the fighters arrived. Mujin, conversely, is not taken aback as he has been aware of their existence for some time. Dojin and Soyeon are the sole occupants of the carriage, and observing the unfolding circumstances, they come to understand that they must maintain a low profile. Jinhwa and Hyunwoo volunteer to divert the adversary's focus, allowing Mujin and the others to flee. However, Mujin informs them that they cannot evade them while traveling in a carriage. He subsequently inquires of the duo whether they can manage to fend off the twins for merely half an hour. Given that it is only a span of 30 minutes, Hyunwoo and Jinhwa assure Mujin that they should be capable of accomplishing this. Mujin informs them that he intends to confront the fighters who have encircled them and return to eliminate the twins. Hyunwoo and Jinhwa are astonished to learn this, as they do not even consider it feasible. As soon as they have consented to the proposal, Mujin directs his focus towards the 30 combatants. He informs Nosok that he is relying on him to supervise the children, expressing that he wishes for not a single individual to approach them. The commander of the 30 fighters is confident that the undertaking will be straightforward, and he instructs his troops to pursue Mujin. He shouts a directive for them to assemble, and Mujin bursts into laughter upon hearing this, as he understands that the fighters evidently lack lack awareness of his identity. Mujin unleashes an intense craving for blood that elicits a chill along their spines. His presence is incredibly powerful, that even the siblings recognize him due to his thirst for violence resembling that of a formidable unconventional fighter, and he has yet to attain maturity. Hyunwoo takes the initial step, unleashing the Centennial Steps Celestial Fist assault that dispatches a formidable surge towards Gyak. Gyak successfully deflects the assault, yet he gets pushed back. He glances at his arm protection and is astonished to find it marred, indicating the severity of the assault. Gun is astounded as he identifies the method. However, Gyak conversely is infuriated. He charges at Hyunwoo in fury, with flames following his strides, and Hyunwoo perceives the magnitude of his presence. He takes a significant action by pivoting to his right and sprinting into the forest, compelling Gyak to pursue him. Hyunwoo abruptly pivots and launches a series of even more excruciating strikes that fury Gyak, and he assures Hyunwoo that he will rip his head from his shoulders if he touches him. As Hyunwoo finds himself entangled with Gyak, Jinhwa realizes she must confront Myung-gun. Myung-gun teases Jinhwa, remarking that she has aged since their last encounter. Hwa retorts, informing him that he possesses an unattractive visage, and although she presumed he would perish in solitude, it seems that he has succeeded in discovering a wretched companion who is equally unattractive. This is sufficient to infuriate Myung-gun, and he concocts his firepower as he readies himself to confront Jinhwa. Jinhwa also assumes her combat position, inquiring of Myung-gun whether he believes he can defeat her. Myung-gun dashes at Jinhwa, yet she successfully deflects his strike with her hand maneuver. Conversely, Mujin has lingered for a moment, and when the fighters refrain from assaulting him, he resolves to pursue them, and the man at the forefront is the initial one to perish before he has a chance to even blink. Mujin pursues one after another as he tallies them during their descent. He unleashes formidable blows that sever their heads, and even expels their innards to inhale fresh air. The commander of the fighters panics but strives to preserve his poise, shouting at his troops to assemble and defeat Mujin, insisting that he is merely one individual. Nevertheless, Mujin is already relishing his experience immensely, that he essentially chooses to cease tallying and concentrate on directing them to their creator. Mujin dashes through the throng with his massive sword, chopping and segmenting them as though they were novices. One guy experiences an immense stroke of misfortune and becomes detached from the torso upwards. However, the commander of the team remains convinced that they can defeat Mujin simply by adhering to a foolish arrangement to assault him concurrently. The leader is perplexed as to how it has become so challenging for elite fighters to eliminate a single individual. Observing the extent of their difficulties, the commander of the team instructs several of his associates to focus their efforts on the carriage in order to eliminate Mujin's siblings. They recognize the command and hasten toward the carriage. However, Nasak maintains his position and readies himself to demonstrate why he has been entrusted with the responsibility of overseeing the children. They assault him concurrently, yet he succeeds in halting their progression with his extended armament. One of them gets struck in the head with Nasak's armament, and this informs them that Nasak is not easily intimidated. Nasak begins to adorn himself, speaking of how he is one of the quartet of brothers, and even the children are compelled to shield their heads due to the sheer awkwardness of this situation. Nasak propels them away with his audacious onslaught, but abruptly two projectiles emerge from the left side, striking Nasak on the shoulder. He shifts to his side and discerns that there are two projectiles positioned over there, and they intended for his head but struck his shoulder instead. With the bowman shifting the momentum of the conflict, the team hastens towards Nasak, and Nasak panics as he is on the verge of being inundated. Unexpectedly, Mujin zips by in an instant and bisects the archers prior to undertaking the identical action. To those who seek to dominate, Nasak, Mujin, is so swift that even his siblings were unaware it was him. The squad commander bellows at the peak of his lungs, urging his troops to sustain the intensity. However, Mujin arrives at him before he realizes it and decapitates him. Returning to Jinhwa and Myung-gun. Jinhwa is exerting all her efforts to resist Myung-gun, yet he proves to be excessively powerful. He mocks her, inquiring whether she has been toying with him all these years. Jinhwa becomes furious, and she strikes Myung-gun with a stronger hand. Methodology, yet this merely prompts the individual to request additional. Conversely, Hyunwoo forfeits his lead, offering Gyak the opportunity to seize him, and he forcefully hurls him onto the earth. Hyunwoo desperately activates his skill. However, Gyak effortlessly evades all attempts, informing Hyunwoo that there is absolutely no chance he will permit him to strike again. Gyak overpowers Hyunwoo and delivers a blow to his chest, and the assault is severe enough for Hyunwoo to expel blood. Upon fracturing his ribcage, he seizes Hyunwoo and propels him into the far reaches as if he is insignificant. In the meantime, Jinhwa is poised to inundate Myunggun with a formidable method. When she witnesses Hyunwoo being cast to the ground like refuse, she is preoccupied by this, allowing Myunggun the opportunity to strike her in the abdomen beforehand, forcefully striking her head against the earth. The duo is on the verge of encountering their finale when Mujin appears, intercepting their strike. He propels Gyak far away. As he interacts with Myunggun, Gyak sprints from the rear, attempting to surprise Mujin. However, Mujin responds to this quite promptly, and he compels him to bear the consequences by severing his left arm prior to he was capable of even blinking. Gyak quickly performs a healing technique on himself to prevent himself from bleeding out. Jinhwa assists Hyunwoo in rising, urging him to regain his composure. Mujin informs the twins that he may have performed his technique prematurely. That is the reason he merely received Gyak's hand. However, he guarantees them that he will ensure to sever their unsightly heads in his forthcoming assault. Myunggun pivots, and he is astonished that Mujin managed to eliminate 31st tier fighters single-handedly. He praises Mujin's power. However, Gyak is furious, and he instructs Myunggun to cease fooling around as he merely desires to sever Mujin's head. Myunggun recognizes this, and the pair begin to amplify their energies, something they haven't engaged in for quite some time. Jinhwa perceives this and understands that the pair is on the verge of demonstrating their genuine potential, and she conveys to Mujin through telepathy that he must exercise caution, as the duo is perilous when united. Mujin values the caution and informs her that he will take it into consideration. The pair rush toward him simultaneously. However, Mujin positions his sword forward akin to a barrier, utilizing it to obstruct their opening assault. Nevertheless, he quickly comes to understand that he is being forced backward by the duo, and before he realizes it, he perceives that the assault is coursing through the blade, striking him with considerable force. Mujin is on the verge of being inundated when Hanwoo and Jinhwa advance to employ their methods to provide Mujin with some flexibility. Nevertheless, this bestows upon them an additional surge of suffering, as the twins pummeled them for meddling in the brawl. At that moment, Mujin instructs the pair to refrain from intervening in the battle any further, stating he will take care of the twins on his own. The twins escalate their assaults due to Mujin's excessive pride, endeavoring to discern his strategy for restraining them single-handedly. Mujin wholeheartedly dedicates himself to the battle as he begins to engage in a reckless manner, and he strikes Myunggun in the visage prior to colliding his head against Gyak's visage. He nearly severs Gyak's head. However, he narrowly evades the assault. Myunggun strikes Mujin in the torso, yet he deflects it with his blade, and he is shoved backwards. The duo subsequently initiate a coordinated assault known as the Fiery Dragon Annihilative Hand Strike, which Mujin's blade is unable to deflect, and the surge of the assault flows into his physique. Mujin is propelled through the air and is merely obstructed by a tree. Nevertheless, circumstances appear bleak for him as his torso ignites in fire. Hyunwoo and Jinwoo panics upon witnessing this, fully aware of the consequences of the ongoing situation. Mujin collapses to the ground, acutely aware of the fiery essence coursing through his veins, and he realizes that his inability to contain it will result in being consumed from within. The twins ridicule him, stating that in 7 minutes his vital organs will begin to scorch, indicating his demise is imminent. Gyak subsequently proposes that they dismantle Mujin initially, but this merely ignites Mujin's combat drive. The two rush toward him with their formidable hand maneuver. However, Mujin intercepts it with his right hand and ensures to restrain them firmly. The pair ridicule him, inquiring whether he believes he can thwart their assault. A heavy shield would still prove ineffective. Mujin then utilizes reflective energy to redirect the fiery energy, and this rebounds with considerable force. Gyak cries out in agony, and the instant Myunggun pivots to investigate him, Mujin brandishes his blade with his left hand, severing their heads in a single blow. All observers remain behind, utterly astonished upon witnessing this. However, the blaze is already establishing itself within Mujin's physique. He expels blood that is essentially flames, and his followers commence hurrying toward him. Nevertheless, the two seniors instruct the children to refrain from approaching any nearer, as the fiery energy could extend to them if they are not cautious. The pair observes as their sibling endures agony. Mujin grapples as he instructs Nozak to retrieve the minor purifying pill from his satchel. Nozak hurries to retrieve the tablet, and Mujin wastes no time swallowing it. Mujin informs them that he must eliminate the fiery energy, thus he implores them to protect him during this process. He instructs them to encircle the vicinity vicinity and ensure that all angles are secured, but he cautions them to refrain from approaching too closely. Mujin adopts the cultivation stance and recognizes the immense challenge of the circumstance. He figures out that any further delay will put his meridian in danger, so he has to use the inner energy of the lesser purifying pill to suppress the fire energy. By channeling all the fiery energy into his central core, he can expel all the fiery energy through his ko, as though he were a dragon. Following the release of the fiery energy from his being, he loses consciousness, and Hyunwoo scrutinizes him. He affirms that the fiery energy has dissipated. However, Jinhwa proposes that they hasten to Gonluo County without delay. Nozak seizes Mujin and lifts him into the vehicle, and as they journey to Gonluo, his siblings are clearly anxious about his well-being. Hyunwoo and Jinhwa, conversely, are utterly astonished that Mujin managed to defeat two perilous demonic fighters single-handedly. Several days later, at the county clinic of Gonluo, Dojin and Soyeon step into Mujin's chamber with a dish of sustenance intended for him solely, to comprehend that he has disappeared. Prior to their onset of panic, they detect noises from beyond, and as they gaze through the window, they observe Mujin in the midst of his training. Mujin is already wielding his large sword, with perspiration cascading down his physique. He gazes at the scorched impression on his right hand and understands precisely how perilous the twins' method is. He is immersed in this when his siblings arrive, and they appear extremely concerned as Mujin is expected to remain in bed for an entire month, yet he is already getting up and about. Mujin reassures the pair that he is now well, and he instructs the duo to gather their belongings in order to proceed to MT Song. En route to MT Song, they all enjoyed themselves as though Mujin hadn't come perilously close to death. Nevertheless, in the nearby regions of Gonluo and Shurchong that they traversed, whispers began circulating regarding how Mujin triumphed over the Fire Shadow twin elders, which created a commotion throughout the city. Following several days, they ultimately arrive at the residence of the Shaolin Temple, where the traditional Murim competition is set to take place. As soon as they exit the carriage, the children are astonished by the magnificent structures and sculptures surrounding them. Mujin is astonished that every structure he previously obliterated has been completely restored. Hyunwoo subsequently informs them that he must depart to meet his associates, but reassures them that he has organized accommodation for them within the main residence. One of the monks subsequently guided them, and the children hurried inside due to their excitement. In the meantime, they are being observed by two peculiar figures positioned on the balcony. The youthful master seems to harbor malevolent designs against Mujin, and he instructs his aide to reach out to a person named Dongo, committing to manage any obligation that ensues, provided he has the opportunity to eliminate Mujin. Conversely, Hyunwoo confers with the temple's senior, Hyungak, to inform him that he has obtained a mentee. Gak inquires of Hyunwoo regarding the identity of his pupil, and Hyunwoo inquires whether he still recalls the individual Hyagwang discovered previously. Gak asserts that he certainly recalls Mujin, the lunatic. He additionally notes that he knows Mujin is currently referred to as the concealed dragon of Sichuan, and he inquires of Hyunwoo whether his apprentice is Mujin. But Hyunwoo informs him that it is his younger sibling. Hyunwoo informs Gak that Dojin also has the martial prowess of the celestial martial physique. Furthermore, he notes that Dojin is a young individual with exemplary character and remarkable resilience. Gak is delighted for Hyunwoo as his anxiety about locating a pupil has ultimately concluded. Hyunwoo subsequently informs Gak that they will be unable to enlist Dojin in the Buddhist archives due to his status as the second son of a secondary lineage. He expresses regret for entrusting such a significant secret technique to an external faction. But Gak informs Hyunwoo that it remains inconsequential since Dojin is still their student regardless. Hyunwoo inclines his head to Gak, expressing his gratitude for his comprehension, and he informs Gak that en route, they were assailed by the Flame Shadow siblings. He panics upon hearing this and inquires with Hyunwoo about the well-being of his apprentice, to which Hyunwoo responds affirmatively, disclosing that the antagonists had orchestrated a trap for them. Hyunwoo informs the elderly gentleman that he had the opportunity to observe Mujin's power firsthand, as he single-handedly vanquished 31st-rate combatants prior to overpowering the twins. Gak is astonished by the revelation he just received, as he recognizes that Mujin has only recently come of age, yet he successfully defeated these nefarious individuals. Hyunwoo corroborates this, stating that Mujin sustained internal injuries. However, he also healed swiftly, demonstrating the remarkable resilience of his physique. Gak expresses gratitude that the bothersome fire twins have ultimately faced their demise. Hyunwoo subsequently informs Gak that they must not overlook this incident, and Gak concurs, stating it is time to position the unconventional faction appropriately. Hyunwoo then instructs Gak to notify their their chief, First Emperor Hyamen, regarding this recent advancement. Conversely, Mujin and his siblings have been escorted to the chamber they will be occupying. Nonetheless, the monk informs them that intruders are prohibited from entering the Atonement Grotto, located behind the Grand Hall. Soyan eagerly inquires of Mujin whether they can explore the area, to which Mujin consents, but advises them to bring no socks. As they traverse the vicinity, they are engulfed in sheer wonder. Shortly thereafter, Dojin unintentionally collides with another child of his age. Despite their unexpected encounter, Dojin continues to express his remorse for it. Yet the young rascal opts to escalate matters by labeling Dojin and Soyan as vagrants. Supposedly, the mischievous rascal is Cheol Dongo, the younger offspring of the Cheol estate. Dongo informs Dojin that he must kneel if he wishes to express his remorse. Soyan overhears this and becomes infuriated, yelling at the guy, inquiring who he believes he is to be uttering all kinds of nonsense. Soyan composes herself and informs her brother that they ought to depart, as it seems that Dongo has lost his mind. Dongo subsequently chooses to strike Soyan while her back is toward him. However, Dojin intercepts the attack. Dongo attempts to grapple with Dojin. However, he is repelled instead. Dongo grins, praising Dojin for thwarting his strike. At that moment, Dongo's protectors arrive, shouting at Dojin and demanding to know what audacity compelled him to touch their young master. They brazenly inquire if Dojin is courting his own demise. Yet, Nasak's presence swiftly eclipses theirs as he informs them that Dongo was the initial aggressor. Thus, there is no possibility they are merely lingering. Nasak's, the ambience prompts the duo to hesitate, and Dongo instructs them to withdraw and refrain from meddling in the situation. Dongo advances once more. Dojin reprimands him for assaulting Soyan from the rear, which contradicts the principles of traditional martial artists. Soyan then pulls Dojin away, urging him that they must leave, as engaging in combat within the temple will only create problems for Mujin. Just as they prepare to depart, Dongo babbles incessantly, recounting how their sibling lost his sanity after being struck by the identical method he recently attempted on Soyan, which is the 7-injury fist assault. He continues to impolitely express how he would have relished the opportunity to send them off to their sibling. This performs it for both, and they pivot to concurrently strike him. The dual strike propels him soaring into the horizon, and his security personnel shout in alarm. They endeavor to reach out to Dojin and Soyan. At this moment, Nasak finally finds the justification to release his fury. He brings both of them to the ground with a solitary blow, as disclosing that it is inappropriate to intervene in a child's conflict. With the duo out of the formula, Dojin and Soyan accurately arrive at Dongo to demonstrate to him the significance of offending their sibling. Strikes connect from every direction, as the pair reposition his physique with their strikes. As Nasak encourages them from the rear, Dojin and Soyan looms over him, conveying. Dongo realizes that everything impending in his life is a result of his own actions, as they are on the verge of departing. Dongo observes in dread as the pair demonstrates to him what it signifies to be on their unfavorable side. In the meantime, Mujin has returned to the chamber, and he could perceive the turmoil outside. He felt that a brawl had erupted, but he chose not to concern himself with it.